The World Tour arrives in Chicago, and the Windy City will be home all weekend to a bunch of living legends. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I'm joined by a living legend in his own right. I got Brian Gottlieb here from Legend Story Studios. How you doing, my man?
An old joke, right? We're already starting, Sam?
Come on.
You
An
calling
old
me
joke?
A living legend?
No, I'm calling you, a fixture of the community, a living legend who just happens to be slightly advanced in age.
Slightly
That's all.
advanced in age.
That's all.
Beautiful way of putting it. That made me feel very nice.
I'm so glad.
I'm here counting my blessings to be with you, Sam, during this holiday season in the Windy City of Chicago for the Flesh and Blood World Tour. And I'm stoked for Living Legend.
Yeah, dude, the very first living legend calling in this game's history. We have got, so many rounds of living legend to get through, a top 8, and at the end of it all, there will be the first living legend calling champion. We've got 7 rounds today. We got 4 rounds tomorrow. My first question for you, my man, when looking ahead at this tournament, at this format, just what's going through your head as, one of the architects of Living Legend? You come from Legend Story Studios. How is it feeling to have reached this point in this game's lifespan?
Yeah, there's a reason I flew over from New Zealand for this event. This is a big deal. Living Legend is a big deal for the future of Flesh and Blood. Just that promise that your heroes that you fall in love with. And let's be honest, people fall in love with their heroes. There's a deep, deep emotional attachment. There's tattoos that get put on your body. There's investments in these beautiful, just absolutely high-class versions of these cards, your gold foils, your cold foils. All those things matter a lot, and there's got to be a home for them beyond when a hero hits Living Legend status. Of course, it's going to be the Living Legend format for years to come, and I'm so excited to see so many folks answer the call and show up to Chicago to battle in a huge event for the very first time.
Now, speaking of these heroes and decks that people have fallen in love with, we are coming into this calling right after Rosetta has brought so much support to not only the Rune Blades in the format, but to some wizards and even to one star of the show himself with some new Earth, some Lightning cards. So what cards, what heroes are you going to keep your eye on as we begin to get into this weekend?
Yeah, obviously Starvo, a huge, huge beneficiary of Rosetta. I expect Starvo to be the most represented deck here today. But I think the tale of Rosetta goes so much deeper. I actually think, should this format be a little bit more established at this moment in time, Rosetta would probably be heralded as the most impactful Living Legend set ever. It's completely changed the metagame, and it's not only by addition. Obviously, heroes like Viserai, like Starvo have gotten much better. Chane also getting way better. But I just think the actual Rosetta heroes matter quite a bit in this format as well. There is Oscilio, very, very capable of just blowing you up early on in the game, and I know there's plenty of folks playing that hero here this weekend. There is Verdance, which we saw do horrible, disgusting things in the Living Legend format. Thankfully, we've gotten that a little bit under control. I don't know if we'll see a bunch of Verdances this weekend. But the new hero that's kind of cropped up over the last few weeks, Florian. Florian feels like a very big deal in this Living Legend format. I know a lot of top teams actually coming to the conclusion that that was the deck to play here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of Count Your Blessings, Thistle Bloom Life, Make a Million Rune Chance, Bloodsheath Skeleta, reduce the cost of something like a Germinate, Crown of Seeds. Pretty good in this format and in the Earth Rune Blade as well. So I've got my eyes on the Rune Blades for sure. I mean, you've even got, we talk about Chane. There's 2 versions of Chane now. You got Boomer Chane, you got OG Chane, and then you got all these cards that make the Rune Gate cards looking pretty disgusting in a deck that can find action points on demand.
I think that tells a really great story, Sam, is that not only are these heroes out here, not only are these decks threatening to go ahead and stamp their name on the Living Legend format, I think there's all kinds of customizability within these archetypes. There's ways to build Chane. There's ways to build Starvo. I know Michael Hamilton coming to the table with a unique build of Starvo for this event. There's obviously you expect it at this point, but there's so much unexplored space in the Living Legend format, and I think we're going to see only the tip of the iceberg here this weekend.
Yeah, this is a big moment in Flesh and Blood's history. We'll look back on this as the kind of moment that really started this format in earnest. We can look back at, hopefully years from now at all the events that have been played by that point and remember when the format began to really come into prominence and come into the public eye. Thank you to all of you hanging out with us in the live stream, in the chat, and we have got some special things for you
holiday season, my
weekend
friend.
long. It's the season of giving, y'all. And we have got these really unique and exclusive Scarf for a Scarfs here. These are beautiful. They're such a fun little throwback to the card. I love the art. I love the way it plays. It's immediately recognizable at a Scar for a scar. Thank you to Yui Takiwa out in Japan for this photo. Of course, one of our favorite ambassadors of this great game. And we have got play sets of these, little Blitz UPF play sets for you that are going to be given out every single round. And dude, it is about as easy as you want to enter. You just got to chat.
Yep. Just be active, just be chatting, and we will go ahead and do a drawing at the end of the round. If you're there and present to win at the end, you can go ahead and pick up your scarf or scarves.
And let's see, there's 11 rounds and then 3 in top 8. So what, 14 play sets are going to be given out over the course of the weekend. So we hope you'll hang out. All you got to do, again, just chat during the game and then be present at the end, and we'll get you one of these play.
Well, let's be honest, you're not going to want to go anywhere. Beyond great games, spoilers coming. I brought spoilers all the way from New Zealand.
Yeah, baby.
You're going to get a little bit more info about the next Flesh and Blood set. Of course, The Hunted just around the corner, coming to us at the world premiere in Prague next month. And you'll get a couple more really, really important looks here this weekend.
I'm not going to spoil any of the spoilers, but we have Brian Gottlieb here. We know the heroes in this set. We have to imagine the theme of at least some of these spoilers that we might be getting. So don't go anywhere. That'll be happening later today and tomorrow. We have got so much to look forward to, including our very first game of the day, featuring the winner of the most recent Living Legend events here in the States, which was a Battle Hardened in Columbus. And now we have got the champion there coming to defend his title. It is Dan Groseclose on the deck that he won with Zen Tamer Purpose against friend of the show, perennial Flesh and Blood top-level competitor Ryan Rich there in the chef's hat, ready to chef up a bunch of Earth, Ice, and Lightning cards with that Starvo deck.
I think this is such a great matchup to start the day with because in a lot of ways, these are the boogeyman right now. These are the two heroes that are policing this format. You need a plan against that disruption of Starvo, the huge hits, just a litany of power cards in the Starvo deck. And then you also need a plan against the sheer outright aggression of Zen. Of course, packing stubby hammerers in this LL format.
Dan, who certainly took down a bunch of Starvos on his way to victory at the Battle Hardened in Columbus just a number of days and weeks ago. Let's take a look at some new equipment pieces. What do your eyes are as big as dinner plates, Brian. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain coming out right out of the gate, going ahead and using that piece from the Jarl Armory deck, and also a Tectonic Crust. So really interesting technology immediately on display here from Ryan Rich.
Balance of Justice as well. You have to imagine this Zen deck's going to be drawing some cards. You can see a little pack of crayons there. Not sure why Ryan Rich would need crayons in this Starvo deck. I suppose if you know, you know. But the game is getting underway. The players have drawn up. It is time for the first round of the Living Legend calling here at the World Tour in Chicago. Let's get down into it.
I'm so interested to see the pace of this game, Sam. Of course, we know these heroes have power ceilings at the apex of what has ever been seen in Flesh and Blood. Does that mean we're about to see a quick game, a 2 to 3 turn game, or are we going to settle in for a long, drawn-out affair where these players have to eke out value across multiple turns? I honestly think it can break both ways.
Starting things off, Tiger Taming Kakura going to buy a block from the blue Cadaverous Tilling and the blue Electromagnetic Somersault. You talk about a single card that has maybe impacted this Starvo deck the most. I think it is that blue rare Lightning Instant.
I agree with you, Sam. This was a big pickup for Starvo. Frankly, the Lightning cards always felt like the missing piece of the Starvo deck. There were just not the best playable cards. You use them to go ahead and meet your fuse requirement. That's all changed with the addition of Electromagnetic Somersault. That is an absolute power card.
Little natural combo line here. Blue 100 Winds into Winds of Eternity. So now this attack is coming in for 4. The current funnel's going to block 3 of it. 1 damage over the top. And that blue 100 Winds, if Dan wants, can be shuffled back into the deck. Looks like he's going to elect to leave it in the graveyard, wanting to get, keep the threat density somewhat high in this high-powered Living Legend game. Going to be 39, playing 40 as the turn shifts over to our Starvo player.
Little bit of damage leaked on that first turn. Always a nice feeling when you're in the first player seat, particularly against a deck like Starvo.
Look in here. I see 2 ice cards and 2 earth cards, one of which is also an ice card, but no critical lightning card. Current funnel and electromagnetic somersault. This is part of the problem. Yeah, used to block, as then, sometimes when you're playing against a Starvo, you want to just attack. Even if you're not going to get a lot of damage through, you maybe filter them out of their Starvo, and that is what we have here in this first game. Also want to point out, if you take a look, I think we can see it in the hand cam, That's a gold stalagmite bastion of Iyslander, if I am not mistaken. It looks gold to me.
Oh,
Come
so
on now.
sad.
Already groaning is Ryan Rich. Unfortunately, Starvo giveth, Starvo taketh away, and it did not giveth the lightning card on this particular hand. That means there will be no triple fusion, no power mode, just yum yum fruits of the forest. Maybe the least delicious fruits of the forest I've ever seen.
Coming in for 7 on the combat chain. The real question here for Ryan was attacking with the Winter's Wail, threatening the Frostbite, or just coming in for an additional 3 points of offensive value. Ryan Rich not only importantly getting the more offensive value on the chain, but that's an Earth card in the graveyard. Yes, you could have discarded it for the Fruits of the Forest effect, but here just valuing the offensive damage, but immediately Stride of Reprisal going to go ahead, create a Crouching Tiger in the hand, block for 1. So 6 damage over the top. What does Dan Groseclose have cooking with that Stride of Reprisal block?
It's a really interesting decision whether you want to go ahead and take the damage there or if you're looking for the small amount of disruption. Of course, Zen gets a lot of credit in the Living Legend format for its ability to play through these Frostbites, loaded with blues in the deck, as well as Belittle, as we see in hand, another classic tool for playing through Frostbites. So a lot of options to go ahead and play through that disruption, and I think the decision for Ryan to go ahead and prioritize damage in this moment is very much predicated on the inefficiency of disruption in this matchup.
Art of War here going to have to do a little bit of work to find the ways to combo on this turn, because the Tiger would have worked with the Tiger Swipe, but you have to imagine that Tiger is headed straight for the Banished Zone as Art of War fodder. Remember, this card, folks, still pretty good, though it's looking like maybe the Erase phase here is going to be the Banish for Dan. It has some major applications in the matchup in turning off those Earth, Ice, and Lightning effects of the cards, but Dan is just looking for power. Let's see what he rips off the top.
It does prioritize the Tiger in hand. You see a Tiger Swipe, so you understand why there is no Chi available yet that we see either. So that was not going to go ahead and produce the Tiger any other way for Zen.
And unfortunately, the Harmony of the Hunt drawn there would have also given a Tiger on the turn. So we'll have to see if that Erase phase would have been impactful on this one. But Belittle also going to find you a fair bit more resources, being buffed up by the Stubby Hammerers and that Art of War. So big old Belittle for 5 on the combat chain.
Dan definitely looking to push some damage this turn, but I think there is a bit of a miss from both of these players to kick things off. Of course, the Fuse missed for Starvo in the first turn, and I think missing the Chi here is going to have an impact on the total damage output. It's still going to be an impressive turn, don't get me wrong, Sam, but this is not the absolute apex of a deck like Zen.
That'll be 5, yeah.
5 damage, as you heard from our Zen player. Belittle not looking that little anymore. Immediately, Ryan reaching for the Balance of Justice. Art of War may be gone in Classic Instructed. However, Balance of Justice is looking pretty nice immediately in our calling here at this World Tour in Chicago.
When we talked about heroes having another home, I think it's important that cards like Art of War have another home as well. So many folks love this card. Evan Herndon, our U.S. national champion, gives me grief every time I see him for taking away his Art of Wars. But he's here. He's battling in Living Legend this weekend. He knows that's where you get access to them one more time.
I believe our national champ rocking the Duskblade in Chane. We'll have to see how he does throughout the weekend. Harmony of the Hunt is going to create another Crouching Tiger. Also coming in for 5 with Go Again. Pretty good.
Yeah, that Stubby Hammer is going to do work on this turn to go ahead and buff these Tigers.
3 in hand, 5 in hand. 2 are Tigers, but 3 in hand.
Because the blue card has been pitched, that blue Belittle from so long ago, still going to create that Crouching Tiger. Even though you didn't pitch it to play this Harmony of the Hunt, it still sees that blue card in the pitch. So 5 damage here on the combat chain. Balance of Justice in response to the attack being played. Now going to go ahead and draw a card before we move into actually declaring any defense here. Giving another card for Ryan to work with, which does 2 things for the Starvo deck. It potentially impacts the ability to fuse, the ability to utilize that Starvo activation, but also allows for more information and more cards in the hand to block with.
Going to be really important for Starvo to get off the right blocks here. You want to blunt as much damage as possible. Pulse of Iyslander going to be called upon here.
Pulse of Iyslander, an important card, going to have an effect for the rest of the chain, and Dan's not going to break the chain here. Going to come in with the blue Belittle, not really fusing, revealing the Crouching Tiger, a fuse of Zen's kind of own right here. Going to find another Minuism, can find a blue or a red. Not sure if there are any reds in the deck, however, but this Belittle...
Red would be quite the option here, I think. actually what you would prefer. But I agree with you, Sam. I'm not sure if they are actually present. It is going to be another blue minnowism. So we are resource rich. I expect to see that tiger taming Kakara be able to get into the mix. And then we still know a couple of tigers ready to go.
Now, the Stubby Hammerers would not have worked well on that erase face, but the Artivore certainly would. With all the resources Dan Groseclose is having available to him, I have to wonder if that erase face might be looking pretty good right about now. This is going to be a block for 2 with the Cadaverous Tilling. Oh, excuse me, the Pulse of Iyslander actually going to be bumping up the defense of this Cadaverous Tilling, giving elemental cards an additional block value on the combat chain.
Here comes that buff tiger. Benefit from Artivore and Stubby Hammerers.
2's okay.
2's okay is the call for Ryan Rich. Going to head down to 37. Now, we've seen some really important pieces committed here on this turn from Dan. We've seen the Stubby Hammerers. We've seen the Stride of Reprisal and Art of War get used. But I'm looking at the combat chain. I'm seeing Belittle. I'm seeing this Kakara. We know there's a Tiger Swipe, and that's going to be relatively threatening. Let's see if Ryan Rich can sniff it out, because I'm wondering if this Zen turn is kind of crazy enough for what the resources have already been committed.
Yeah, like we mentioned, damage is going to be done on this turn. Is it the ceiling? Not even close. Zen can do so much more than this. And Ryan, frankly, hasn't committed all that many resources to the defense thus far. It is only the balance of justice, the real big piece. Still things like Stalagmite floating around. 2 cards in hand for Ryan. So I think we're in a pretty good position to go ahead and defend this Tiger Swipe when the time actually comes. Here it is, 4-6. You see a little nod there by Ryan, was anticipating it.
Would create 2 more Tigers if it hits, because there are 2 Tigers still upon the combat chain, and those 2 Tigers would get that Stubby Hammerers and Art of War benefit. Luckily for Ryan Rich, the Pulse of Iyslander is helping out all elemental cards on this turn while defending. And still plenty of armor to work with for our Starvo player. I have to imagine this is going to buy some level of blocking. That blue Minnowism in the hand, most likely going to head to the arsenal, just utilizing almost like a starter for a Transcend later in this game.
Yeah, it's not the worst card to have in arsenal. It is always nice to have that guarantee of a buff. And Ryan does find a clean block here via the Pulse.
I'll go to Arsenal.
Pulse it is just going to be arsenaling. And look, if I'm in Ryan Rich's seat, I'm feeling good.
I'm dancing.
Yeah, that was a huge amount of resources committed. It was the first big shot from Zen. To be fair, no Transcend. That's where Zen really comes online. And there you see Ryan say it, not too bad. I will take that. I agree with you, Ryan.
Really nice showing from Pulse of Iyslander there. You know, you can think back to the turn cycle before, all the head shaking, all the groaning that Ryan on Starvo did do, because there was pretty anemic offense presented, just that red Fruits of the Forest. But because that Pulse of Iyslander was able to be developed in the arsenal, did a lot of work on that chain, blocked an additional 2 throughout, which allowed for an extra card to head to the arsenal on this turn. So it shows, even though it might have felt bad for Ryan just that turn prior on offense, you set yourself up for success by preserving the right card in arsenal, allowing for greater defense on a turn where you really needed to bat down the hatches.
Just want to check in on Ryan's hand real quickly. Oh, he's going to put it down. But I do believe he's got the bingo this go around. I see all 3 elements present. Yeah, there you see on those frames. I see green, yellow, and blue. My 3 favorite colors when I am playing Starvo, for sure.
100 Winds going to follow up this blue Minnowism. So now any other blue, any Transcend card is live because a blue card has been played. 100 Winds going to come in for 4. Let's see, Ryan Rich, he has got the Starvo active. Is he going to utilize some cards on defense here, or look to start putting the pressure on? 2 cards being committed so far to blocking for a total of 5. See if there's a somersault. There is a somersault. That is going to go ahead and buy back both of those cards. Looks like a yellow variety, so able to grab cards with cost 1 or cost 1 or more back into the hand.
So thus
And
far,
now the
Ryan
erase face.
looking to prioritize defense, and I think in the face of this erase face, turns out to be a good call.
Erase face here threatening to turn off all class and talent types of those cards, meaning no earth, no ice, no lightning, for a deck that certainly likes to see all 3 of those things on any given turn. Still got a block left in the Gauntlets of Boreal Domain, has the Tectonic Crust. Looks like this is where we're going to see the Gauntlets come into play. Keeping that erase face from doing its major damage.
6. I will give you 6 on
Six blocks found here for Ryan, and erase face not going to be active. Let's see what that means for this next turn. Is it just going to be something like a Winter's Well preserve that arsenal, or do we have a little sauce tucked away from the chef?
Now that you've gone ahead and given those cards on defense, Starvo looking, impossible to activate. So the erase face. Going to go ahead and reveal the Winter's Bite to play out the Cadaverous Tilling, and this is why you had to utilize the block on the erase face, just to keep the Earth cards in the graveyard having their talent types. It's cards for the whole turn that you own and control in any zone, so this Cadaverous Tilling needs to start that Decomposed train and get that +2 benefit to make that great 2 cards, 8 value, this time on offense for Ryan Rich, enough to buy the block of the Gauntlets.
3 for 8. That's a big deal in Flesh and Blood. It's something you have to usually work really hard for. Things like Wounded Bull famously playing that role for Michael Hamilton on his World Championship run. Feels like Ryan got it pretty easy here from this Cadaverous Tilling. Again, another fine pickup from Rosetta for Starvo.
Big time. All of the decomposed cards, all of a sudden when you're doing Felling of the Crown, +2 dominate and go again, can start to feel a little overwhelming. In the Living Legend format, overwhelming might be the name of the game. 8 damage, that's going to be accepted from our Zen player down to 26. Now no cards in Arsenal for Ryan. Drawing up a 4-card hand, just going to have to work with what the deck gives on defense here. Here comes a Biting Breeze for 1, threatening a Crouching Tiger on hit.
This go around, I believe, missing the ice card is Ryan Rich.
No blocks.
2 Earth, 2 Lightning. We talk about Felling of the Crown. Speak of the devil, and he may yet appear. Here comes a Rising Sun, Setting Moon. This is now going to go ahead and transcend, so we're going to draw a card and now place a card back on the bottom of the deck. And once that is finished, that Rising Sun, Setting Moon is going to transcend. There's a cool card, Maul.
Maul, that's the sneaky one. And Dan, I believe in the last event he won in the Battle Hardened, used Maul to great effect. Nobody plays around the Maul, Sam.
No one plays around the Maul. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition, and no one expects the Maul.
Card that never really shined in Zen and CC, but finding its home in Living Legend.
Well, the ability you can see there, Ninja Attack Reaction, to give a Crouching Tiger the ability to make 2 more Crouching Tigers in the Banished, and you can even give attack action card with cost 1 or less +3, which counts, I think, for a Crouching Tiger, perhaps. So you can just extend a chain link. You look at that last turn, imagine having multiple more Crouching Tigers on a turn, and even pumping up something like that Tiger Swipe.
The damage output can be real big. First Transcend now accomplished. This changes everything for Dan. This means that Traverse the Universe, one of the most powerful pieces of equipment we've ever seen, now online.
Looks like representing the Trip the Light Fantastic discard. That's that die on the Starvo there. So 2 damage prevented now. Once the damage has been declared, no further blocks, no further reactions. The 1 damage will be absorbed by that prevention. So 1 more damage prevention floating, represented by our Starvo player. Now 3 more with a Biting Breeze.
A lot of 3 blocks in hand for Ryan this go around. Uses one of them in the form of Autumn's Touch to go ahead and cover this up entirely. That means that prevention shield is going to go ahead and float for a little bit longer.
Autumn's Touch being committed for defense. Still Ryan not able to find the Starvo. Maybe trying to just keep a big old Felling of the Crown. But now it's time for our first Zen activation of the game. The Inner Chi has been pitched. Still 1 floating. Any card from the deck with combo able to be grabbed, and that Crouching Tiger created for the turn.
Good chase.
Yeah, and Chase the Tail going to be the option here for Dan. Just looking for those numbers, looking for that output that Zen has become so famous for.
Chase the Tail, cool card, good card. Cool spoiler video for Chase the Tail. In case any of you out there curious, you can go check that one out.
I'll skip that one.
Yeah, I don't blame you. The people who made it are annoying. Still got the 1 resource from the Kasaya. Here comes the Crouching Tiger onto the combat chain. And there's the Maul in reactions here. This is going to power up the Chase the Tail. Normally, when you see Crouching Tiger for 0, it's almost like a foregone conclusion of formality. Yeah, why are we even playing this dance? But Maul all of a sudden makes for actual threatening potential when the Crouching Tiger comes in for 0. Now all of a sudden that eats up the damage prevention and creates the 2 Crouching Tigers, not even one of which is all you really need for this Chase the Tail. What a nice play here from our Zen player.
Yeah, that Maul was worth a lot of damage on this turn. Chase the Tail fully powered up now. Gonna do its thing, pick up, go again, and look to buff that next Crouching Tiger that will be played.
So sick. Maul almost representing 6 points of offensive value, 3 from its own effect, and now allowing for this Chase the Tail to do 3 more points of damage on the tail end. Stalagmite might have something to say about it, though. One of my favorite cards in Flesh and Blood, creating a Frostbite on defense. Any response from our Zen player here before that Frostbite is created, there is a layer onto the stack, creating that Frostbite token. Now Dan has a chance to respond. We're seeing him take a moment.
Dan really having to think here.
Be able to see, yeah, got a blue card in the hand.
Blue.
Wondering if he wants to play it. He could give this attack go again, which would allow for the transcending because a blue card has been played, which now will still give him a blue. So he had a blue either way, but by playing this in response to the Frostbite, not only is going to create the resource, but also going to make sure that he has another chi in the deck working through after he shuffles off that Traverse the Universe.
Yeah, I think just getting the chi density up makes a lot of sense here. The resource isn't going to be all that useful. You always had the blue, and I think we're just going to close out with Tiger Taming Kakara at some point. Ryan, somewhat happy with that Stalagmite. It did the job of denying a potential Arsenal card. That's always what we were looking for in that spot. You knew that it wasn't going to actually go ahead and stop Dan's turn, but maybe just cost him an Arsenal. It's done the work, but Dan happy to put another energy into the deck.
2 damage more on offer. Ryan down to 26, and then here comes a Tiger. This one's going to be coming in for quite a bit of damage. 4, would have been 5 with the Shuko, but the Shuko not in this format. We got the Stubby Hammerers instead, so just going to be coming in for 4. Nice big old turn here from our Zen player. Thanks to that Maul.
Remove it for the sake of not confusing anyone.
I'm going to remove it just
Okay.
because everyone's going to get confused.
Players wanting to make sure no one's confused with any Crouching Tigers in any zones. Turn ships back over to Ryan Rich, got 2 cards in hand.
Can't. Well, I could on 2 cards, but no, I can't.
Yeah, I think just another decomposed turn from Ryan here. Again, another very efficient
Probably agree.
3 for 8 play, getting as much as possible from these 2 card hands is Ryan.
Decompose here means both players need to put a card from their hand on the bottom of their deck, but luckily for Ryan, he blocked with the other 2 cards, so no cards need to be placed on the bottom. A symmetrical effect that isn't all too symmetrical if you utilize the ability to remove the cards from your hand before the effect is on the stack. So now Dan here going to have a significantly less powerful turn with only 3 cards, one of them being an Art of War. Maybe that card heads to the arsenal to try to power up something a little more impactful. But all of a sudden, this is now also 8 damage that Dan has to think about.
Yeah, the life total, not infinite for Dan. At 26 right now, 8 more represented, possibly falling down as low as 18. And then you start getting in range for Starvo, and that's when things get so hard.
Oh, interesting decision point there. The Mauling Chi, if put back into the deck, can just be grabbed with that Zen ability, and the resource gain off of the Kasaya there would make it a very easy play with the Kakara.
Yeah, maybe go ahead and arsenal up that Art of War for a future turn is an option. Dan really considering how the next turn is going to go. It's not about this block, it's about the future. It's always about the future in Flesh and Blood. You're always spending your defensive turn, planning your offensive turn.
Yeah, that would be a nice little way to mitigate some of the feels bad of this Felling of the Crown, just utilizing the Mauling Chi anyway, thanks to the Zen ability. We do have the blue and we do have the Transcend if we are Zen on this turn.
Hey, when that happens.
That is going to be the call here from Zen. Mauling Chi to the bottom, but now 8 damage on the combat chain. No blocks. Dan's going to be heading down to 18, and the life totals, you know, it's been mostly big Dan turns. We haven't even seen a Starvo activation yet, but life totals in Ryan Rich's favor.
Consistent damage is one of the reasons why Starvo has taken the mantle of best deck? Question mark for the time being. There's
We'll find
certainly a
out,
lot
yeah.
of folks who feel that way, but it's going to really take this calling to determine what is the best deck in this type of 12-round setting.
No blocks.
No blocks, no reactions. Down to 21 off of the 100 wins.
Means it is time to transcend here. Stirring the pot,
I'm shocked.
perhaps my favorite art of all time.
Obey the rules.
My fellion for the crown.
Would you like to cut?
You're better, sir. Who cares?
Not going to cut off of the shuffle because it's going to get shuffled in just another moment thanks to that Zen ability.
A resource.
Nice to see both players here kind of in that jolly holiday spirit as our calling gets underway. Now resource off of the Kasaya, so no Kakara activation because you do have to pay the blue into Zen, only one floating, but now all of a sudden the Tiger into a Mauling Chi is a really nice line. It's why you've seen Mauling Chi be an all-star in all forms of Zen. Just the resource you gain off of the Kasaya, able to power up that one-card Chi play. But it looks like it's going to be the Tiger swipe here. Dan saying, listen, dude, I know this deck way better than you. I have a different sense of how I want to continue this turn.
Interesting call here from Dan, perhaps preserving something like the Mauling Chi for a future turn.
Important to not forget the tiger there.
Yes. 0.
It is going to be Crouching Tiger for 0 into this Tiger
4 with
swipe,
the on hit.
coming in for 4.
No blocks for the 4 with the on hit.
All right. No reacts.
No blocks on the 4 with the on-hit, so
You're winning.
Arsenal.
I wish
that's
I'd have
just going to be the
used
turn. Was able to create the Crouching Tigers in the Banish Zone to be played on this turn, but they would have had no power, and there is no Maul represented. So rather than, posture that there is a Maul, Dan's just going to go ahead and pass the turn from there. So interesting choice, grabbing that Tiger
Yeah,
swipe. The Mauling
think
could have been a little more damage.
Well, I think the problem was, Sam, you subject yourself
dropped it,
to
it would've been
the
better for
stalagmite
me to
in
go
that
with
case.
Starvo.
And against someone like Ryan Rich, you expect
can
that
block
read
with
to
it
be
anyway.
made. You expect him to figure out exactly how to punish you, and you have to take the more conservative line and go ahead and leave yourself the resource to potentially pay for that stalagmite.
Yeah, good call there. This is going to be Spinal Crush on the Combat Chain 4-9.
Don't love to see that when you just arsenaled up an Art of War. You're really looking to have your big turn here. I wonder if maybe Dan has to shift down a little bit and go to defense on this turn cycle now.
And if you go to defense as our Zen player, you give Ryan a little more room
Yep,
to
possibility
find
of
that
fuse.
Starvo
Gets
activation.
scary, absolutely, Sam.
I do want to point out the empty headpiece in Ryan Rich's equipment zone because Balance of Justice was the call for the defense and how impactful these offensive turns can be from Zen. No Crown of Seeds to filter through these hands and find a little more fuse potential. We are seeing some headpieces and chest pieces hit the combat chain.
Yep.
This is going to block for, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, blocking 7. That's going to stop the Spinal Crush's crush effect and grab that inner chi with the Art of War in the arsenal. It might be time for all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, unquestionably time there to go ahead and shove in the equipment, avoid that crush effect from the Spinal Crush, and go for it. Chi at the ready. Art of War in the arsenal.
I will pass the reactions.
All right. Taking 2.
Spinal Crush will not be crushing this go around.
Worse in your turn, I'm gonna be honest.
Go again is active.
Turn ships over to Dan, 16 plays 17. This game has been, we've talked about what kind of game is this going to be. Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be a little more grindy? It's kind of been in the middle.
Yeah.
It's been both players playing their hands to the best of their ability as efficiently as they can. Neither of them with the craziest pop-offs that either of these decks can offer. So the question is, which player can utilize their cards most effectively and find that big push turn that both of these decks are so capable of? Dan looking to maybe close the door after cashing in the Traverse the Universe. Art of War in Arsenal. What can he do with it?
It does feel like Ryan just was unable to get that fuse chain rolling, able to go ahead and spike multiple turns in a row from that Starvo ability. Starting with his first turn, you saw the dejectedness of a miss. It's because it snowballs throughout the game, Sam. As soon as you start having to give up cards defensively, you lose your opportunity to go ahead and get the Starvo activation. And when your life total gets low, it becomes almost impossible against a deck like Zen to preserve enough cards in hand to go ahead and grab that tempo. So Ryan, despite having the life lead, I think is on the back foot right now.
Here comes a Chase the Tail out of the deck for our Zen player with an Art of War. Represents potentially just the most damage that can be done. But like we talked about on the last turn cycle, Dan is going to have to think about that Stalagmite. That Frostbite can interrupt a chain. do some major work in testing and watching some games yesterday. I saw Stalagmite block for like 12 to 16 in this exact scenario with a bunch of crouching tigers.
The implied defense of Stalagmite, very, very high.
Play the tiger.
Dan kicks things off here with that first tiger.
And now Ryan does have to give some consideration. You can see the eyebrows go up. You can see a little bit more of a thinking man's posture. After that maul a turn or two ago on a crouching tiger 4-0, it's got to be considered.
Where's a weird game of cat and mouse I can do with you? Cat.
Listening into our players as they think and discuss. Ryan talking about the cat and mouse of this matchup. Dare I say, of flesh and blood in general. As even an attack 4-0 requires a good deal of consideration in this first round of our calling here at the World Tour in Chicago.
Yeah, all about this Stalagmite here. Is it time to go ahead and get the Frostbite?
You need one?
I still got half of mine.
Ryan here, just grabbing another crayon.
It's a stress reflex.
Stress reflex, yeah, you know, Starvo players.
He is going to Stalagmite. It's time to push. Body language from Dan there wasn't great, I would say. It seems like maybe Ryan found the right Stalagmite moment. At the bare minimum, it does look like Dan is reconfiguring at this moment. Thinking about responding here to the Stalagmite trigger.
I respond to the trigger.
Responding to the trigger with the Art of War. Don't want that to cost an additional resource. Wants to still have the 2 floating as well.
Draw 2.
The banish is going to be a tiger swipe. 2 cards drawn. Let's see what they're going to be. Reinforce the line. That's not what you want to see. And a chakra is not what you want to see as well. You can even hear it there from Dan Groseclose. It's part of what makes Art of War so volatile. You don't know what's going to be off the top of the deck.
That feels doomed over here.
That was ugly, Sam. That was not the draw we were looking for in Dan's seat.
We're going to do some damage, but not quite. I had 2 options of lines, and I should have gone with the other one.
Yeah, a little bit of remorse here from Dan.
Yes, Frostbite's good now.
Frostbite is now good. Resolves. You can see even actually has a little gift on there in the holiday spirit. That's going to go ahead and be broken as the maul is now played on the Crouching Tiger. So did have the maul on that turn. It's part of why Ryan Rich was giving so much consideration. It now goes up to an attack for 4 and creates some more Crouching Tigers in the banished zone. But boy, could this turn have been a lot more powerful with different cards ripped off the top for our Zen player.
Yeah, again, I think after Ryan sees this turn play out, he's going to feel like he got away with one for sure. A big miss in the form of that reinforced the line off the top for Dan.
We will play the chase.
Here comes the chase the tail. This comes in for 5 thanks to the Art of War.
5.
Ryan Rich down to 14, so these blocks really are important. Going to give 5. There's the electromagnetic somersault to grab both of those cards back. So basically that electromagnetic somersault was 1 card out of hand for 5 points of defensive value. So important in Fab.
Four. Yep.
Tiger for 4 as well. Do have some 3 blocks available for Ryan Rich here in the current funnel. We can see an Autumn's Touch in the hand as well. 1 damage over the top, so down to 13 goes our Starvo player. Pitching the Wind Chakra, most likely just into the Kakara. Here comes 2.
Yeah, this is all fine,
Yeah.
but unexciting. It
Yeah.
just wasn't what Dan was trying to line up. And remember, he gave up all of his equipment. He pushed everything forward to go ahead and preserve this turn. And there's just not all that much going on here.
Really nice use of the Civic Steps. It's pretty face up that this Crouching Tiger is coming in. You know that that Art of War wants to find value. You know that there's a reason why the Kakara was attacked with. So this Quicken token about as least impactful as possible. You're always going to not really have to worry about it against Zen. But at least here, Ryan showing he's played a fair bit with these Civic Steps before. 2 more damage on the combat Chane.
This is an interesting defending decision for Ryan because you have to worry about what that last potential card in hand is. You want to get maximum value out of your block here, and this is only coming in for 2. So if you go ahead and commit a 3 block and then there's another attack coming down the chain, you're going to feel quite bad about it.
Awakening.
Yeah, you can hear Dan asking for Awakening. That's a powerful card that works a lot better once the life totals get a little more in disparity. But Ryan here just going to take that 2 more damage down to 11. So 11 playing 16. 22 minutes remaining in the round. Starting our 5th turn, or the 2nd round of our 5th turn here. Both players looking to start their day at this calling 1-0. The Avarice Tilling pitched into an Autumn's Touch. Here's just 7 more damage. Ryan Rich saying, I could have used these cards on defense, but I'd prefer the offensive value that they present.
I think it was a hedge, Sam. I think he had to kind of play both possibilities. If there was an additional attack from Dan, you didn't want to be punished by it. And this just leaves him with an arsenal. I think this is a fine, safer line to take, although maybe some potential for regret down the road should this match not go his way. Were you able to maybe get a little bit more defensive value out of this hand? It's a question Ryan will have to analyze after the match. There's no easy decisions in Flesh and Blood, Sam. You have to consider so much all the time. It's what makes watching these high-level players so interesting and so exciting.
Dan, having to think, because the third Art of War has presented itself. Levels of Enlightenment, but no other blues to go with it. Aspect of Tiger Body, that'll make some Tigers. Growl, the arsenal is, of course, that reinforce the line. Not the type of card you want when you are trying to be on the front foot. Of course, can do a lot of good work in this Zen deck when facing down something like a Spinal Crush, a Crippling Crush, these on-hit effects that are so impactful. When you're trying to shut the door on your opponent, you want those Reinforce the Lines to be farther down your first cycle.
Yeah, even with that Reinforce the Line in Arsenal and a potential for a very clean block setup, Dan is just going to go ahead and take the damage here. It recognizes that if he takes his foot off the gas, it just gives Ryan too much opportunity. Again, you could get blown up by a fuse. You want to go ahead and try and pressure cards from hand again, and with this Art of War, I think you're going to be successful.
Zero Starvo fuses. Is it gambling?
+1 banish draw 2.
Gonna get rid of the Aspect of Tiger. Here comes a Biting Breeze. Here comes a Growl. So 2 more abilities to utilize offensive value, but at the moment, no Tiger available.
But these Growls are going to have breakpoints on the back of that Art of War, and I think that's a really nice position to be in. You make the blocks very uncomfortable for Ryan, and he has to fear the Tigers coming. Yes, we know it's not present right now. That's not face up to Ryan, and I think this 0 for 4 asks a really hard question.
Next Tiger gets +1.
This was a huge block from Ryan there, respecting the Tiger on hit. Of course, you already knew you were going to have to, it was going to get you an extra point of defensive value because you blocked the Tiger created that at least the Art of War would be powering up. But Ryan here also protecting himself against the attack trigger of both of these Growls because there's no further way to create a Crouching Tiger on this turn. So a really nice block there from our Starvo player. But as you heard him say, we've seen 3 Art of Wars if we're the Zen player. There have been no Starvo fuses if we are the Bravo player here. Without Crown of Seeds, it can sometimes be hard. You're just at the mercy of the top of the deck.
Absolutely are.
When it attacks, yeah. When I play it, the Tiger gets +1.
4 is okay.
All right.
Yeah, and Ryan comes to the right conclusion here because that Growl is just an attack trigger. It is actually a little simpler than I was making it out to be, Sam. You just go ahead and take the 4 here. Now you see a furrow of the brow because there is very high implied threat from that arsenal. The Tiger Taming Kakara is still available. You do not know what the arsenal card is. We know it's about the worst thing it can possibly be. It's a Reinforce the Line, not going to contribute to the offense on this turn. But if you're Ryan, you think you might die on this turn. And you need to find efficient blocks here.
I'm just thinking about worst possible.
Yeah, exactly. Think about the worst possible scenario. That's how you make it out of this turn.
High-level Flesh and Blood, it's not just about how do I make the most out of my hand, it's what do I think is coming from my opponent, because if I think their offensive value is too high, I may need to start using some defense, and we see that is going to be the call from Ryan. 3 block presented off a Spinal Cross, a lot of good potential there on offense, but Ryan preserving the life total. Here comes 2 more damage from the Kakara.
It could be worse. My hand is, again, not a Starvo fuse.
Ryan
Possibilities have been narrowed now with this attack from the Tiger Taming Kakara, and Ryan can start to have some comfort, but there is a problem. No Starvo fuse once more. If any of these spots Ryan could have found the Starvo fuse, it feels like he really goes ahead and gets in control of this game. Just not lining up, though. A literal chef's kiss there.
Literal chef's kiss as Ryan realizes how much value he got from that Tectonic Crust. That was 2 more, 3 total damage saved from that 2 block because those Crouching Tigers, that 1 Crouching Tiger would have gotten +1 from the Growl, +1 from the Growl, and +1 from the Art of War there. So that's why we saw the chef's kiss. Now here comes an Oakenold. It's no Starvo fuse, but it is an Oakenold fuse.
Finally, Sam, what feels like a true power play from this Starvo deck. Oaken Old Fused, a scourge of CC formats of the past in the hands of Starvo, in the hands of Oldhim as well. This was a card that terrorized CC tables for years.
Dominate on the card text, +2 on the card text, and of course, if it hits, they put 2 cards from their hand on the bottom of their deck in any order. Reinforce the Line is here for this exact reason, but the Fuse is going to carry this over the top of what the Reinforce the Line is able to present, and it's not a crush effect, it's an on-hit effect, so that 2 damage, that Tickle Zen here is going to do a whole lot more than tickle. 2 cards randomly from the hand are going to the bottom of the deck, which means Dan Groseclose is going to be just on 1 card left. Not a lot is going to be possible. There's no way to potentially threaten 6 damage with just that 1 card.
And it feels like Ryan has to be due here. We're not expecting much from Dan. At best, you could Kakara activation. What's probably more likely is you go ahead and arsenal this card, unless it's a bad one to have an arsenal. So did we finally find the Fuse? Are we going to go ahead and do it?
Pulse of Voltaven, Earth, or excuse me, Ice and Lightning,
Honestly,
but no Earth.
A miss. It's a miss one more time for Ryan Rich. And this is about the worst Starvo luck I have ever seen in the feature match area.
Just going to be a hard-played crippling crush here, pitching all those cards away. The Hypothermia may be an interesting option as well, turning off Go Again on any attacks for a turn. But instead, 11 damage on crush.
Look,
discard 2 random
That's a
cards.
good play. And you heard Ryan say, it's fine. This is a nice play in this scenario. But it could have been so much better. Where is the Fuse?
He's got one more chance. Every card being committed to defense here, and 1 damage looks like potentially over the top. So Ryan's got 1 more turn. Can we find the Starvo?
Surely.
We've
done it.
We've done it.
done
I
it.
think we've done it.
We have the 3 pieces. Dan is going to draw back up, but I think Ryan has stayed patient, has stayed the course, and now reveals the 3 cards to go ahead and activate Starvo.
Earth, Ice, and Lightning from the hand. The next card played, the next attack, +2. Dominate and go.
But wait, Sam, wait. Do we have a good play?
9 dominate.
Kind of.
That's fine, but look at the inefficiency in the hand here. You certainly didn't use the whole hand, and there's so many better cards you can fuse in this scenario.
But the Pulse of Voltaven actually is a way to kind of extend the combat chain. It gives the next attack +4, so all of a sudden that Winter's Wail can come in for 8 and threaten the Frostbite. So here we've got 9 into potentially 8. That's a 17 damage turn, and 9 of it does have Dominate. And of
Pretty
course,
good.
the Go Again, which is also important when your opponent, no armor, an arsenal that doesn't defend, and already at 6 after taking the 1 damage off the Crippling Crush. They didn't represent it here, but now it is here for us all. 9 damage on offer, Dominate, Go Again, and a Pulse of Voltaven in the hand for following it up.
That was off on the actual life.
Yeah, I was
Feels
staring at that.
pretty
My
good.
apologies.
It's all right. It's all right. You got me. There you go. Good game.
And it
Salt
is
the
just going to
wound.
get the
Only
fist
use
bump.
The one that kills you that matters.
And Ryan is exactly right. Sometimes it only takes a single fuse from Starvo. You saw the power of the hero there. Despite missing turn after turn after turn, Ryan was able to go ahead in the critical moment. You knew it was eventually going to come, Sam. And Ryan uses it to start off this Living Legend tournament 1-0 with Starvo. It feels like the appropriate way to start the tournament, honestly.
It does. We wondered if it was a good play. It turns out it was, in fact, the best play.
Yep.
It was the winning play. 9 Dominate in a deck that pretty much only runs those 3 blocks. We saw the Reinforce the Line show up for moments like those, but it showed up at about the worst possible time and was not able to carry our Zen player to victory. So Ryan Rich moves on to 1-0. I mean, you look at just a deck with all the different colors of the rainbow, and it's just like,
Very
it's just
sad.
amazing to see what it can do.
It's
you
like
know?
eating crayons.
It's like eating crayons.
That has always been the rap.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You want to talk about what these players are fighting for?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the prizing here
Big
on
cash.
offer.
Big cash,
at
for sure.
The Calling at the World Tour here in Chicago. Walk me through it, Brian.
Yeah, $5,000 in your pocket if you were able to go ahead and become the first champion of a Living Legend Calling. Of course, though, that gold foil EA, you know you want to put that out there in the arena. You want to show off the bling that you can only get from being a champion like this. And PTI, you want to come back. You want to head to our Pro Tours. You want to be at Worlds where Sam and I are always present. And you want to battle on the highest stage possible for Flesh and Blood. All of that is available to you with a victory here today. But it's not just about first place. These prizes go deep, Sam. They go all the way down to 32nd place. And that $250 can go ahead and finance a great weekend here in Chicago. It can go ahead and finance your next Flesh and Blood trip. And we see so many of the same faces at every single one of these World Tour events, Sam. It's become a lifestyle. It's become a way of life for Flesh and Blood players, just going ahead, playing the game, seeing the world, and having a great time with your friends.
And of course, the Player of the Year points on offer here at the Calling, as well as the Balance of Justice, the gold foil Balance of Justice to the winner, the Pro Tour invitation, the Pro Tournament invitation, as well as those 16 World Tour points. And I am hearing word, this is the last gold foil Balance of Justice on offer perhaps ever. We saw the Crown of Providence return for the 50th calling, but there's 50 callings between now and the 100th calling when maybe we're going to dip back into the history books once again. This is a big deal.
Yeah, at the very least, it's coming out of rotation after this event, and that means we have to go ahead and bid farewell to it. But I want to talk about those World Tour points, Sam. Of course, we are now starting to set up our Player of the Year race. And look, I'm already speaking to the Michael Fungs, the Brody Spurlocks. By the way, numbers 1 and 2 on that list of Players of the Year contenders, as many people predicted. But there's become such a higher priority on these events already. They're already thinking about, can I afford to give my opponents these points, or do I need to make sure I am just collecting every single possible point to go ahead and stamp my name on that Player of the Year trophy?
Yeah, we have a whole year's worth of points to give out, but it's not all the time that you get the amount of points for our Player of the Year race that are on offer here at these open entry callings. And if you're going to take down 16 points, might as well do it in the first Living Legend calling and take that final Balance of Justice home with you. And if you want to take some things home with you after the stream, then we have got our giveaway to get going. If you were active in the chat, then you were automatically entered. You ready to see a winner?
Yeah, let's do it. Who's the winner?
Hit me with it. Data Bungalow. IDK about cooking, but he is definitely chewing. Hey, I mean, listen, if you got the crayons, you might as well eat them. You might as well ride the single Starvo fuse to victory. So Data Bungalow, go ahead. There will be instructions for you in the chat as to how to claim your scarf. Forest Scarves, congratulations. And of course, we have got play sets being given out every single round for the rest of this weekend. And if the rest of the games are anything like we just got to watch, we've got some exciting games coming up.
Yeah, hell of a start to our Living Legend calling. And I think we're going to see a lot more of those high-quality games throughout the day here.
High-quality players. We've got some very familiar faces on offer for you in our next round. Mara Faris, you know what deck she's rocking. She's back. The Empress has returned, and she is back to claim her rightful place atop the throne. We've got that for you in just a 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Chicago, featuring our first Living Legend call-in. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhojwani. Pankaj, so good to see you again, my friend, especially here calling Living Legend. How are you feeling about the format?
I'm feeling great. I mean, to some extent, seeing Starvo again is evoking some levels of PTSD in me, but at the same time, it's a treat to see the guy again, eating the crayons and sending massive attacks at his opponents, and Zen as well. It's so funny to think that we had almost the same level of power in Zen just a few months ago, and now we're seeing him crush the Living Legend format as well. And now we're about to see a Dromai, Brian. Yeah. I cannot wait.
All feels right with the world again. The Empress, Mara Faris, back on Dromai, and she's got a hell of an opponent lined up for her here in round 2. It's Easton Douglas, world's top 8 competitor. Easton Douglas, certainly no pushover, is going to be another Starvo representation for this round. So it remains to be seen. Starvo, thus far, 1-0. I want to keep close track on how these Starvos are performing throughout the day, because I do think it's going to prove to be the most represented deck here this weekend.
I think that's definitely part of the narrative going into this weekend. A lot of the top players were saying that Starvo and Zen are definitely the 2 decks to beat. And in that sort of matchup between Starvo and Zen, a lot of people think Starvo has the upper hand. So I'm definitely with you on there. We're going to have to see whether Starvos are going to be able to make their way to the top 8 and maybe even take down the event.
But I think that's such a great setup for this particular round that we're about to cover, because we did see a rise of Dromai in week 2 of skirmish season. Dromai kind of out of nowhere, I believe, finished second place among LL winners in week 2 of skirmish. And what I'm hearing is that it's an absolute reaction to Starvo going ahead and staking out a lot of territory. Players love the Dromai matchup into Starvo.
Definitely, and there's lots of reasons why. Part of the reason is that Starvo's threats are those poppers, but he doesn't have as many as, say, something like an OG Bravo does. OG Bravo runs around, like, say, 36 poppers, but Starvo has all these elemental cards, most of which are not poppers. There's a few like Autumn's Touches, but most of them are these ice cards and these lightning cards that don't get to pop the dragons. So he's got a lower density of poppers, and when he does draw that popper, he kind of wants to send it with a fuse, so it puts a very real tax on the Starvo's hands.
I gotta say, there was so much made back when Dromai was part of the metagame about the matchup into Guardians. Guardians felt like they had play. They felt like they had figured it out. And that often looked true until Mara Faris was in the feature match area, as she is now. And it sounds like our players are already down there. She's got a mighty opponent sitting across the table from her. It is Easton Douglas, as we mentioned, World Championship top 8 competitor. But Mara Faris, no slouch either. Of course, no stranger to the big stage. A second place finish at Pro Tour Baltimore with Dromai.
I love that you brought the history of the Dromai Guardian matchup, because that was one of the most infamous 1990 matchups we've had in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Where players on both sides thought they had the upper hand. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case in this match as well.
Yeah, the narratives around LL, they're still forming, right? I don't know if we have that 90-90 split at this moment. I don't know that we really know enough about these matchups, because they haven't been played by the best players at the highest level. But they're about to be. You really can't do better than this as far as feature match area competitors.
And that's what makes this event so particularly exciting. We haven't had coverage before of this event. We don't know what is going to come out on top. We don't know what sort of tech people are starting to run into each other. All this interplay is to be discovered at this event.
Speaking of the tech, Pankaj, always want to look at this loadout here from the Guardians, and you see some interesting ones here. Lightning Greaves down there in the foot slot. I think we're going to see such a range of equipment from these Starvos throughout the day.
Lightning Greaves, a huge upgrade for Starvo in LL, coming out just recently in most latest set, Rosetta, particularly paired with Electromagnetic Somersault, the instant to get you the additional action point, because one of Guardian's biggest pain points is Spectra, or in this case, Dragons as well. The action points you need to generate to deal with the Illusionist board. Lightning Greaves, very, very critical for that.
This is also nice for picking up a little bit of AB as well. While not giving up that much defensive value, you keep the Battle Worn 1 option of the Lightning Greaves. Mara going to kick things off here, as she so often did, generating an Ash, using that calming gesture to go ahead and start things. Just a nice pitch outlet. And Yendurai is the first dragon to go ahead and enter the field. And man, Pankaj, this just feels absolutely correct to see Mara down here doing this one more time.
Especially with her own custom-made tokens. Those are beautiful pieces of cardboard that she's got. And over on Easton's side, starting no filter, Starvo fuse, Oaken Old fuse, 11 dominate, go again.
Yeah, not waiting quite as long as Ryan Rich did, who only fused on the last turn of the game. Easton says, I'm going to fuse on the first turn of the game, and I'm going to do it in the most powerful way possible with Oaken Old.
Ryan was definitely consuming the crayons, but Easton has them in his hand, able to go ahead and send this Oaken Old for 11, and it's going to be a Frosty Hammer coming on the back of it as well. Now, I do want to point out the difference in headpiece that we're seeing on the Starvo in this game versus the previous game. We saw Ryan Rich fail to fuse many, many times, but part of that is also not having access to Crown of Seeds. Crown of Seeds increases the consistency of your Starvo fuse by a very significant amount.
Do a random on bottom, right?
It absolutely does, Bonkage. And obviously a defensive tool as well. As I mentioned, just expect variability in these setups. And it's going to be matchup to matchup variability as well. One of the best things about Starvo and that tri-elemental kit he has, you really have an equipment loadout for every possible situation. There's so much you can do with your inventory to go ahead and prepare for different matchups.
And aside from just equipment loadout, the deck loadout as well. His card pool is so incredibly deep. We've already seen some iterations. We've seen Starvos disagree on whether Felling of the Crown should be in the list, and with the Felling of the Crown, Cadaverous Tillings, what colors of Tillings, how many Somersaults do you want in the list as well? All these are questions that these deck builders are trying to solve for this format.
Are having to think here already about defenses.
Looks like no blocks were declared on the Oaken Old. Mara took that full 11, and now Winter's Wail coming in with that Frostbite Rider on top of it. And Dromai, not known for having a lot of resources in that deck, and that's why we see her, care about the Frostbite on head, using Furnace to cover up that so she can actually do something on her turn.
Yeah, a bit of an overblock there, defending for 5, facing 4, but does apparently really need to go ahead and avoid that Frostbite, and you understand exactly why, Ponkage. It was a powerful play from her. It is the Rake the Embers, and that means those Ashwings are getting wide, and I've heard this cited as the key card for this matchup.
Rake the Embers has been a thorn in Guardian's side ever since Dromai was in CC and beating up Guardians, because it feels so bad to expend a Popper against just 1/3 of a Rake the Embers. It also feels really bad to send a Hammer at it. You're not a ninja that you can send Tigers and Phoenix Flames at these cards. It's just little pings coming at you the whole game, and especially when they're backed up with something like a burn to ashes, then there's Arcane Riders coming on top of that as well.
We did talk about the lower density of poppers for these Starvo lists.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Easton is ready to commit one now. I do see a Spinal Crush in hand, but I could also see Easton wanting to save that for the next offensive salvo. Beyond that, it looks like the cards of a smaller nature. I see a Trip the Light Fantastic.
Trip the Light Fantastic could be quite a way to efficiently block these 1 damage pings from these Aether Ashwings.
No ash then. No ash currently. No blocks. No blocks. Just send 3.
Before the second one,
Oh, sure. Okay.
I'll discard this.
Sure.
That'll
Easton
stop
does find a window to go ahead and use that prevention effect, split between 2 Ashwings.
Yep. So as we pointed out, efficient block against that and saves the Popper for the Viserai, clearing that off the board, not sending a Spinal on his own turn, choosing instead to just get rid of that pesky dragon.
Yeah, no Ash for Mara right now, and I think that could have been part of the calculus here. Going to go ahead and let Winter's Bite come down.
And just as we say no Ash, Easton gives her a way to pitch to get Ash, which is a very, very interesting dynamic with the Winter's Bite. But also have to point out that Mara does still have that gold token lying around. So if she wants Ash, that is an on-demand pitch outlet for her to be able to get that.
Comes that Winter's Wail one more time.
I almost just kind of want the ash, to be honest.
Yep, pitching a Frozen to Death, an upgrade for Starvo from the Jarl Armory deck. So alongside the Jarl Armory deck and Rosetta, this Starvo deck has actually seen quite a few changes in the past few months, which is another exciting thing about LL, right? When we first think about LL, we think back to the olden days when these heroes were CC legal.
Yep.
But they look very different
They do.
now, right?
I was speaking with Sam. I think, the format is young, so it's hard to make these statements declaratively, but I think Rosetta might have been the most impactful Living Legend set of all time. It really revitalized a lot of heroes in this format, changed what they are capable of. Chief among them, Public Enemy #1, Starvo.
1 and
And there's the Burn Them All coming down, and we spoke about this earlier, these Arcane Damage Riders now coming in alongside these pesky Ash Wings. And the blocking decisions we saw Easton make earlier on their previous turn cycle, where he discarded Trip the Light Fantastic to deal with these annoying breakpoints. If he's unable to find them, and he wants to save the popper for the big dragon at the end, that's just going to keep pinging him down through the rest of the game, and perhaps that's why Mara thinks that this is a favored matchup for Dromai.
First Crown of Seeds activation of our calling. Not the last, I am sure, Pankaj. This card also finding new friends in the form of things like Count Your Blessings. I think we'll see these cards combined to great effect in Florian as we move throughout the day.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Shit. 26, yep.
And that Arcane Barrier on the Lightning Greaves, as you pointed out earlier, Brian, coming in handy over here. Got to stop the Burn Them All Arcane trigger, Arcane ping with that, and stopping the Azulai ping as well. So very efficient use of that blue pitch on Easton Douglas' side.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in AB in this matchup, and it used to feel quite bad to give up an entire slot to go ahead and get it. I think Lightning Greaves is the perfect middle ground. You still get powerful offensive options. You still have a little bit of block value on there. Everything you really wanted for Starvo. Speaking of everything you ever wanted, how about going to the casino, pulling up 3 7s, jackpot, and it's going to be a crushed confidence coming in with the boost from Starvo.
Crush Confidence coming in. 9, Dominate, Go Again, has the Ice card in hand for the Icy Hammer follow-up as well.
I always confuse myself with the.
Very successful fusions thus far from Easton.
This is the one that goes.
Yeah.
And then also.
And it goes back to the Crown of Seeds that we pointed out earlier as well. We did see the Crown of Seeds activated on defense on Mara's turn just now. Didn't quite see whether that drew him into the element that he needed, but it is definitely a critical piece of how you keep these Starvo fuses consistent throughout not just this game, but also the whole tournament.
Consistency often the name of the game in Flesh and Blood. I feel like I was listening to a podcast that said something along those lines recently. Ringing any bells?
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good podcast.
I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth, Pankaj.
So Crush Confidence coming in does have a pretty important on-hit over here. Mara Faris needs to play that red to give all the dragons Go Again, but that's off the hero ability, and she doesn't have that anymore because of this Crush effect. She can only swing at one of those dragons.
Yeah, I wonder if this Crush Confidence may be purpose-driven here towards this matchup. Look, players have to be reactive. They have to know that Dromai is gathering popularity. Do you want to go ahead and challenge that a bit more with cards like Crush Confidence?
And it's not just for this matchup as well, right? We've seen, it's also really good against Zen, for example, really good against Chane as well. Yep. A lot of these LL heroes are, in the spot that they are off the back of their hero abilities.
Absolutely.
Even in the mirror.
It makes perfect sense,
exactly.
Right? It makes perfect sense why you'd want to go ahead and shut off these powerful heroes, many of which have ascended to greatness. Expect it's going to get a little frosty out. Of course, when that's happening, I always want to pack a scarf. Y'all are going to want to pack a scarf as well. How about a scarf for a scarf? Go ahead and be active in our chat. That's all you got to do. Go ahead, say a few words. Let us know who you're favoring in this matchup. That'll go ahead and get you entered to potentially pick up these scarf for scarves. It is not going to be a frosty scarf or a frosty winter's well this time, but it was going ahead and just cleaning up the Azulai anyway.
Yep, Easton showing quite a bit of discipline there, saying that, yep, you don't have a hero ability for your following turn, but I'm still just going to respect your board. Perhaps asking Mara, can you convert that hand without a hero ability?
It's a fair question. Kyloria going to come down. Another decent dragon entering the mix.
Also want to point out that Flame Call Awakening in Mara's Bridgestone. She was a big proponent of that card back in the CC meta. I especially love the interaction with Flamescale Furnace. It wasn't very common across all Dromai lists, but Mara loved it. She called it her belittle at home, if you will, where you go find the Phoenix Flame and pitch that to your furnace for extra resources.
It's a great call out, Pankaj. Of course, there's been so many great Dromais throughout Flesh and Blood's history. You point to folks like Guy Cohen, Aaron Shantz, of course, Pro Tour LA champion Arthur Trehay, playing perhaps the greatest Dromai game we've ever seen. But so much of that technology that pushed Dromai into the top tiers of the metagame it came from Mara Faris. She was the one out there week in, week out, tirelessly innovating around this deck.
Popper was committed by Easton Douglas there to just get rid of the Ash Ring, and no Fuse on his side, no Kara Seeds activation either. So once again, he's just showing more of that discipline. He's saying, you know what, fine, I'll just continue dealing with the board. I'm ahead. I don't need to be the one taking the risks here. I don't need to be the one using my life to get back into this game. I can just maintain my lead and put you on the spot where you have to find a way to come back.
Patience is so key in these Guardian Dromai matchups. You need to know when to go ahead and put your foot on the gas, as we saw Michael Fung do against Mara in the finals of that Pro Tour Baltimore. We saw a marathon game.
Oh, yeah.
And we saw one of the quickest Dromai Oldhim matches I'd ever seen in Oldhim's favor.
Both those games. I mean, Michael Fung, of course, won that Pro Tour off of some excellent Oldhim play. Also want to point out the Awakening in Easton Douglas's pitch zone. Very, very scary card in LL, but of course, when you are ahead, is not a very, very useful card. Heading straight to the pit zone.
Yeah, and Easton with the advantage right now for sure. Feels like Mara has been put to a tough decision basically every single turn of this game thus far. Easton has had nice disruptive elements, good offensive output, poppers when he needs them. Thus far, everything going his way. If you're Mara, you just want to slow the match down a little bit, stem the bleeding, get a little purchase, get some powerful dragons out there, and find a window to go ahead and turn things in your favor.
Speaking of powerful dragons, she is holding a couple of them right now. 2 Chromais in Mara Faris's hand. A very, very important dragon for the Guardian matchup because it lets you get around your dragons getting popped. But, Brian, she has no Ash right now, and Chromai, one of the worst dragons when you have no Ash. You know, the 1-cost ones, at least, if you have like 1 Ash, you like refund the Ash at least, but Chromai just makes you go Ash negative, is the term that Dromais would call dragons like Chromai and Azlize, the ones that cost 0 and don't give you an Ash back when you play them.
It's a tough spot to be in. Let's see if Mara has a way to go ahead and unbrick this hand. Sink below, going to go searching for a good option here.
Yep. And that's an overblock too, Brian. She's blocking 10 on this because that's how unfortunate that hand was. That, you know, when you don't have Ash, and this is something that Dromai can get into sometimes. You have no Ash and you draw a handful of dragons, you just have no legal game action except popping your gold token or something.
Yeah, that is going to be an option here for Mara should she need to. I believe found a dust up on that draw. So just going to kick the turn off with that and maybe look to go ahead and redraw on the next turn cycle.
And very likely probably Chromai going to Arsenal. We spoke about how key that is in this matchup. She blocked with 1. If she sends the other to the bottom, say pitching to a furnace to make that Ash, could be a while before, you know, she sees that again, if she does at all. And if she doesn't set up that board of very, very pesky dragons, you know, could be tough for her to come out on top on this game.
Easton just willing to go ahead and defend here.
Possibly noting Mara's lack of Ash over there and wanting to punish her for it, saying, no, I'm not going to give you that free Ash because, remember, you can get the Ash from Dust Up but not turn it into an Ash Wing. And Easton's saying, nope, you're going to have to go pitch to Furnace or do something else if you want that Ash, Mara. I'm not going to just give it to you.
Again, feels very patient, very disciplined from Easton here. Just content to go ahead and say, yum, yum, come back with the fruits of the forest.
Yeah, very much putting the onus on the Illusionist side. Remember, in the end, in very sort of high level, the Guardian's the one with the weapon, and the Illusionist the one without it. And so Fatigue's always gonna be on the table, especially when you can just pop your opponent's threats with 1 card at a time, and they have to do inefficient things like make Ash. So Easton's saying, all right, I'm gonna put the onus on you. You make your Ash, you make your board state, you make me care. But until then, I'm just gonna play really, really patient and just put all that pressure on you.
The threat has not really accumulated yet on Mara's side.
This is just such a blast from the past, Brian. Just watching a Guardian Dromai game, just it's not quite the, you know, what you think of when you think of fundamentals of Flesh and Blood, but it is still very much a classic Flesh and Blood
It
experience.
feels like part of the history of Flesh and Blood,
Yeah.
a critical part of the history of Flesh and Blood, something that really did define an era.
It's about managing threats. It's about knowing when you need to expend the threats, like expending just enough pressure, but also conserving enough pressure. It's a pretty incredible matchup. And finally, we see the gold token being popped, creating 2 Ash for Mara.
Yeah, that's what that crown is used for. It is the bailout. It is the reset.
Send 3 and 1 Arcane.
And Mara starts things off right as far as the reset goes with the Chromai out of Arsenal.
Sending a Chromai without protection, and without protection, I mean no passing Mirage, no Mirror Guys to prevent the Phantasm. This Chromai is quite vulnerable to a Popper over here. Perhaps
You think she's just far enough behind where she has to take this kind of risk?
It could be, because you are at the point where if you just let your Starvo opponent keep that threat, and they fuse on you, and you're at 16, and you're not setting up a D reactor in Arsenal,
Sounds like disaster.
you could just die. So she's saying, okay, cool, I'm gonna like make you expend your threats, maybe trade some threats for threats, and hopefully find, my other key pieces of like the other key pieces, like the Mirror Guys and the passing Mirages.
And we've talked at length, Pankaj, there's fewer poppers in this deck. You can just catch your opponent with no popper and go ahead and get away with this cheeky Chromai attack.
And Easton over here looks to be in a bit of a bind, because that looks like the fuse to me. Got the 2 pulses in there. Very, very good cards to fuse. And 1 attack. This is exactly the bind that Starvo's in. He's got that 1 Starstruck. No other attacks in his hand. So he can still pop and still fuse, but won't have a way to actually use the fuse unless he crowns into something or that Arsenal has an attack. So you see Easton sort of, in a bit of a bind over this decision.
Yeah, if things are set up a little differently, it becomes obvious. But here, Easton just has to go ahead and let this go through, seemingly trying to set up that Starstruck on the next turn with the Bravo backup.
One moment of not exactly greed, but this is a little bit of a different style that Easton is taking on this turn cycle. We've seen him be very, very patient in the past few turn cycles, not trying to just crown frivolously, saying this is a good enough hand, I can block you out and send 7. We saw him do that for a couple of turns. Now he has the fuse, opponent's at 16. I think he smells blood in the water, Brian.
If you're in Mara's seat, do you just have to go for the gusto right now and think about sending those Snapdragon Scalers in support of that Snatch and trying to get every possible point of value? Shields are down for Easton. He's given you the signal that he's willing to accept damage. Do you have to push and take a gamble in this spot?
I think you have to, but I do want to point out that Stalagmite that's sitting on Easton's
Scary.
side. That will not give you a Frostbite if it's used to block a dragon, because it does specify attacking hero. But when you send that Snatch, now that will create a Frostbite
Oh,
on
you open yourself up. Absolutely.
Exactly. Now, she does have 2 reds in the pitch zone already, thanks to that gold token, which means that if you pitch to Furnace, you do make 3 resources, but still, the deck like Mara doesn't want to pitch at all, and you can pitch to Furnace for the Frostbite, but are you actually using the extra resources? Or do you actually using that? Do you have a 2 for 6 follow-up? Because if you don't, you still just lost a whole card to the
Yeah, you have to
Frostbite.
find some very specific cards there for sure.
Kyloria coming in. Is Easton going to let the card draw happen? The other thing about popping a Chroma is that if you only have 1 popper, you know you can't deal with the rest of the board anyway, so maybe you just let Mara have it and say, I'll clear the Chroma with a hammer swing on my turn.
I think Mara just went ahead and told Easton there that should the Stalagmite defend this Kyloria, you do not get the Frostbite.
Very, very nice.
I just want to call that out. I think that's just reflective of the way great Flesh and Blood players proceed. It's not about tricking your opponent. It's not about getting one over on them. It's about winning through strategic applications of your cards.
Yep, it's not about gaining an advantage because you have knowledge that they don't. Just almost relatively niche knowledge. Just saying, I want to play a clean game of Flesh and Blood. I want to win off of both of us knowing exactly what our cards do and me playing mine better, effectively. And I love that spirit. But it does look like Easton did commit that Starstruck to pop. Now he's just holding 2 pulses and an ice card, but no target so far unless that Arsenal is something that we don't quite know about yet.
Here is that Snatch, and is this just going to go ahead and claim the Stalagmite here? If it does, that means Mara can just go ahead and sit back on that Snapdragon Scalers and Arsenal the last card in hand. And it does look like the first Stalagmite token will be accumulated here. Yep, and just push to Arsenal for Mara. It was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for Easton. And it felt like it was the time to call upon the Stalagmite.
And speaking of tough situations, that Chroma is still sitting on that field, Brian. He needs a way to deal with that. That is one of the most annoying dragons for Guardians. Starvo Fuse happening. Does he have the attack in his arsenal, or is he going to Crown
He
of
definitely
Seeds?
does. He definitely has it in Arsenal. He just said he's going to go ahead and hit pretty hard here.
Or you pulse something back on top and then you Crown of Seeds into that attack. That's looking like what's going to happen over here.
And it is the Oakenold being moved to the top of the deck.
Yep. Pulse letting him choose up to 2 elemental attacks to put on top of his deck. And he does have the other Pulse, which just by itself will satisfy the Oakenold fusion, given that it's both Earth and Ice.
This is the type of stuff you're capable of when you have these multi-element cards in hand.
So, didn't even need to fish with the Crown of Seeds. Knew exactly what he was drawing and had the Pulse of Iyslander for this fuse.
Beautiful setup here from Easton.
Yep.
Got the most out of that hand for sure.
Second time this game we're seeing 11 Dominate go again off of an Oakenold. And at this point, you have to wonder that he's going to be disciplined. He's probably going to clear that Dromai, but your opponent is at 16 and you're sending 11 Dominate, sinking 2 cards of theirs to a bottom as well. It is got to be tempting to just send that hammer at face. But we've seen that happen so many times back in the day where Guardians get greedy, they leave
know
that
where things
Dromai
go
on
wrong.
board,
Yep.
and then that's how you lose the game.
It's like you have to live that experience one time, and then after that, you're like, never again, idiot. Make sure you clear the dragons.
The number of times I saw a Mirror guy left alone or a Chromai left alone and Guardians like 20 life ahead, and then they lose that game, and they're like, wait, where did I go wrong? And I was like, yep.
I could tell you exactly where you went wrong.
6 turns ago, you didn't clear that Chromai.
You see Easton put to the test here. The discipline, as you would expect from a top 8 Worlds competitor, goes ahead and clears that Chromai.
Yep. He's lived through that. He's lived through those Dromai days.
100%.
That he knows the prioritization. And that's the other thing. We were looking at Dromai's rise in this past week, and I do wonder how much of that was people either learning for the first time or needing to relearn the prioritization of these dragons, because that's what these Illusionist heroes do to you, even Prism to that extent. Which auras do you clear? When can you say, okay, your life is low enough that I can actually go at your face? And when do I need to just be so disciplined like we saw what Easton do? 8 is not low enough to leave a Chromai on the field.
I love that you mentioned that, Punkage. So many new players have joined the game since Dromai left. Obviously, so many folks joined with Part the Mistveil, with Rosetta, and maybe those folks are out there in skirmishes battling a Dromai for the first time. That's a big ask, sitting down across from the Empress and having to figure out that matchup on the fly. It's not going to happen, Punkage. It's just not. She's going to go ahead and outplay you. But for someone like Easton Douglas, who's been around the block so many times, he's got the discipline. He knows what he has to do to go ahead and push the advantage in this matchup, and it's kill the Chromai.
I'm really high rolling here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow, starstruck, and Easton admitting this is the high roll. Everything coming up in his favor.
yep. And
12 dominate here on the starstruck.
unless she has a D-React in Arsenal,
That's premature. That's premature.
this could potentially spell doom for Mara Faris. Direct in hand would do it as well, alongside the last block in the Fame Skill Furnace. On the bright side for Mara, there's no Hammer Swing coming after this. This does have go again, but no resources on Easton's side to send that hammer. So 12 damage this turn with Dominate, but nothing else at least. Starstruck, another very relevant card against Zen in particular, but also just incidentally has a lot of value in this matchup as well. You cannot activate the attacks on the dragons because of their attack value.
Oh, wait, I do it. Yeah,
Think about,
you're right.
12.
You're right.
So this would be 7 damage.
Yeah.
They're just sorting out the defenses here. Starstruck is going to go ahead and be active here. Mara's going to fall 2-1.
Fall to 1, and no Furnace as well, and that is quite key, Brian. She's sitting on 1 Ash right now. Gold token has been expended as well. Furnace, one of those cards that helps you keep up your Ash economy. One of the things that Dromai can struggle with, especially against Guardians. That being gone could be annoying, but here's an answer to that exactly.
Good pickup here. Look, obviously things are grim for Mara right now. If there is a deck that can play back from this position, it's probably Dromai. It's really, really hard to get out of a bind like this. But I don't think this one is quite over yet, as poor as things have gone for Mara, and as well as they have gone for Easton Douglas. If anyone could find a way out, it's certainly Mara. She's going to start her comeback trail with a Tome of Imperial Flame.
I Ash-starved like real hard the early game. Like I just could not find.
Yeah, you hear Mara say it was an Ash restriction early on.
Yep, and Tome of Imperial Flame, also one of those cards that gets so much stronger if you have the Flame Scale Furnace still around. Mara Faris definitely not happy that she had to expend that just to survive at 1 and not have it here anymore. Yep, and the D-React going to the pitch zone as well. Mara pointing that out is something that she really, really would like to put in an arsenal to survive. Unfortunately, it needs to go. And Easton at this point has the read that that's not a D-React in Mara's arsenal. If it was, it would have been used instead of the Flamescale Furnace.
And that means the Starvo activation is almost certainly lights out. But I don't see Easton reaching for it yet. So maybe Mara faded for another turn.
Could be. It looks like he still has a Spinal in hand, though, without the fuse, but still 9 damage. Opponents at 1. Still quite a... Oh, and a Blink as well. Oh, unfortunately, not enough resources to also go ahead and swing the hammer.
So a little bit of an awkward one here from Starvo. Starvo can brick Punkage. Even with Crown of Seeds, there are just moments where you find awkward hands. Some of that flexibility, some of that I can do everything attitude that Starvo has can occasionally punish him and leave him with a very, very awkward set of plays. But Spinal Crush at your face is the go here from Easton, and has nothing to do with the effect. It has everything to do with the 9, and it claims the entire hand from Mara. Going to go ahead and rebuy that Spinal Crush for a future turn with the Electromagnetic Somersault. And we know minimal offense here. That means should Easton find this fuse, it is going to be lights out.
We spoke about 8th life being too high to not clear the Dromai, but 1 life, though, Easton saying, no, that's low enough for me to start just sending at your face.
All good, and it is time. Take up Tunic, reach for the Starvo, show the 3 cards, and finish things off with the massive Pulverize. And Easton Douglas moves on to 2-0.
Explosive finish right there. I was expecting him to send that Spinal that we knew was in his arsenal, but he was a little more... You know, had a little more jazz than that. Sending the Pulverize
off the Pulverize, man. That's a big play. That's what we're here for. We're here for the Living Legend format, the absolute apex of power of Flesh and Blood, on display there from Starvo, without a doubt.
We came here to watch some fireworks, and we definitely saw that in that game for sure.
A very different Starvo from the round 1 Starvo that just sat there and played 3 for 8s the entire time. There you saw the type of output that made Starvo such a terror. And look, we in the lead-up talked about how this Dromai deck was designed to go ahead and prey on Starvo. Sometimes Starvo just blows you up, folks. That's the reality of what this hero does. There's a reason why Punkage hates when we talk about him. He is very capable of stealing any game from any hero.
The first turn of the game from Easton over there was just a natural Oaken Old fuse, and that really set the pace for the whole rest of the game, Brian. Mara Faris instantly down 11 life, lost 2 cards from her hand, and that was without any filtering. She started the game, just set up a Dragons, didn't attack the Starvo at all, but Starvo says, nope, I just had the crayons, and here you go, here's 11 to the face.
Look, a couple Starvo wins to kick things off. Things are about to get a little bit more diverse in the future rounds. How about our first look at Florian when we head to our next round, Punkage? I'm looking forward to that one. This is a deep format, and if you want to get your toes wet in the Living Legend format, there is no better place to do it than in Skirmish Season 10. Now, there's only a day left, folks. You want to go ahead and get out to your local game store immediately, and I will tell you this. I don't want you to be afraid of not having the best LL deck at this moment. If you don't have Starvo in your collection, if you are a new player, you've only picked up with Rosetta, go play with your CC deck. Get your feet wet. Understand. Are you going to win the skirmish? Probably not. Are you going to have some great games, meet your community, and go ahead and start learning the tools you need to compete in the Living Legend format? 100%.
And in the process, take a trip down memory lane as well. And that's one of my favorite things about these LL events, honestly. Just you see people just going back to the decks that they love so much. So many Chane players these days, for example, are saying that Chane's not the best pick for this format, but I'm going to play Chane anyway just because of how much I love that hero. Iyslander players as well in that category. Lots of love for these old heroes, and you just get to go experience everyone in a local community, bringing those back out, you know, taking them off those dusty shelves, saying, I get to play this hero again, the hero that got me into the game, and that's just an experience.
Look, I think there's a little meme value available to you as well, Punkage. You could always go ahead and show up with something like Arakni, which I saw in this room today. Arakni Huntsman going ahead and battling in the Living Legend format. I don't know how well it's going for that Arakni, but there's always an opportunity to have a good time. There's also an opportunity to go ahead and pick up some of these awesome cold foils. Of course, there are the exclusive Terra Redwood Hammer cold foils available for the winner, but the participation prizes, the top 4 prizes, and that spot prize, all cards you would love to add to your collection. And these full art Rosetta cards, the full art Fries, the full art Harvest Season, these cards are stunning in person, Pankaj.
Yeah, I'm not surprising that you found the one Arakni in the room. Somehow Brian Godley will
Always.
find that one Arakni
Always.
in the room in the LL format. But yes, I do want to echo what you're talking about, these extended arts and these cold foils. I do love especially the channels that are coming out in cold foil as well. The channel Millennium Trees and the channel Thunder Steps that we're seeing here. Absolutely gorgeous when you see them in person.
Yeah, really great looking cards. Of course, there's other formats to play. If your local game store is running a sealed calling, running a blitz calling, go do it. You're going to have a great time. You're going to meet your community. Of course, that's what this game is all about. It's also about the holiday season and a little bit of giving. And it sounds like we're ready to give away our next Scarf for a Scarf promo. Let's see who the winner is for this round. It is the Orc Knight. The Orc Knight apparently called something. Congratulations, Orc Knight, both for calling it and picking up this Scarf for a Scarf. You have this in your collection yet, Pankaj? I know you're a big scarf guy yourself.
I do enjoy wearing scarves. I actually don't own any of these yet. I'm gonna see if I can.
I got one for you. I got you.
Okay, thank you. I can maybe use that and grab Ryan Rich's chef hat. Just exchange it. Oh,
There you go ahead.
thank you.
Holiday season. I'm in the giving mood, and we're in the mood to give you some more Living Legend action. We're going to be back with round 3, and you're going to get your first look at Florian down in the feature match area. Do not go anywhere.
first ever Living Legend calling continues to rock and roll, and we are getting ready for our third feature match of the day. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, how you feeling, brother? Good to be in the booth with you.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, Sam. Having a lot of nostalgia for this event, as to be expected for sure. We just saw first Starvo, didn't fuse that much, still managed to get a second. Starvo was fusing, opened the game with an Oakanold right off the bat.
Yeah.
And we're able to see maybe something a little newer, actually. Florian coming out to join the fray in this LL format.
Yeah, I'm excited to see just what the Rotwood Harbinger brings to the table, utilizing some, I think, impressive life gain strategies alongside a Majestic that hasn't seen a lot of play in Classic Constructed. Could do some major work alongside Bloodsheath, Skeletta, and Germinate. Kind of a big old Viserai, you know, a cosplay, right? Trying to get as many rune chants as possible. But with Bloodsheath, Skeletta, you can maybe even utilize a Mordred Tide to make something like, what, 1 million rune chants? We'll have to see if Florian is able to withstand the offensive pressure that Zen is able to present. It's time for round 3 of the feature match. Let's dive down into the arena. Remember, folks, if you are active in chat whatsoever, you will be entered into a giveaway for a 2-piece play set of the Scarf for a Scarf cards play sets, which are beautiful and pretty hard to come by.
A metric truckload of rune chants, I believe, is the technical term for the number of rune chants this Florian wants to make. Now, while this hero is legal in CC, important to point out, they are still using a banned card in CC in that blue Count Your Blessings, Sam. Full rainbow Count Your Blessings for this Florian list to try and just gain all that life, outlast the Zen's pressure, and make that truckload of rune chants.
And looking here, we got a red Count Your Blessings to start things off. If you, the first Count Your Blessings you play.
The amount of CYBs is it's going to sit next to my grave. I'm just going to have a dice to show how many I've played.
Hear Austin there talk about how the CYBs are going to be represented. And as I was saying, when you're playing your first ones, you'd love to see reds and yellows first because the blues become so much better with more Count Your Blessings in the graveyard. So a nice start here for Austin. Let's see what the beginning is from our Zen player. We've seen one Zen struggle to utilize their damage the most effectively. Let's see how Jesse's able to put it together. It's going to be a Tiger Taming Kakara into the Biting Breeze, 2 into 3, making a Crouching Tiger on hit.
With a very face-up on hit that the Tiger will come in for 1 because the Kakara was already swung with. So Jesse Hudak, go ahead and doing that. And pitching 2 reds to the pit zone as well. Could have sent 100 wins this turn if he really wanted to, but choosing to conserve some of the threats. He knows the sort of list he's against. He also saw 2 Rootbound Carapaces pitched on the previous turn, so he's expecting Austin to have defenses up, saying, I'm not going to just throw my threats at the wall and get fatigued that way. I'm going to conserve them, put a Chase the Tail in his arsenal as well. Sam is setting up for something big, which is exactly what you need to do against a deck like that.
1 Arcane on offer from the Scepter of Pain, but if the Arcane damage is taken, then however much Arcane damage is taken by the Scepter creates that many rune chants. And with a new Majestic in Rosetta, Channel the Millennium Tree, that can suddenly become 4 Arcane and 4 rune chants created. 2 resources for 8 points of value, and it's all Arcane. It's just going to be the one. It looks like it is going to be taken here down to 39, making another rune chant. So 3 rune chants total for Austin. You know he's going to be looking to create a whole bunch more.
Yep, and if Florian's ability is online, the Scepter of Pain is just going to make even more rune chants than that on top of that Millennium Tree. And it looked like there was another Rootbound Carapace going to Austin's arsenal, and he's holding a Haunting Rendition. He's got breakpoint blocks for days, Sam.
In reactions, looks like we might be seeing a Haunting Rendition discard here. That's going to prevent 2 damage over the course of the whole turn. So that includes the 1 damage that this 100 wins currently offers.
And creates a rune chant when damage is prevented as well. Going up to 4 rune chants is Austin Revera. Meanwhile, Zen trying to find that offensive salvo.
Taking a look here at the equipment suite, we're not seeing the Traverse the Universe. I think I know why, Pankaj. We're seeing the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Why don't you walk me through why this might be the headpiece of choice for our Zen player?
Well, the main reason is that this Florian is not going to attack you.
Yeah.
And so having a headpiece that gives you value when your opponent attacks you is not gonna do you much good when the opponent is just choosing to sit back and block you out and make a whole bunch of rune chants. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx on that combo turn can perhaps find you something massive like a Salt Wound, and if you say had the Sacred Art or a whole bunch of Tigers, you had a very, very wide combat chain for that Salt Wound to give you maybe 8, 9, 10 points of damage while not requiring your opponent to send an attack at you to get value. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. That is my question. That's what I was guessing. I was hoping I was correct. We've got a Rootbound Carapace here. In response to that Rootbound Carapace, there is a grain that tips the scales that was just played. So this would have eaten up all the damage with that 1 prevention floating from the Haunting Rendition, but the grain that tips the scale is now going to mean 1 damage does come on over the top, because this Rootbound Carapace only blocks for 2 without decomposing, and there was no decompose because there aren't enough action cards in the graveyard. There's a Count Your Blessing, which is an instant, and a Haunting Rendition, which is a block.
And that is sometimes one of the downsides when you build your deck this defensively. Your Sinks, your Fates, your Haunting Renditions, none of them can be banished to decompose, and that's something you really want to do in this deck, because as you pointed out earlier, Sam, that Germinate endgame is that much stronger when the Florian ability is online. You don't really want to be resolving the card unless your hero ability is online, and you have to decompose for that to happen. So this Florian is kind of in it for the long game. They need to get actions in their graveyard and then decompose off of them.
Tiger comes into the hand here, making a Chase the Tail. Not making a Chase Tail from the deck. Already has a Chase the Tail in the arsenal.
Exactly. But, you know, we have to point out Jesse's amazing use of grain that tips the scale over there, getting him that extra Tiger because of the Chase the Tail that he has in his arsenal already, and finds the aspect of Tiger on top of that. So ostensibly gonna have 3 Tigers this turn. Maybe we see one of those, the one in the hand, just go to arsenal instead, because if you don't have a pump, that 3rd Tiger doesn't really do much for you.
The question will be, how is Austin able to attempt to disrupt this Zen deck? Because if given a little too much space, we've seen what Zen can do in CC, Blitz, and now Living Legend. This deck can go absolutely crazy. Looks like here comes a reaction with another Rootbound Carapace. Still no decompose because that other Rootbound Carapace is still on the combat chain. Chain hasn't been broken for it to hit the graveyard and allow for this Rootbound Carapace to be able to decompose and start that train. I wonder how much disruption Austin's going to be able to present, because if he just allows these 2 ships to potentially try to pass in the night, Jesse's got way more cannon fire way earlier than Austin has.
It's a bit of an unfortunate sequence of draws for Austin over here, seeing these many Rootbound Carapaces before you've seen Earth action cards to go ahead and put in your Banish Zone. We saw 2 pitched already and 2 being used to defend right now to pretty much no effect, Sam. It's this decompose quest that he needs to go through right now is getting tougher by the minute.
Here comes a Sink Below from the hand. We're going to sink away that final card for Florian here. Here comes the Aspect of Tiger Body, which now sees a red card play before it. Go again, and of course, getting another Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone. 2 remaining, only 1 of which is going to get the buff from the Chase the Tail. So this one's coming in for 3. Austin's down to 32. Close the chain, and that final Crouching Tiger, because it is in the Banish Zone, not going to get any value here. So Jesse going to draw 4 cards back up. No Traverse the Universe, but does have a Chi in there, something like a Stir the Pot, stirs that pot and shuffles it back, maybe potentially towards the top of the deck.
Yep, and that's one Chase the Tail gone. The other thing we have to consider as well is these threats in the Zen deck. Jesse needs to make sure that he's spacing them out. We've already seen him do that a little bit, pitching those 2 reds on the first turn of the game, saying he is aware that he needs to conserve threats to some extent, but he needs to find that balance between sending enough pressure and also setting up for a massive turn.
100 Winds and Poison the Well hitting the pitch zone here, so some tech from our Zen player. Let's see what else he's got to follow this up with. Here's a Harmony the Hunt over pitching, so there is a blue in the pitch zone, and keeping the 100 Winds like we've talked about in the deck, creating a Crouching Tiger.
Yep. And yet another defense reaction coming out from Austin Revera here. Reduced Rune Chant, one of the strongest defense reactions in the game, to be honest. Creating a Rune Chant on the back. Florian ability not online, so not creating an extra one.
Here's another CYB. Austin feeling a little safe to play this one, especially now that we've seen 1 Poison the Well in the pitch zone before 4 more cards can be drawn, and maybe another Poison the Well is drawn. Austin's going to go ahead and play this on Jesse's turn, so Florian gaining a little more life. Going to go back up to, looks like 32 as the Rune Chant. Another card just hitting the arsenal here.
And once you see that first Poison the Well as a CYB deck, you are now on guard. You're going to try and use the CYBs on your opponent's turn as much as possible when you've got a decent read on what their last card in hand is, because if you play it on your own turn, unless you have some way to gain life in response or something, that card could totally blow you out. So Austin, recognizing that, sees the Poison the Well. Alarm bells go off, says, I'm going to resolve this on your turn right now before you have the chance to draw another copy of it if you are running multiple copies.
See what Jesse is working with. Got a blue belittle, path well traveled, wind shocker, so the ability to transcend as well as a growl. No Art of War. Does have, of course, the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. This could be a big turn from Jesse. The question is, how all in does he want to go?
Blue Belittle, very, very interesting choice in the Zen list in the LL format as well, because they're only running just the blue Minnowisms, if I recall correctly. Not too many of them on the reds. So if you're on reds and blue Belittle, sometimes, well, I mean, you're putting the blue Minnowisms back in the deck every time, so you always have a target to find with that Belittle, so at least that part is there. But yeah, I mean, Zen is just not ever sad about having playable blues in his deck.
Comes the blue Belittle. Just as you describe it, time to come through. 1 damage, down to 31 goes Austin. 31 playing 39. Following that up with the path well traveled, the Belittle's going to get go again.
So much go again.
Incredibly.
So much go again. Even the players are aware of the amount of go again happening on the combat chain.
Yep.
3 floating in the pitch zone thanks to that 12 pedal. Saya. Here comes the Tiger Taming Kakara. Down to 1 floating, giving the next Crouching Tiger +1 on this combat chain. That's going to buy a block from the felling of the crown here.
Also looks like no reveal happened to that Belittle, so no Minnowism search from Jesse's deck over there. Already flush with resources is he on this turn, thanks to the Kasaya, as well as a Transcend card.
Now time for the energy to be utilized. Make that Crouching Tiger with 1 floating. Maybe you can grab something like a Mauling Cheat. It's often how that 1 resource is used from the 12 Predel Kasaya. We can look through the deck, see what's in there. Tiger Swipe, Biting Breeze. There's the Mauling Cheat. Looks like that is going to be the grab from our Zen player. Deck's going to get shuffled on up.
And that shuffle is actually a lot more important than it might seem because of the Poison in the Well that we saw pitched. On the other side, you might be thinking, oh, hey, the Poison in the Well has gone to the bottom. I don't need to worry about it too much. I can play my CYB safely. But Zen shuffles the deck a lot. So that Poison in the Well now could be anywhere. Even if Jesse isn't running multiple copies of it, now Austin needs to be worried about the Poison in the Well all over again.
5 on hit, 1 more.
5 on hit, 1 damage. Crown of Seeds, pitching away a Count Your Blessing. That's a card that doesn't block.
And pitching a yellow one as well. The Crown of Seeds' strength in this Count Your Blessings deck is that it works so well with the resource curve of pitching a blue. For Crown of Seeds, you have 2 floating to play another Count Your Blessings. Seeing a yellow pitch over here, Austin Revera definitely cannot be happy about that one. It's a little bit of a brick. If you had a blue in that hand, you can absolutely imagine he'd rather pitch a blue to Crown of Seeds and then play the yellow Count Your Blessings instead of pitching it.
But nicely, the Crown of Seeds damage prevention plus that reduce the rune chant does cover up all the damage, so no extra on hit of 1 damage from that Mauling Chi. Nothing really proactive happening from Austin. You have to imagine this Florian deck, you know, he's 2-0. He's clearly taking down. We've seen how powerful Starvo can be in this format. I have to imagine Austin has taken down maybe at least one of them on his journey to the feature match table. And if that Starvo isn't able to just do what Easton Douglas did and fuse every single friggin' turn of the game, that's where this Florian deck can really shine. The question is, how can he interrupt what Zen is doing? Because eventually, you know this deck is going to go nuts.
And Starvo is one of the decks that Austin Revera is trying to prey on. You have to imagine, you know, that sort of Guardian thing where he does sometimes, you know, break. Even in Easton's game, we saw him fuse a few times, but there were also plenty of turns where all he did was send the Fruits of the Forest, for example. And this Florian list would be very, very happy to face that down. Question is whether Jesse on this Zen deck, on the back of that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, that Stubby Hammers, and Art of War, which we haven't even seen yet, whether he can overcome the life gain and the defenses that Austin's presenting.
Belittle's going to go ahead and grab a Minnowism, revealing the aspect of Tiger Body.
Yet another Minnowism with one already in the pitch zone. Once again, Jesse just flushed with resources. We speak about the Mystic Heroes in CC already having, you know, premium blues, a premium amount of them, always having the resources that they need. This Zen deck in LL is just turning that to another level with these Belittles on top of the Transcend cards, on top of the Kasayas.
Feels like maybe we're waiting, if we're Jesse here, in the shoes of Zen for that Art of War, finding that big power combo card to really allow for this deck to go as insane as possible. That is when the Stubby Hammerers may come into the equation.
But that's yet another aspect of Tiger Body. If he resolves that this turn, that'll be 2 out of the 3 aspects of Tiger's bodies, and those are pretty important to turn on your Chase the Tail lines. Now, something else we haven't spoken about, Sam, is that at some point, Austin, you know, he's going to make all those rune chants and send it at Jesse. But Zen State is a thing that the Zen deck can make. So Austin will need to time that very, very importantly to be, you know, to try and send it into something that isn't just going to get blown out by a Zen State creation at instant speed. So
Blue.
Austin has his work cut out for him, yeah.
Blue, count your blessings. In response to the Command and Conquer, gain a little bit of life, so Austin trying to stay alive. He's done basically block, 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 card in the arsenal, block, 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 card in the arsenal. So the question is, will that be enough to propel him to where those rune chants couple with the Bloodseath Skeleta to make enough rune chants to basically one-turn kill OTK our Zen opponent? And if there's no chi in the hand to power up that 12-petal Kasaya to stop all those rune chants with a Zen state, that's where things might get hairy.
Yep, and without Traverse as well to go ahead and buy that chi immediately, you know, he would need to either hold a chi in his hand or just have the natural double transcend. Also, Austin's also been doing block, 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 life gain.
Yep, block, 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 life gain, which is a way to get some extra value. Looking like we have a Preserved Tradition and a Levels of Enlightenment. That's a nice start for any Mystic hero.
Levels of Enlightenment, another one of his power cards from Part the Mistveil. Jesse still trying to find that Art of War. You have to imagine has been eluding him for a little bit. You have to wonder if they've been eluding him, whether he's going to find multiple in the same hand and have an incredibly explosive fireworks turn.
This would be a good turn for an Art of War. Got a Maul in the arsenal there, a card that we saw utilizing very well. Zen State here, it's a challenge for the Florian deck. You can run things like Condemned to Slaughter. You can try to keep that in your hand or in your arsenal for that big power turn. Of course, Condemned to Slaughter, allowing you to destroy an aura, and then your opponent has to destroy an aura they control. But often that's the only aura that a Zen State would have. You, of course, have Summer's Fall, but the Decompose there. If you're trying to decompose with Summer's Fall to get rid of the Zen State, then all the rune chants are coming alongside, and it would not prevent. Your best bet might be something like a Condemned to Slaughter, but it is something that I think when I've talked to the players playing this Florian deck, they're like, yeah, I don't want to see Zen State tokens.
Yeah,
I have some tech, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, because the timing is incredibly tricky, right? You only want to play your Condemn after they've made the Zen State, but they're typically just going to make the Zen State when the rune chant's are already on the stack, and at that point you can't, even if you had Creepers or something, you can't Creepers it out yet because you haven't been attacking yet. There's a bit of a nuance there, so the Zen State problem is quite a problem for Austin Revera. You have to wonder, maybe part of that is just hope they don't have that chi the turn you actually expend all those rune chants. But before we even get there, he needs to make that critical mass of rune chants. And right now, Jesse, with his Levels of Enlightenment play, with a Tiger in hand, is looking to potentially not even let Austin get to that point.
100 wins. We saw that card get pitched early. No, going back into the deck was maybe the grab here for Jesse.
And with 2 blues in the pitch zone, 2 modes for his Levels of Enlightenment, you have to imagine one of them is going to be go again. The other one usually is draw a card.
Jesse, a well-known Oldhim player in the days of that hero, put up some big results in that time. Perennial Flesh and Blood competitor at the highest level. Grabbing the Winds of Eternity, just grabbing another blue. Maybe already has some 100 wins available to him here.
Yep, and in this matchup where you're trying to preserve threads, that on-hit of the Winds of Eternity isn't nothing. Allowing you to put the 100 wins back into your deck, just another threat to try and keep sending at Austin throughout the course of the game.
Okay, so for 3.
Card off the top, 3 damage, go again.
Block for 3.
Also be interesting to see Jesse's plans for the 1 extra resource, currently floating 3. Can spend 2 into the Kakara, but he did go ahead and find a 0 cost from his deck with Zen. So you have to wonder whether he has plans for 1 extra resource. And
off the top, Art of War. There's a way to spend a resource utilizing the Crouching Tiger to go ahead, banish, draw 2 cards. That is a nice draw off of the Levels of Enlightenment. Now, we talked about it's a good start for any Mystic hero, and all of a sudden in the Living Legend format, when Art of War is an option, it's maybe the best top deck Jesse could have hoped for. This turn's about to get a whole lot bigger.
And he didn't even lose any value on that. It's not like he sent a few attacks first and then drew off the levels and then resolved Art of War. No, just drew it off the levels, immediately getting the +1. Let's see the fireworks he's going to be able to do on this turn.
Harmony of the Hunt, aspect of Tiger Body, 100 wins, and of course the Winds of Eternity that was grabbed. We know there's a Maul in the arsenal as well, but no Crouching Tiger yet. Aspect of Tiger Mahdi might be able to help out that Maul and make for an even bigger turn. The Stubby Hammer is going to be committed. You missed a point of value on this Levels of Enlightenment. Maybe the offer of Stubbies plus Art of War is just too much to pass up.
Harmony of the Hunt also going to be very useful to create that additional Tiger, almost giving you like a double strike effect. Art of War with double strike was a very, very powerful thing that Fire used to do back in the day with Art of War. Zen doing that here off of cards like Harmony of the Hunt and Aspect of Tiger Body, as you pointed out, Sam, just giving you an extra card, which is just an extra +1 from your Art of War. And this is why this card has been relegated to only being legal in the LL format, because of how it interacts with these other cards that either attack again like the double strike or create more cards for you to attack with.
Stubby Hammer is going to be activated here, breaking the chain, but now all action cards, attack action cards with 3 or less base power are going to get +1 while attacking for this whole turn. Ponkage, buckle up, get those earplugs. We're about to see some fireworks.
And this is almost heralding the activation of the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx on this turn as well. You see the stubbies used. You do need to hit to allow yourself to go ahead and trigger the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. But with how wide Jesse's about to go on this turn, Sam, I imagine that's not going to be a problem for him.
5 damage from this Harmony of the Hunt and creating a Tiger that's representing at least 2 more.
And
Thanks
Austin
to that
takes
Maul,
this.
maybe a little bit more.
Austin takes this. Is that Mask going to be used right now?
Yeah, you do have this window every time an attack action card hits for the Mask of Pouncing Lynx, but you're never guaranteed that you're going to get that window again, depending on the defensive options that Austin has available.
One other card, we spoke about Salt the Wound. I do wonder whether maybe Jesse's also sporting a Tenacity in this list to try and punish the blocks that Austin Revera is going to do. Looks like none of that. And Jesse just comes in, Aspect of Tiger Body, makes yet another Tiger. Still, okay, finally uses the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here, going to go ahead and grab a card with 2 or less base power from the deck that can be banished and then played. It's going to be the Salt the Wound. Ooh, Jesse keeps faking this out, dude. He keeps grabbing a card and putting it back, making my life hard. No, it's going to be the Tiger Swipe here, threatening even more Tigers and even more power thanks to the Art of War and the Stubby Hammers. Austin Revera is at 12. He's got 3 cards left in hand. He's got 2 block on the Grasp of the Art Neck, 2 block on the Bloodsheath Stiletto, 1 block on the Spellbound Creepers, but a Crown of Seeds has already been used, and I have to wonder if he's going to make it out of this turn.
Yeah, we know Jesse has 2 Tigers already, each of them coming in for 2 thanks to Stubby Hammers and Art of War, and then the Tiger Swipe threatening. Oh, and there's the Maul coming out from the arsenal, creating yet even more Tigers in the Banish Zone.
Maul, so sick in this format. The art is so cool. It deserves to do some powerful things in our game of Flesh and Blood. As you see the man there rearing back, bringing that Spectral Tiger's form onto the combat chain and ripping apart his opponents. +3 onto the Crouching Tiger. 2 more Crouching Tigers now. And all of a sudden, that Winds of Eternity is looking even better because of the Stubby Hammers that was activated on this turn. Here comes 2 more. Austin's only got 3 life left. What cards are left in his hand? Do they block or do they not? Austin's just going down to 1, asking Jesse to show what he has got. Here comes a Tiger Swipe now. This one's going to be coming in for 6. Bloodied Oval. Blocking 1, 2 block on the Grasp. There's a Mordred Tide going to go ahead and be committed. That's blocking for 6, so that's going to block out the Tiger Swipe. You got to block that one.
Maul says +3 to Crouching Tiger, but because it hit, it was effectively +7 on this turn, Sam, because those 2 extra Tigers each came in for 2 and also made this Tiger Swipe even more threatening. I have to wonder, is Austin holding a few no blocks? Do count your blessings, those cards don't block. And if that's the reason, there you go.
Gaining 3 life, attempting to utilize that Count Your Blessings to gain even more because of the 2 floating. So gaining 5 more life after both the Sigil and the Count Your Blessings. Now 5 damage is going to be the attack, down to 4. The Winds of Eternity, that was how this whole turn kind of got kicked off.
And it's coming in for 4, Sam.
4 points of damage. We've got 2 more block left, 2 more blocking pieces available. That's going to take the Bloodsheath Skeleta and the Spellbound Creepers. Looking like maybe Austin down to 1, and now that 100 Winds can go back into the deck. We're hearing from our friends back at home. This is looking a little more like a combat pile than a combat chain. My goodness. We've talked about, we've seen now 2 different times in this tournament. A powerful deck not do its thing in 1 round, and then later in our tournament do something disgusting. We have seen that now. The story with Zen, the story with Starvo, and Jesse showing just how powerful Zen can be. But again, Austin gave him all the space in the world. No presentation of threats, no presentation of disruption. Austin's 2-0. He's clearly doing something right in this tournament. Maybe the way the cards presented themselves in this first cycle, there just wasn't enough to stop the aggression from Jesse, unless there's some major stumbling, some major more life gain happening. 4 Count Your Blessings already in the graveyard, but Jesse at the moment just has to do 1 more point of damage.
And we did point out the awkwardness of Austin's early draws, finding all those Ruban carapaces so early, but we also have to point out that is one of the drawbacks of this Florian list. One of your disruptive pieces is Felling of the Crown, but if you want to sit back and set up 30, 40, 50 rune chants, you can't send those disruptive attacks because they'll expend all the rune chants and it makes a Skeletal Germinate play a lot worse. So you really sort of give your opponent the agency and saying, can you present all the damage to like before I heal up and actually set up the critical mass of rune chants? And Jesse is saying, oh, I absolutely can, sir.
Here comes a Harmony of the Hunt. Going to go ahead, and because a blue card has been pitched, create a Crouching Tiger, but there's an Art of War in the hand that could attempt to just finish this game by banishing that Tiger and giving +1. Is there any life gain available from Austin on this turn? He has 1 available to him there, and it looks like the Thistle Bloom and life, which is a huge part of how this deck is supposed to function. After you've gained so much life, you make all of those rune chants. 1 on the combat chain here, 1 now utilized to gain the 1 life so that the 1 damage over the top from the Art of War is not good enough.
Austin had 2 options that could have also used the Reduce to Rune Chant to stop that, but recognizing that he could potentially die on this turn if he doesn't use the 4 block on that, so just goes ahead and conserves that.
Growl.
Blocking effectively.
Growl here going to go ahead and buy that 4 block now. Biting Breeze is also asking for more than just the 1 card in the hand. Activating Zen, grabbing the Tiger, grabbing any card from the deck, and that's going to do it. Jesse moves on to 3-0. Zen, Tamer of Purpose, absolutely tamed all of those rune chants before they could become aggressive. Moves on to 3-0.
A little bit of a slow start for Jesse over there. You know, we saw him pitch a few reds, the Kakara, pitch a red and a Poison in the well. Took a little time to set up, but once he found those Art of Wars, Sam, off the back of 2 Art of Wars and the Mask of the Pouncing Links and the Stubby Hammers, was able to take down the CYB Florian.
Now listen, this is part of what this format is, right? You give some of these decks enough time, they're gonna pop off. They're gonna do some things that just feel disgusting if you're sitting on the other side of the table. And again, we saw our Florian player there 2-0. Doing well in a calling. You know, that's a good feeling, and clearly has figured something out. That Florian deck, I've seen it be piloted, you know, in some of the side events yesterday. It's not too underrepresented. A fair amount of players finding some success with it, but if you give Zen enough time, you give Zen enough space, that deck is going to do some pretty powerful things.
And Florian not out of it as well. X1 is still a very, very fine record for you to go ahead and take down the tournament. But I do want to point out, just coming back to Jesse's equipment loadout, the Mask of the Pouncing Links is a very, very interesting, very, very innovative tech piece to come out in this format, to actually put it in your list, to actually dedicate a sideboard slot to that. He was prepared for a strategy like this. He was prepared for a strategy where the opponent isn't hitting you very hard, and he's saying, but I'll still be able to hit you hard. I don't need to rely on the traverse for my power turn.
Highlights how our best and brightest players are able to utilize their skill, utilize their friends, their testing partners, their own internal dialogue to kind of ideate and take some shots at a format that hasn't had as many opportunities at the highest level, something like a calling to scrub through data, scrub through deck lists, watch gameplay. These are exciting events where it really takes deck building prowess, the ability to have your friends, have your testing group come together and help find the right tech pieces. Jesse using those abilities to go to 3-0. Let's talk a bit about the World Tour. Let's talk about all on offer for 2025, and make sure you stick around because we do have that Scarf for a Scarf giveaway right after this, as well as some exciting news coming up and even just a little bit further. But first, 1.5 million USD on offer, of course, during 2025 for the World Tour. You can see we got a couple of room blades. They're beckoning you to come in. Aurora's got her hand out calling like, come hang out. Viserai, I think, is a little scarier, a little angrier, a little deeper. You must come to the tour.
Yeah, it's a little bit more for the edgy fans out there. You know, that's what Viserai is calling to, and Aurora's calling out more to the, you know, happy-go-lucky kind of fans. We serve both of them in this game of ours for sure.
We've got the World Championships returning to the land of the stars and the stripes in the United States of America, but 2 different Pro Tours at our other major hubs around the world, London and APAC. Looking forward to seeing where that Pro Tour is going to be, because I still don't know, and I'm excited. I want to find out.
I love that we go to, you know, so many different continents throughout the course of the year with this great game of ours. Next year, starting in Europe, and then into Asia, and then into the US as well. And we did that, you know, this past year as well. It's just a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to just go travel the world alongside playing this game with your friends.
Play the game,
See the world indeed. We've got 60 battle hardens for you to play the game at, 22 callings for you to see the world, and national championships all around in all the various countries for you to step up and try to claim your title as the national champion. And of course, the player of the year incredibly exciting race is already underway. World Tour points on offer from this year and next year on a total of $100,000 USD for our players of the year. A lot of points on offer here, 16 points at this calling available to the winner. We've already got the leaderboard starting to kick off, but this is for the players that are willing to put the time in, put the work, make it to all of these events, truly see the world, but also play the game at the highest level and try to take some of that prize money for themselves.
And those players are already eyeing the prize, so to speak, already vying for those extra Pro Tour points. I was just speaking to Brody Spurlock earlier, one of the players we could expect, very high on this leaderboard, talking about how at this event he's hoping they can overtake Michael Fung on that because he's currently just 1 point behind, already starting to see these friendly rivalries come on out because of the Player of the Year system.
It's nice, Flesh and Blood is full of such gems, full of such great people. They're friendly rivalries, but as the months continue and as we get closer and closer to that finish line, you might see a friendly rivalry become even more of a rivalry indeed. Let's take a look at these players on the leaderboard. It's like we drew it up. There are your top performing players so far. These are a bunch of familiar names. Michael Fung, Brody Spurlock, Jacob Clements, of course, calling winner over there at that limited calling, I believe, in Florence, in which he took down some major names like Brody Spurlock in that top 8. Of course, we've got another calling champ down there, Nick Butcher, 2-time. Alex Chitu has been working at this game for so long, as well as putting Tam and our reigning Pro Tour Amsterdam champion, Shoma Yamamura. Of course, Victor Mercado as well, runner-up the calling in Portland. These are all players battling, and there are, in fact, multiple players of the year. There will be a player of the year from all of our 3 main regions. So even though these players are all vying and looking at this leaderboard to try and take it all down, we've really got Michael kind of versus Brody, right? We've got Jacob trying to take down Alex Chitu, and we've got our players from the APAC region. We've got Shoma, Pudding, and Nick all looking to try to take down their various regions and become the player of the year for their area.
And I really like that. It, really allows players that perhaps, don't have the means all the time to really travel across continents, but they can still, in their region, be recognized for the time and the effort and their prowess at Flesh and Blood.
Happy New Year, folks. We are almost through with 2024, which means we are looking ahead to 2025. Time just doesn't stop, huh? You just get older and it just moves faster, and you're just hurtling towards the infinite void. But before we get there, we have got so many great events to choose from on offer for the Flesh and Blood fans at home watching here. Just take a look. We've got Battle Hardens coming up in Hong Kong and Atlanta and Toronto for our fans up north before the all-important world premiere. Prague.
I see this massive list of events, and I notice that it only goes up until March. And I'm just saying, this is 3 months, and there's so many events already just packed tightly into these 3 months, and just all the more to come. We have such an exciting year of Flesh and Blood coming up in 2025.
Really nothing like it in the world as well. You've got that, we saw the world premiere of The Hunted in Prague, but just like a couple weeks, or a week and a half later, 2 weeks later, we have got a double calling for the first time in Memphis, Tennessee. We've got a limited calling, we've got a classic constructed calling, and we've got a battle hardened of classic constructed as well. And let me tell you, we want to bring as much of it to you as we can. We're going to do 3 days of coverage, 2 different times in January. We're going to see the 3 days, the world premiere of The Hunted. We're going to see the calling, of course, over there. But then in Memphis, we're also going to be doing 3 days of coverage. We got 3 days of CC, baby. We got 2 days of the calling. We got Friday and Saturday. And then we've got another whole CC tournament that will be played to its completion on Sunday, all featuring new cards, new heroes from The Hunted. I mean, it's going to be a great time.
There's so much to look forward to in 2025. And with that, Sam, I believe we have something else to look forward to as well right now. We do have a giveaway coming up.
Come on. This is for anybody who was active in chat during the last round. I'm sure we already have the giveaway winner picked. So let me see the lucky winner. It's Brian Mapp. Give Austin a scarf. That was cold.
That was pretty breezy, if you will.
That was pretty tough. Brian, we'll give him one of yours. So you'll get 1 scarf for Scar, and we'll give, because you said, no, I'm just kidding. Of course, you get your, 40-card playmat. I keep saying playmat instead of playset. You'll get your 40-card format playset here in your Scarf Forest Scarves. These exclusive cards were only sent out to content creators, community leaders all around the world. So these are hard to come by. Congratulations. We're going to be giving more of those away all weekend long. And coming up in the not too distant future, we have got a pretty important spoiler from the Hunted. We've got Brian Gottlieb here all the way from New Zealand. I'll let you speculate as to what arena, what world he has brought his spoiler in.
Surely it wouldn't be Assassin. He has had no affection for the class whatsoever. Definitely nothing to do with Arakni for sure. I think he's mentioned he absolutely hates that card. Codex of Frailty too, I think?
Nope, yep.
No.
I don't know the meaning of the word. Let's go ahead. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break. We're going to be back with a meta breakdown and then the return of a hero near and dear to the both of our hearts. We have got the Stormbind herself, as well as another hero from a classic metagame matchup in that time, but with some new toys. So we will see you for that round 4 in just a little bit. World Tour here in Chicago continues to move towards the conclusion of day 1. We have got round 4 coming up for you in just a second. But before we get into it, it's time to take a moment and look back at how we got here. The skirmish season featuring the Living Legend format that brought us here into Chicago for this very first ever Living
Legend Calling, and then we're going to take a look at the metagame. But let's take a look at the week 1 of the Living Legend wins here. Well, what's sticking out to you?
So week 1, we saw perhaps a little more of what we expect from the Living Legend format. We see Starvo sitting at the top of the metagame with 9 wins, and just shortly followed by Zen sitting at 8 wins. 2 of the heroes that a lot of people, even coming into this weekend, considered the decks to beat. So week 1 of Skirmish season kind of was following that narrative, and also Viserai right under that at 5 wins, also considered a very, very strong deck for this format.
Looking at Aurora as well, a deck that has access back to Ball Lightning. That's a pretty good card, if you ask me.
Especially when combined with Arc Lightning, something that we never saw in CC. But the Arc Lightning Ball Lightning combination is quite dirty, Sam, to be honest.
Looking ahead towards week 2, there was a very interesting addition to the Living Legend metagame that I did not necessarily expect. It was, of course, the Dragon Mother herself. Dromai did roar into the arena for week 2 of the Living Legend metagame, which, of course, had Dromai near the top of the leaderboard all the way up at 7 wins.
Yep, just second place right under Viserai, I believe, is a second week of skirmish results. And, Dromai is coming in to... The theory is feed on the CYB decks that are popping up, because CYB Oldham was also part of the meta that people were theorizing. And with that, a lot of Starvos were also shifting over to CYB, and also the Starvo matchup already, even the non-CYB version, Dromai's a little bit more comfortable into that because of the low number of poppers that Starvo has, and perhaps that's what explains her rise to the metagame in week 2 of Skirmish.
Yeah, absolutely. You can look down at the other heroes beneath the full list there. We see, of course, Aurora, Shooting Star, and then Florian, the deck that we just saw featured, took down a Living Legend Skirmish. I do want to point out Jarl Vitradi, of course, taking down a Living Legend Skirmish at well. That's pretty exciting. But looking ahead, we are going to take a look now at the metagame here in Chicago for this calling. You can see that black hero at the black hero screen at the bottom of your screen. That is going to be Jarl Vitradi. There's one Jarl here in the room, just not represented here yet on our screen, but this is looking to be relatively in line with what people might have expected. By far the most represented deck, nearly the next 2 decks combined up there with Starvo. And then, of course, you got your Zens, your Viserais, your OG Prisms, and then Chane, which can have a couple different varieties. Then we've got 3 Rune Blades, Briar, Aurora, Florian, all feasting off that Rosetta goodness. And we saw, only 7 wins for Dromai, nearly the second place out of all the skirmishes in Living Legend, but 8 Dromais here in Chicago.
And we have to point out of the top 7 most represented heroes, Sam, 5 of them are aggro decks. Zens, Viserai, Chanes, Briars, and Auroras. All these aggro decks attack in all these different axes, have these different strengths and weaknesses. Zen with the added Zen state stuff, Viserai with a setup plan, Chane with an almost unfatigable damage ceiling, able to concentrate his damage on these different turns, and Briar and Aurora with their Chalmont Heroics, the Arc Lightning, Ball Lightnings. All very explosive decks, all, with the fireworks, so to speak. And then in between that, we have the Starvo doing Starvo things, and then also Prism, of course, another very loved hero from back in the day.
Couple of wizards there as well in the midsection of your screen. We've got 6 Oscilio, 5 Iyslander. I'm hoping the Oscilios do well so that we can see them on coverage, because I want to see what Oscilio is powered up with those tomes. I want to see Tome of Aetherwind. I want to see Tome of Findall with Current Funnel to get Go again, Lightning Greaves gaining action points. That all sounds pretty cool to me. And of course, 5 Iyslander Stormbinds, one of which we are about to see in our feature match area. Also looking down, I saw Sandscour Azalea. You see 2 Azaleas there. I see there's some news running around as well as some KOs. Imagine they're running that Berserk card that got banned, right before Savage Dash was even released.
KO and Reina as well. One Reina showing up at this event as well. Have to imagine Berserk, a very important part of the game plan and in their list as well, for sure.
Got the Meat Axe Reinar, I think, running around out there as well. And we've got Katsu. Katsu's got a brand new card coming. Retrace the Past. That can do some major work in this format, you have to imagine. But Katsu fans can have to wait just a little while longer to see the Wanderer potentially return to some prominence in the metagame.
Going back to Wizards real quick, 2 of Kano's in the room as well, Sam. That hero has lost a bit of popularity in this format with the loss of those the draw 2 card. What's that called?
Open
the floodgates. Open the floodgates. That's the one.
Yep.
Loss of going from 9 of those cards in the AT all the way down to 1 has caused this hero to drop off in popularity, but can imagine those die-hard Kano fans, you know the scary things they do with that deck. Wouldn't be surprised to see one of them do well.
2 of the last 3 Living Legends events were won by Kano with all of those powerful cards within their 60s. So, had to imagine it would need to get taken down just a peg. But let's check in with another wizard, an icy wizard. It's time for the return of Iyslander to the coverage booth. We have got Damien Riggins on Iyslander versus Diane Ashcraft on Briar, Warden of Thorns. This is, Dylan. I was it had to be Dylan, but I didn't want to just say Dylan.
Yeah.
I saw Diane, just in case.
Yeah, for sure.
However, this is, if you remember, our very first World Championships ever. This is the matchup that determined that all-important match. We had Chris Ayali falling to Michael Hamilton in this classic matchup, but we've got the game underway. It looks like Damien went first, sporting that beautiful, oh my goodness, extended art Find All Spring Tunic. Looks like he just went first, established an Insidious Chill, and now we're all the way back over to Dylan, who I guess maybe he went first because he's playing a Tome of Harvest, so there was a card in the arsenal. I was just focused on the Insidious Chill, but it looks as though the first turn of this game was actually Dylan playing a card in the arsenal so that this Tome of Harvest is now online.
And one non-attack played already, just needs one more to create the embodiment of lightning off of Briar, and that second non-attack is going to be Force of Nature. Sam going to give +1 to his next attack, and anytime an attack with power greater than its base hits this turn, he will be able to draw a card. Fusing with another Tome of Harvest, which is not really a very useful card after, when you don't have an arsenal anymore. And Damien does know that, so perhaps the rest of this turn not going to be as strong as Dylan would like.
Here comes 5 damage thanks to the +1 from the Force of Nature. This now threatens 2 cards drawn, 1 from the Force of Nature and 1 from the Snatch. Damien here is going to have to really give this one a good think, but I'm curious. There are a couple cards in that hand that don't block Bonkage, and they're not cards that I expected to see in this matchup. This is a Count Your Blessings Iyslander deck that just said no blocks and has to take 5, allowing Dylan to draw 2 cards.
There was only 4 block in that hand, Sam, and once again we're seeing the downside of the Counter Blessing. We saw that happen in the previous game for the Florian as well. You kind of just need to let these on-hits through. Dylan getting to draw 2 cards off that Snatch with Go again thanks to the embodiment of lightning. Can he convert the rest of the hand, though? We know one of those cards is a Tome of Harvest, not going to be very, very useful. What about everything else, though?
Oh, Bramble Spark, that's a way to give an attack greater power and threaten more draw. Fuse once again with that kind of useless Tome of Harvest. Also can't head to the arsenal either. Playing a Ball Lightning here. This is fantastic. Whenever a lightning or elemental attack deals damage to its combat chain, going to deal an additional 1. And because of that Bramble Spark, also going to threaten 1 Arcane. That's going to take the Count Your Blessings out of the hand. And I wonder if the alarm bells or the light bulbs are starting to go off for Dylan here, saying, wait, this is maybe a different flavor of Iyslander than I remember from back when she was in CC. Still threatening the card draw here, thanks to the Ball Lightning.
Yeah, we speak about classic matchups, but these two deck lists are so very different from when they used to play against each other in CC. Count Your Blessings on the Iyslander side did not exist back then. And on Dylan's side, Ball Lightning also was not part of this matchup back in the day. So while the heroes are what we remember from when they were both legal in CC, these lists are very, very different.
Cold Snap and Arctic Incarceration. Yeah, Damien just has to say no blocks. So that means another card drawn and 6 damage +1 because Ball Lightning is going to do even more. Down to 23 goes Damien. Another card drawn. What is the card ripped off the top?
It was a Blossoming Spellblade, I believe. Does not have the elements required to get the double fuse on the card, but it is still 6 damage when your opponent has presented that they're just quite unable to block on this turn, it seems like.
At least this card is certainly not going to have greater power than its base. It's just going to be a 2-power Ravenous Rebel thanks to that blue Earthlore Surge revealed off the top. There goes the Tome of Harvest into just a Blossoming Spellblade. So this is just 6 more damage. And like you say, Damien's not looking like he's blocking. So rather than do 2 and 2 with the Rosetta Thorn, that's just going to take not only a card out of the hand, but allow for Tome of Harvest to get into the pitch zone and an additional damage thanks to the Ball Lightning. Damien down to 16, but going to play his first Count Your Blessings of the game, so going up back to 19. Bonkage, when you see Count Your Blessings in this list, tell me about what it means for an Iyslander deck and how it affects their game plan.
So Iyslander is very good when the game goes long, and Count Your Blessing is one of those cards that allows you to forcibly make the game go long because you just keep gaining life that your opponent's trying to send at you. But you kind of only get to that point once you're able to block enough and actually survive resolving the first 3 to 4 counter blessings, and that's the challenge that Damien has to go through right now. And this right here is an interaction that I used to love back in the day, the embodiment of Earth, one of those cards where it's a benefit for the Briar ostensibly, but gives the opponent a priority window at the start of the turn. Looks like Damien had no response to that though.
Here's what's interesting. You play the Arctic Incarceration from the Iyslander side here, but both players know there's a blue on the top of the deck. It was revealed to the Ravenous Rabble, so Dylan, you already know he's going to have the blue. He's going to be able to pay through these Frostbites no problem, so still something you want to do. It still makes it so that this Sonata Arcanics can only be X equals 0. We're seeing attack, we're seeing non-attack, so Lightning Surge does get to come into the hand. However, if you're Damien, you have to imagine you wanted that Arctic Incarceration to be a little more effective.
Sonata doing its best Gorganian home impression over here, drawing a card and being the first non-attack that Dylan has played this turn, and with an arcane damage to boot as well. Just a little bit of an insult to injury, if you will. Let's see if he has another non-attack to go ahead and make an embodiment of lightning, and looks like he does the plunder run, Sam. The card draw does not stop from this Briar deck.
Embodiment of Lightning giving the next attack go again. Plunder Run giving the next attack coming from Arsenal +3. And if anything hits, draw a card. Oh, no, excuse me. If it's played from Arsenal, it gives the next attack action card +3. But anytime an attack action card hits this turn, the first time a card is going to get drawn. Here comes a Lightning Surge. Didn't come from Arsenal as well, but threatens a card draw and has go again.
And we know that Arsenal's a force of nature from the previous turn. Dylan off of the Tome of Harvest and the further force of nature draws did draw another force of nature to go ahead and put in that Arsenal. Did not find the Earth card to go ahead and fuse with it on this turn because he had to pitch away the Earthlaw Surge thanks to the 3 Frostbites. So had to use a Plunder Run over here and stop Arsenaling it, but still has that force of nature nice and pretty in the Arsenal for when he needs it.
Small victories for our Briar player here. The Ball Lightning had to be played after the Lightning Surge so that the go again was able to be relevant. So the Ball Lightning not going to turn that Lightning Surge into even more damage. But now here comes 2 and 2 from the Rosetta Thorn. Damien's all the way down to 10. Question is, will those Count Your Blessings have something to say about that life total?
And when you see CLF blocked with as the Briar opponent, you have to be thinking, what is going on? That is one of the premier power cards in this matchup. Briar loves to play lots of actions on their turn. So to see the CLF being blocked with, and here we see why. Red Ice Vein coming in off the back of that Institutional that was resolved very, very early in the game, Sam.
So now this represents 2 different forms of discarding or paying 2 resources here, which means this is where the train really begins for this Iyslander deck. They try to disrupt, turn after turn after turn, and it often begins with an Aether Ice Vein fused, and that Insidious Chill that we didn't even see resolved happened right as we were getting down into the feature match area. This is how Iyslander is going to try to claw back into this game, and because of the new avenue available in the Living Legend format, also able to extend the turn. Sometimes Iyslander actually has a hard time using all 4 or 5 cards. This is where Count Your Blessings can also get into the picture.
And this is how you buy space to continue resolving Count Your Blessings, which buy you more space, which gets you to the end game that Iyslander thrives in, and she's very, very good at that. So Damien gonna rip probably 2 cards with Insidious Chill and this Aether Ice Vein, really limit the Briar's offensive output. Now, we know that the Briar is sitting on a Force of Nature in Arsenal as well. Not a card that's good on small hands, and Iyslander is forcing him to go to small hands, have a bit of an anemic turn. Cards like CMH as well, not going to be very, very good when you're forced on small hands, and then that gives him a space to play those first few counter blessings, the weaker counter blessings, if you will, and then get back into the game with, you know, healing off massive points of life from the later counter blessings.
AB2 available is going to be the call, so looks like... Now, often what you can do is you can AB1, and then you leave yourself the 2 floating to go ahead and pitch into the effect. Looks like that is actually what's going to be the case here for Dylan. Just paying the 1 into the Arcane Barrier, has 2 floating to pay for the on-damage effect of the Aether Ice Vein. So now 2 more from the Waning Moon. That's just going to be taken. Down goes Dylan to 32. 2 cards left in hand to play with. 1 Count Your Blessing in the graveyard for our Iyslander player here, but he just keeps drawing him. Another one in the hand already for the Iyslander player. How much damage, how much pressure is Dylan going to be able to present?
Yep, Dylan discarded a Scarf or a Scar to the Insidious Chill. Not going to be very useful when he's 20 points live, 20 points ahead of Damien. It seems like discards that card and uses a blue to AB1 and pay for the Aether Ice Vein effect. And over here we see the Force of Nature finally being used in an Arsenal, fused with the Chalmant Heroic, so Damien knows what's going into that Arsenal. This Force of Nature itself not going to be very, very strong, but looks like Warmonger is being played at instant speed on Dylan's turn by Damien before Dylan has a chance to draw up and see what his hand is.
Oh, that's pretty fascinating. You can play this in response to the lightning surge here. Warmonger's Diplomacy still a pretty annoying effect into any Rune Blade, and this is a nice timing window that Damien is able to present it. So we're seeing some major disruption happen on back-to-back turns. That's what Iyslander is trying to do.
And this is amazing timing for two reasons. Normally, when you play Warmongers in your own turn and you're a deck like Iyslander that runs both attacks and non-attacks, you kind of need to guess, should I call war or peace? Like, will I draw into an attack and so I should call war, or will I draw into peace? But when you play it on your opponent's turn, you put your opponent in that bind. Dylan doesn't know what he's going to draw, what his hand texture is. Is he supposed to call war or peace? But you know exactly what your hand is right now because you're looking at it, and you can say, I can choose war or I can choose peace based on what I want to do on my turn, which is happening right after I decide what decide the mode for those Warmongers.
This is what Living Legend gets you. Old cards used in new ways. Drone of Brutality here going to be the block, sending 2 damage prevented thanks to the block, but now Drone of Brutality is going to make sure that there's some recursive threat, some recursive damage and block potential in this deck forever. It's going to drone on until the end of time.
And we speak about Icelander's endgame. Many people, think of that in terms of Frost Hexes, for example, or just, better math and Storm Striders at the end of the game. But that Drone of Brutality, Sam, I almost wonder whether that is part of Damien's endgame over here. Maybe that is what he's building towards with these counter blessings, saying once you are out of threats, I have a permanent recurring threat in my deck in the form of the Drone of Brutality. I can block with it, goes back to my deck, and if he has other colors of it in his deck as well, he can attack with those, and those go right back into the deck as well, giving him an ironclad endgame. Let's see if he's able to reach that point.
A sad face of war for Dylan here. Not happy about that Warmonger's Diplomacy. You can see both players having a bit of a laugh about that.
Yeah, because both players know there's a CMH in Dylan's arsenal, and when you've called war, you can't play that CMH or any other non-attack, which Briar so sorely wants to do to try and get the go again of this Embodiments of Lightning.
Just going to be playing a Blossoming Spellblade. We're going to fuse with Earth and Lightning here thanks to the 1 card of the Regrowth and the Shock. This is a fascinating play and only possible thanks to the new card in Rosetta.
Yep, and since it was fused, whenever you deal damage, you can banish a non-attack, but because he is under war, won't actually be able to resolve any further non-attacks. Looks like this is going to be 1 Arcane and 6 Physical coming in Damien's way. He has bought himself that space, Sam. He was under so much pressure early on in the game, but at this point, looks like he's limited Dylan's offensive turns to 2-card plays for the past 3 or so turns.
Blocking 3, so looking as though the damage over the top. Can't play any of these because of the Warmongers, you hear them say. So now Damien down to 7 here. Makes the Embodiment of Earth. Checks for the non-attacks you want to play. What a cool play, utilizing Regrowth and Shock in the 1-card fuse, saying, listen, Oldham, I can do it 1 better. I know you got it on some of your cards. I don't need a pulse. I got Regrowth and Shock to trigger this Blossoming Spellblade. Also a reason we are seeing the Bloodsheath Scalata and the Vexing Quillhand as well is for the Blossoming Spellblade as well as something just even like a CMC or a CMH. But before we can get to any thinking of Bloodsheath or Quillhand, we've got another Aether Ice Vein, and yeah, baby, it's fused. Let me see the Insidious Chill tick down. Let me see a card discarded or paid to the cost of both the Insidious Chill and then the Aether Ice Vein effect.
And we're seeing the number of cards in Dylan's deck that just do not do well when you force them to small hands. We spoke about the CMHs, the Force of Natures, but also the Blossoming Spellblade, Sam. This is not really a very useful card if you're stripped down all the way to 2 cards forcibly because of the combination of Insidious Chill and Aether Ice Vein. So another Scar for a Scar discarded to Insidious Chill. Once again, Dylan sitting about 15 points ahead of Damien, saying the Scar for a Scar isn't doing anything for me right now. Just go ahead and discard it. And getting a bit of deja vu here, Sam. Damien's going Ice Vein, Waning Moon, pass. You're down to 2 cards. And slowly catching up on life, honestly.
26 now playing into 7. Another thing we've talked about, deck construction. We've talked about these players creating new versions of these heroes that we've expected to see before. Channelman Heroic is going to be the play. Any response? No response. Putting the counter on. Dylan just once again trying to set up, saying you need to keep disrupting me because Damien has foregone Wounded Bull, Findall's Fighting Spirits. We haven't seen any of those cards. Scar for a Scar even. This is arcane damage, disruption, and count your blessings to make it to the point that the arcane damage and something like a Drone of Brutality can just win the game.
Dylan taking a bit of a risk there, telling Damien, do you have disruption? I'm just going to play this CMH, arsenal my Blossoming Spellblade. If you don't disrupt me right now, you're going to be in a world of pain. And Damien recognizing that, saying, okay, I'm just going to spend 4 resources to just go ahead and play this Iyslander. I have to slow you down. I have to hope you drew too many reds that you cannot fund your turn through these 4 Frostbites while you have a CMH on the field. Let's take a look at Dylan's hand.
Oh, it's a red Earthlore Surge, not a blue like we saw revealed to a Ravenous Rabble earlier in this game. These 4 Frostbites might just brick this whole turn. And I don't even think there's a second Earth card in there to pitch into something if it's a 0 cost in the arsenal.
It's a Blossoming Spellblade in Arsenal. Sam. He has the only thing he can pitch to is Vexing Quillhand or Bloodshade Skeletor to activate that. This might just be a pass with the CMH Queen. And the worst part about that is that you're still holding on to 4 reds against an ice deck.
This Ice Eternal, the Iyslander specialization showing its power. Always love when a specialization really comes in and puts in some major work. Both of these heroes, living legends in their own right, were powerful representatives of the classic constructed format, but now battling it out among the halls of the legendary heroes that no longer grace our arena. Look! Damien here just saying pass, a little head shake. That's all that can happen. It was 4 reds in the hand, so some powerful cards remaining. But if more Frostbites are on offer from Iyslander, it might be tricky once again.
And that's a read that Damien has now. Damien knows for a fact that Dylan's just holding onto 4 reds, and he's gonna try and capitalize on that with yet another Ice Fiend showing a CLF. Sam, this is just adding salt to the wound. I'm disrupting. I'm taking 2 cards from you right now, and I'm putting the CLF in my arsenal while you have all these reds.
And look at this, 2 more. I think it's 2 more. Yep, 2 more Count Your Blessings in the hand there for Damien. So rather than a Waning Moon, Damien's going to be able to gain some life. And all of a sudden, 3 Count Your Blessings in the graveyard are where it starts to get much better of the proposition of value you gain from playing each and every one of those cards. And we know that that means another Channel Lake Frigid, or a Channel Lake Frigid at all, heads to the arsenal to continue this disruptive train. This is what Iyslander tries to do. Take some licks to begin the game, and then begin to just grind it out, slow down the game, slow you down, cover your boots in frost so you can't utilize all of your action points. And then eventually that arcane damage just becomes too much to deal with.
And Insidious Chill is one of those cards that leads to that play patterns. You spend life, so to speak, to resolve that card because you give up a lot of tempo just going and playing that card, but you gain that back once you're able to expend all 3 counters of the Insidious Chill. That's the risk that card asks of you. That's a quest it asks you to go on. It says you pay some life right now, but you'll gain that back and more if you're able to actually fuse 3 times, and that Damien has been able to do off the back of some counter blessings and off the back of that first Ice Fiend that really just started this train of disruption. Sam Dillon's just hasn't had space, hasn't had the breathing room and the resources to really fight through this disruption, these frostbites, these taxing effects from the Iyslander.
And that means Damien here, he's able to preserve some life. He's able to go ahead and just give 2 cards to this Enlightened Strike. He's got a CLF in the arsenal, so he can just play that out with an ice card, establish another card for the arsenal. It looks like, I think he even has that Hypothermia, a card that can be played at instant speed to just turn off the turn. Everything is coming up Iyslander. We're trying not to be biased. This is my favorite hero that's ever been printed. I love this deck, but I remember this matchup, and I'm rooting for both players, but this is where Iyslander starts to get a little tough to deal with.
And this is key for 2 reasons. Not only did he not need to use a CLF on this turn because the opponent was just doing one thing, but also now the opponent has an embodiment of Earth, and we know Iyslander loves that priority window. That is the key time, the best moment for you to resolve something like a Channel Lake Frigid is in response to the embodiment of Earth popping before your opponent even gets to do their first action. So you tax their first action, whereas normally they would be able to do their first action tax-free. But Iyslander says, nope, the way your hero ability works with mine, I have the advantage here. And that embodiment of Earth, that block folio on that, does not matter because I am not running those attacks like Wounded Bolts and Finals Fighting Spirits.
Now I wonder what will happen here for Damien, because if he plays that CLF, that Tunic is on 2. And he's not able to utilize the Tunic for the Waning Moon, and the Hypothermia does so much work on its own.
Exactly. This is one of those turns where you probably don't expect Damien, and he just lets that priority window pass, saying, you're already under Hypothermia, I'm just going to chain the disruption. And that's one of the things you have to be aware of as Iyslander. You want to make sure you're just keeping opponents down to 3-card hands. You don't really want to say, okay, I'm going to put you down to a 1-card hand one turn and let you have a 5-card hand on the following turn. You just want to make sure they're in that 2 to 3-card range for the whole game, because that's where you thrive. That's where you are being more efficient than them, and then that's where you can lean into your endgame off of Stormstriders.
I'm seeing something interesting that could play out here with the Burn Up and Shock.
I think I pulled it back pretty good.
Yeah, Damien, you have pulled it back pretty good, my friend. I'm sure it's not feeling good if you're sitting in Briar's seat, but this burn up and shock, right? You play the burn up and shock, all of a sudden, if an attack hits for arcane damage, Damien's kind of incentivized to let an attack hit on this turn to create that embodiment of Earth so that the embodiment of Earth can pop on Dylan's next turn and allow for that CLF to be played before any actions have started anything on the turn. The burn up and shock could make that a little more of an uncomfortable proposition for Damien. I wonder if that's something that Dylan is going to consider when planning out this turn, even though the hypothermia means there won't be anything wide happening, thanks to the go again being taken off by that affliction.
Well, so one interesting thing to point out about hypothermia is that it prevents go again from being gained, but we know there's a blossoming spellblade in Dylan's arsenal, and you can sort of do like a spellbound creepers sort of effect where you play a non-attack at instant speed and you get the go again off of that, which still allows you to go wide on this turn.
Yeah, so Damien here thinking, still hasn't played that CLF, hoping that the hypothermia does enough work, because hypothermia would turn off things like the embodiment of lightning, but blossoming spellblade, that's a nice call out there, my friend. It's why these lists have really shot up in popularity, because of what blossoming spellblade represents in no small part, thanks to regrowth and shock.
Yeah, the question is whether he's able to satisfy the double fuse. Doesn't look like he's holding on to a regrowth shock.
But he is holding on to Autumn's Touch and Burn Up and Shock and a Lightning Surge.
Yeah, but if you pitch the Autumn's Touch...
Oh, you don't have the fuse?
Yeah, exactly. So you need to pitch 2 reds to keep a Lightning and an Earth card to fuse that, and at that point, are you even getting that much value? Potentially, I mean, your opponent put a hypothermia on the field. You get as much value as you can, right? Let's see what he opts to do here, because there is the other play line that you were talking about, which is if you just play the Burn Up Shock, your opponent can't let the on-hit through, which means you don't get an embodiment of embodiment of Earth, which means your first action of following turn won't be taxed by the CLF, and maybe that's what you need.
Oh yeah, some really fascinating play lines here. Play the Blossoming Spellblade, try to create an embodiment of lightning for a future turn later, playing it as an instant, but still it is a non-attack, so you would make the embodiment of lightning thanks to Briar. If the attack hits, the embodiment of Earth allows for that CLF to be played at instant speed before any actions are taken by Dylan. This is some high-level, very interesting and intricate thought patterns that these players are having to engage in to find their optimal lines.
And as Dylan sits across this Iyslander, recognizing that Damien isn't running any of his attack actions, you have to wonder whether he regrets presenting Face Purgatory in this matchup at this point.
Absolutely.
That card is just going to sit there looking really pretty.
Gorgeous.
You have to give it that.
Yeah.
Standard out Face Purgatory. Gorgeous card. Not going to be very effective, though. Not going to be very functional in this matchup, you have to imagine.
Damien down to 8 after the burn up. Pitching away the Lightning Surge and the Autumn's Touch to come in over pitching for a CNC. This is a CNC that Damien really doesn't want to take, because not only does it blow up the arsenal, but it also represents 4 damage that is going to take the embodiment of lightning away. So it does technically have go again, but Hypothermia is going to say no go again can be gained for any reason.
And earlier this game, we saw Damien forced to let a Snatch that was drawing 2 cards. He was forced to let that hit. Is he holding too many no blocks or too many 2 blocks? Looks like Tunic coming into block over here alongside a 2 block and a 3 block. And that is, once again, just that drawback of these Count Your Blessings lists. Looks like he's just holding on to a few too many no blocks, few too many bad blocking cards, forced to give it with Tunic at this point in the game. And a deck like Count Your Blessings, a deck like Iyslander specifically, we spoke about the Tunic going up to 3, which works really well with playing 2 Count Your Blessings or playing CLF and Waning Moon. But he had to give it up because he's holding a D-React and a Sigil of Solace. That Tunic's gone. That represents quite a bit of loss of value here, Sam. This is Dylan sort of, saying, I'm still very much in this game. You've clawed it back. You've had really good back-to-back turn cycles, but getting that Tunic could be key in this matchup.
Massive get there for Dylan. The Command and Conquer making that D-React just rot in the hand there, making that CLF that's in the arsenal so much harder to protect. The play line of pitching a blue, playing a 2-cost card out of the arsenal, and then utilizing the Tunic for 3 points of arcane damage is so much of how Iyslander actually closes the gap. It is a huge part. Ice Bolt, 2-cost, utilize the Tunic, get 3 more arcane damage. Now that that Tunic is gone, there are still 30 minutes left in the round. Dylan's down to 20, Damien's down to 11, but there's a lot of game left, and all of a sudden, no Frostbite. The CLF can come out, but with no Embodiment of Earth, Dylan's going to get to make a game action before that CLF comes down onto the field.
And with Counter Blessings as well, a very common play pattern is you play one Counter Blessings pitching a blue, you pop your Tunic, you play another Counter Blessings because you go exactly up to 4 resources. That playline won't be available to Damien anymore. That was a very timely Command and Conquer, and Dylan, CMH, coming back down on the field, forcing out that CLF on Damien. But he was holding on to a Fate Foreseen. Does he have the Ice card to go ahead and keep that CLF on his own turn?
Going to be the Blizzard, which is going to create this CLF for this turn, but like you said, needs to find an Ice card to pitch into the Coronet Peak for his next turn. Part of why he made sure to keep it around even through the blocking. Dylan here is just going to go ahead, pitch 2 into what? The Rosetta Thorn? That would be the best way to get any points of damage through Rosetta Thorn here. Let's see, this should cost a total of 3 because of the 1 cost, the additional resource from the Frostbite, and the additional resource for the Channel Lake Frigid. Little bit of, I think, a miss there from our players, but the Fate Foreseen going to be played here. Damien going to go ahead and get that out of the hand.
And the Ice card going to the pitch zone here on Dylan's turn to resolve the CLF is telling that Damien is holding on to further Ice cards in his hand to go ahead and keep that CLF around. To that Coronet Peak, you're ripping yet another card from Dylan. And, you know, I don't think Dylan is happy having this Blossoming Spellblade in his arsenal because of how expensive that card is. When you're under a card like CLF and you have a Chalmont Heroic on your side of the field, what you really want to do is send a whole bunch of cheap attacks at your opponent with Go Again to really leverage the pump on a Chalmont Heroic. Blossoming Spellblade, not the card you want in this sort of situation.
CNC going to be discarded to the Coronet Peak here.
Yep, yet another expensive card. And he's holding on yet another CMH. Now here, he has an interesting play line. Because he's holding on to 2 Earth cards here in the form of CMH and Autumn's Touch, he could go ahead and keep the current CMH around and just tell Damien, can you keep your CLF around? Because if you can't, then I've sort of, outvalued your channel with my channel because I kept mine around longer than yours.
Looks like that is going to be the play pattern. Needs to pitch a total of 3, but does have the Regrowth and Shock to fuse with, and 2 points of resources left over. That's actually pretty interesting. There's going to be a Polar Blast here that's going to represent another Frostbite. That might make the effect of the Blossoming Spellblade a little harder to get off. But this is coming in for a total of 9 damage thanks to the Channel Mat Heroic, and it is going to stick around for another turn. Next attack does have Dominate.
Yep, I really love that cheeky thing. You always, when you play Iyslander, you always ask your opponent, you play a Polar Blast on their turn, you're like, would you like to pay, sir? And then they'll be like, no, of course not.
Would you like to pay?
It is a legal action. You are allowed to while you're under the CLF. Pay an extra 1, you want to do that?
Listen, in a game of Flesh and Blood, maybe multiple games, players have paid to filter a resource because for some reason they need to do so. Players here.
Yep.
Blossoming Spellblade. Deal 1 arcane damage to target hero, which means that it would be able to banish a card from the graveyard because it's whenever it deals damage. And Blossoming Spellblade is dealing the 1 damage. That is something that Damien really has to think about.
I forgot I had a rock in play.
Samage is on the field, and Damien pointed out, if the arcane damage does go through, Dylan will be able to play a Burn-Up Shock at instant speed, giving that on-hit of 4 arcane damage to this Blossoming Spellblade at reaction speed, if you will. So Damien quite incentivized to prevent that arcane, giving up the Waning Moon activation over here, recognizing that threat.
Tunic would have made a Waning Moon activation still possible, but that CNC a couple turns ago really proving so impactful already.
Yep. And looking at Damien's hand here, Sam, I don't think he's able to keep this CLF around for a second turn, but on Dylan's side, this CMH is sticking around. Is this the bit of a break that Dylan needs? The break from the back-to-back disruption that Damien's been able to pull off?
Blocking for a total of 7. Fate Foreseen here from Damien. Let's see if we can see what the card is. Nope, we cannot. But he does have a Sigil of Solace. That's a card that doesn't block.
Yep. So, can play a non-attack at instant speed over here. Not too many. Don't imagine there's a very good one here at this point, because it will cost him 2 as well. There's CLF in play, and he still has a Frostbite thanks to a Polar Blast. So would cost him 2 to play a non-attack, and then, not much else he can do after that, because he's still under CLF after that. So
if you play the non-attack as the instant, do you get the Go Again your action point back?
Yeah.
So you could then come in utilizing the Regrowth Shock for something like a Rosetta Thorn. Would be 2 and 2, and if it's the burn-up shot, would then threaten an additional 4 if it hits. So let's see, for So blocked for 7, took 2, so should be down to 9 here. We see the embodiment of Earth has already been created.
Wow. Pass priority.
Oh no, Dylan just going to pass priority.
Yep.
Keep the regrowth and shock around for the arsenal and put 2 counters on that Channel Mount Heroic.
Going in, Arsling, a secret card. Neither player knows about that. And on Damien's side, is Arsling a very, very strong card in his own right? A Brain Freeze, not quite as strong as something like a CLF, especially with the number of not zero costs that these Briar lists have been running. But Brain Freeze could stymie this Channel Mount Heroic that's currently on 2 counters. Looks like that's exactly what Damien wants to do. In response to Embodiment of Earth trigger, Brain Freeze coming out. Show me that hand. Let me grab that zero-cost attack from your hand before you're able to resolve it. And I know your Arsenal is just a regrowth shock.
Two of my targets. Would you like?
And a Blizzard being shown as well, threatening to take the go again away from any attack that comes out on the turn. Damien, of course, back up to 12 thanks to the Sigil of Solace that was quickly played the turn prior, allowing for this Brain Freeze to be the only card left for the Arsenal.
Probably not super happy seeing 2 blues on Dylan's side when you're showing them a Blizzard, and maybe that's why opting to take one of those blues, saying, I'm gonna make my Blizzard more effective, let you have that E-Strike, even though there's a CMH in the field, and just put that Force of Nature on top. Well, partly because there's also a CMH in the field. So Force of Nature and E-Strike, both very strong cards, and you have to let him keep one of them, opting to take away the draw engine, and letting him keep the E-Strike.
Here comes Eclectic Magnetism. This is 8 damage. Technically right now no go again, but a non-attack can be played as an instant, which would give an action point, meaning the Blizzard will not be able to do much here because it's not actually getting go again. The non-attack action, Regrowth and Shock, is being played as an instant, so that means the go again is going to trigger on this Regrowth Shock as an instant, just giving you an action point, which means that even though there is no go again, Dylan is going to be able to continue this combat chain.
And we see Damien go ahead and AB that, recognizing that that Blizzard, like you so pointed out, Sam, not going to be very useful in this turn because the go again was gained off a non-attack, not an attack. So he just says, I'll just convert this to life effectively by pitching to AB. Also got to use the 2 floating to stop the Resonathon to Arcane as well.
This game started off so hot. Both players, Dylan dealing an enormous amount of damage. Damien down to single digits so early and now has slowed to a crawl as so many decision points are becoming even more important. Every point of value matters. Damien down to 9, found another CYB, found a couple of D-reacts there in that hand. Here comes a Force of Nature. This one's going to be fused. The Brain Freeze that was in Arsenal was not played in response to the Embodiment of Lightning, Earth on this turn. I'm pretty sure it's another Brain Freeze that he kept in the Arsenal. There was one last turn. I'm pretty sure it's another one in there. Let's see, though. Here's Burn Up and Shock coming in with the Force of Nature.
Yep, and that E-Strike went to Dylan's Arsenal, it looks like. So not using the Embodiment of Lightning for that E-Strike, opting instead to use it on the Snatch. 2 on-hits on the Snatcher, the Burn-Up Shock, and the card draw effect, of course. So Damien respecting this, going ahead and giving away the Coronet Peak. Very, very important piece of equipment for Iyslander, not just because of giving you an on-board piece of disruption on a stick, if you will, but also because it's one of the pieces that you need to keep your Channel Lake Frigids around on your own turn. So blocking with that makes Channel Lake Frigid a weaker card for the rest of the game as well.
Sink Below going to get rid of a Count Your Blessings. Damien wants some cards to block with here. He's going to bring it back in. Let's see what the selection is. Got a Drone of Brutality, yeah, putting back away. Count Your Blessings looking for a card that is able to block. It is a Brain Freeze in the Arsenal.
Yeah, on this turn where your opponent is has started with a burn-up shock, you really want to try and prioritize blocking cards. And also here we see why he couldn't use that Brain Freeze. He didn't have an ice card to fuse with, Sam. He was holding all these non-ice cards, and he just drew into a no-block while there's a burn-up shock effect active.
And now this E-Strike can come in for a total of 7, threatening to deal 4 more damage. And there is a no-block in the hand and a 2-block in the hand. Fate Foreseen is going to go ahead. Block 4, which means 3 damage plus 4 might be ready to go over the top, but there is a fair amount of life gain in Damien's hand, but no way to pay for that CYB.
Yep. It also represents a card draw from Force of Nature, because this E-Strike does have more power than its base, so that's just going to go ahead and refresh Dylan's Arsenal. No action point to speak of right now, so not going to be able to use it, but Briar loves working off of 5-card hands, as we've mentioned many, many times in this game. Now, still able to convert the yellow Count Your Blessings to AB2, thanks to the AB2 on Storm Striders. Burn-Up Shock, of course, deals 4 arcane damage, and you are allowed to prevent it. So Damien not quite going down to 1, still able to get 2 block value effectively from that yellow no block, and holding onto a sigil as well.
Sigil of Sauce, so Damien back up to 6.
And was that a Scar for a Scar from the Force of Nature draw? I think that was, and he still goes ahead and arsenals it. You can still end the chain with a Scar for a Scar. If you're able to get action points earlier on, you can still end the chain with it. But it is, could potentially be a slight risk, but there's the added value from having Tome of Harvest in your deck as well, that you just want to try and keep your arsenal chain going.
Maybe that last turn there wasn't an ice card for the Brain Freeze. Here we go. Here's the embodiment of Earth. Brain Freeze going to come out this time, fusing with that Arctic Incarceration. Let's take a look at the hand. Ball Lightning, Earthlore Surge, Regrowth Shot, and Sonata Arcanic. So one of those 3 cards can head to the top of the deck. But what's interesting is if you put the Ball Lightning on top, Sonata Arcanic, you can just go ahead and grab it.
Exactly, but if you put something else on top, you're leaving your opponent with the Ball Lightning. It's like either way, this almost like an Azalea moment where like no matter what you put on top, it just feels bad because Azalea always has access to the top card of the deck. When you see your opponent have a Sonata, you might be tempted to just take the Sonata instead, or you make them gamble. He put the Ball Lightning on top saying, okay, you better have at least 1 non-attack in the 2 cards below that Ball Lightning we just put on top, otherwise I did just rip that from your hand.
Sonata Arcanic's going to be the play, revealing the Ball Lightning, but is there a non-attack to go with it? There is the Regrowth and the Shock and the Ravenous Rabble and the Snatch, so any one of those cards can be grabbed here. The Ball Lightning does represent the 3 damage, but we know it's a Scar for Scar in the arsenal. The Ravenous Rabble has a chance to rip a blue off the top and show only 2 damage instead of 4. And the Snatch, of course, the draw a card effect.
And he is holding on to another Regrowth Shock in hand, so he does have access to an embodiment of lightning, which could be why he wants to choose the Snatch right now. You know you're gonna have Snatch go again. You know you can either end your turn with Rosetta Thorn or go ahead and use that Scar for a Scar and unbrick yourself, so to speak. So just goes ahead and grabs that Snatch, gonna make the embodiment, and Damien's gonna need to find a way to block that breakpoint. Deck size looking a little bit thin on Dylan's side. This sort of slow, life-gainy, disruptive Iyslander deck is, in some sense, running this Briar out of threads. Damien is sitting at 5, and this is a very different Iyslander than what we saw back in CC. Back in CC, she really just wanted to walk life totals down with the opponent and end up with Storm Striders. Damien saying, nah, I was going to gain life and maybe have this Drone of Brutality endgame to try and close it out.
Damien all the way down to 4 after taking the 1 point of arcane damage.
Yep. Allowing Dylan his choice of an attack to grab from his graveyard. Looks like Ravenous Rabble going to be the attack of choice, going to let him know. Yeah. Perhaps switching it up.
Like, no, going to be the call.
Yep.
Gotta make sure you do the Snatch first if you want to threaten the go again, but it is just gonna be the Scar for a Scar here. He's gonna utilize that to get the go again, meaning that Snatch is most likely just gonna be a Chain Ender.
And Sink Below used on the Scar for a Scar. Snap blocked over here, so you have to imagine Damien has another breakpoint block because he knows about the Snatch in Dylan's hand.
Still half your life total.
Here comes the Ravenous Rabble, but it does reveal the blue, like we mentioned. It is possible, and now all of a sudden, this is still something that has to be respected. Dylan is representing, half of Damien's life total. Briar trying to close the gap. But now you wonder, is maybe the play here going to be the Rosetta Thorn with that 1 resource because of the 2 arcane damage as well as the 2 physical damage? So Damien there actually sniffing out that Snatch was going to head to the arsenal, not be utilized on this combat chain. That means 2 arcane damage over the top. Damien down to 2 with only 3 CYBs played yet. That life total might not stay low forever.
And that both Ravenous Rabbles this game revealing a blue and Damien sitting at 2 life. You have to wonder
the whole game.
If those cards lined up a little bit differently, Damien perhaps might have been out of this game already, but so far is sticking on and is putting 3 Frostbites on the opponent. But Sam, Iyslander without an arsenal as it goes into Dylan's turn. This is when she's the most vulnerable. All she has is these 3 Frostbites, maybe something she Striders in, but when you're at 20, you're safe from dying from anything. So 3 Frostbites is the only disruption that Dylan needs to deal with on this turn. Does he have the resource? We know he revealed a blue off the top of the Rabble, so he has at least that 1 blue in his hand to deal with the 3 Frostbites.
But the question is, does he have enough blues to deal with a Blizzard? As you can see that flicking around in the hand as well.
That will also change the math on this turn because here goes a blue into the Ravenous Rebel, showing another blue on top. Earthlore Surge, Tome of Harvest, Earthlore Surge, or Anthem of Spring, excuse me, just so devastating here for our Briar player. It, like you said, is literally the whole game. That's 4 points of life now, 6 points of life that Damien has not had to deal with. Here comes another Blizzard that not only represents 2, but has a Frostbite as well attached to it. Paying the 2.
And you called it the few pieces of disruption that Iyslander can send at you when they don't have an Arsenal Blizzard. Very timely there for Damien. Unfortunately, Dylan did have a few extra resources. Go ahead and pitch to it. But defense reaction coming in to block out the snatch.
I am sorry for that, my friend. It's okay.
Still, once again, so different because that Ravenous Rabble only came in for 2 damage. Now, once again, the onus is here on Dylan. Can you find the action points? Can you find the way to go wide? Here comes the Channel Mount Heroic. There's the Earth card to play for it. How much damage can you present from here? You can hear the players talking about it. It looks like Dylan just asked, how many CYBs do you have in your hand?
Looks like Damien is considering popping the Storm Striders, is using it, is saying the CMH is a big enough threat for me to just go ahead and pop that up. Maybe not.
I'm gonna let it happen.
Okay, he's going to let it happen.
He's gonna let it happen. Which means here comes a blue Autumn's Touch. So this is only 4 points of damage, 5 points of damage, up to 8 because of the CMH. That means you can't just give 2 cards here.
Yep, looks like 3 cards going to be the name of the game, but that's two blocks in there. So we'll be blocking 7 total. Going down to 1 is Damien. And Sam, all 3 Ravenous Rebels revealing blues, and Damien sitting there at 1. Those was, he's counting his lucky stars for those reveals.
We're hearing a good call from someone watching at home. Those aren't Ravenous Rebels. Those are peckish Rebels.
Yep.
Just a little peckish, not that ravenous, not that hungry. I just want 2. I don't want 4. No, I just want 2. I'm just feeling a little peckish. Just a little peckish on the combat chain.
As we come down to this endgame, Damien is drawing back up into so many Counter Blessings. He has another Counter Blessing in that arsenal, Sam. 2 Counter Blessings in his hand as well. He's about to, is ostensibly at 1 thanks to those peckish rebels, as you pointed out, but gonna go right back up.
Yeah, this is very dangerous for Dylan here. Has to actually find the way through all of the life gain that Damien's about to present.
And Dylan has drawn one of those Rune Blade hands. No attacks in this hand while he has a CMH on the field. While he has a non-attacks to make an Embodiment of Lightning, his best bet right here is to try and get 2 Earth cards in the pitch zone to just try and keep the CMH around, because otherwise he just resolved that card for a blue Autumn's Touch. That was the only thing it buffed this for its lifetime.
That means you spent 2 cards to get 3 points of value, and that is never how you want to spend your cards in Flesh and Blood. But if you think that value proposition is bad, just wait until you spend 2 cards to do almost nothing, gain an action point, which can be good on a future turn. But however, the life gain that Damien is about to be able to represent because of this stumble from Briar, Iyslander going to be able to rise up out of the snow and ice, clutch to her victuals and liveries once again.
And the question is, does Dylan even have a pitch outlet? When you're not running grass, we just opted for the Vexing Quill Hand over the grass of the Arc Knight. Just how are you going to get 2 Earth cards in the pitch zone? Is this CMH just going to die after all it did was just buff a blue Autumn's Touch? And looks like Dylan perhaps even opting to not even make the Embodiment of Lightning, maybe trying to conserve some threats, recognizing how thin his deck is getting, saying you can't just throw cards into the void, can't just light them on fire, opting to forgo the Embodiment of Lightning might just be a Rosetta Thorn for just 2 physical damage. And recognizing he said there's no way for him to keep the rock around, just goes ahead, sends the Rosetta Thorn for 2. Not 2 and 2, just 2.
Here comes a Count Your Blessing, gain 1 plus, gain X, where X is 1 plus the number of Count Your Blessings. Play another Count Your Blessings, gaining 4 up to 5, gaining, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 11. Playing another one for red. Look at this. How much life gain was Damien able to present here from 1 all the way up to, let's see, 3 plus 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? So another 12?
Just completely close that life gap. Not in the way we normally see it. We normally see life gaps being closed by one person going well below what they started on this turn. But Damien reversing it, going from 1 all the way to 17, thanks to that stumble from Dylan, and thanks especially to those package rebels that just weren't revealing reds.
Here comes Plunder Run, giving +3 to the next thing.
played. Next attack action card played. Here comes Regrowth Shock, threatening to grab another card, creating that embodiment of lightning. But all of a sudden, it's such a different world for Briar. She is looking around in a house of mirrors, wondering how many Icelanders do I have to get through? I feel like I've killed you 4 times, and it all the way back up to 17 goes our Iyslander player.
Hashtag blessed indeed is Damien with all those counter blessings. CNC here coming in for 9 with go again, threatening an on-hit draw effect. No D-reacts can be played to this, but Damien just says, all right, I'll just block it. No D-reacts this time, no blocks this time for me to get blown out by a terribly timed CNC. Just go ahead and have 9 block. I don't care about these cards. Anyway, you might be getting fatigued, good sir.
Still has 1 floating to be able to come in with the Rosetta Thorn and keep an arsenal.
But Damien with the 2 floating of his own to counteract the 2 arcane. Oftentimes, Briars in endgames really rely on the 2 arcane on the Rosetta Thorn to just chip damage in. But Iyslander with a very, very easy access to AB2 on the Stormstrider is just able to actually deal with a Rosetta Thorn arcane damage.
I want to point out as well that at this Living Legend calling, when this format is as yet maybe a little unexplored, for Damien to come in with a Count Your Blessings Iyslander, something that neither of us expected, not something you have to imagine Dylan wasn't potentially ready for when sideboarding at the beginning of this game, diving into that inventory, grabbing the right cards. This is something that Damien might be catching people with all weekend long until people start to sniff it out. Dylan might have some fatigue packet for something like an Oldhim, something like a fatigue style of Jarl or Bravo or Starvo, but maybe left those things back in the inventory, expecting this to be a little more of a tempo back and forth match. But these Count Your Blessings, not only so powerful and effective, but they're even more so when your opponent doesn't expect it.
I mean, we know for a fact he wasn't expecting this because of the Face Purgatory that he chose to bring in, right? That is a card that's only useful against physical damage attacks. He was expecting this Iyslander to be to play like the Iyslander days when she was in CC, the Wounded Bulls and the Fighting Spirits. Brings the Purgatory in, hasn't been able to use it, not going to be able to use it. This time, though, Ravenous Rabble is revealing that red of the top Sam, but is it too little too late?
I think it might just be take 1 for arcane damage, AB 2 of it with the Storm Striders, so only taking 2 arcane damage there. No block in the hand and another Count Your Blessings. Here comes Autumn's Touch. This one's coming in for 5. Block 3, take 2. That means another Count Your Blessings is going to hit the arsenal. 7 minutes elapsed. 7 minutes remaining in this game.
Yep. And we speak about the Briar running out of threats, and here's that time of the game where you're starting to send blue Autumn's Touches at your opponent, because those, you're getting to a point where those are the attacks left in the deck. Those Mopey Earth cards that you've been pitching the whole game to your CMHs to fund your powerful turns, fuse to your Force of Natures and stuff. Now coming out to play on the combat chain, not where you want them to be. This is not where Dylan was hoping to find himself, the end game against an Iyslander, Sam. We've spoken about this since the beginning. Just Iyslander, this is where Iyslander thrives, when your opponent's out of threats and you still have Stormstriders up and you are just the more efficient deck.
Dylan not out of threats yet. Here comes a Lightning Surge from the Arsenal. This is for Go Again. Blizzard here going to go ahead and give a Frostbite, because it's not just ice cards played from Arsenal, it's any ice cards played on the turn, or on your opponent's turn, giving the Frostbite. So 2 pitched into the Blizzard effect.
Now, as we come back to second cycle, these ice taxing effects do get a lot worse, because now the Briar is drawing into more blue-heavy hands. Dylan, 2 blues in that hand, just snap pays for the Blizzard, has the 1 floating to pay for the Frostbite, and has yet another blue in his hand to boot as well. That's going to go to the bottom to fuel his E-Strike, putting the Plunder Run that was revealed in the Arsenal. And Damien knows about Plunder Run too, so he can expect that he's going to need to deal with that card on the following turn.
Yeah, I'm blocking. Yeah. I'm on a bad turn.
Damien is blocking, and then he's going to pass the turn. Here comes a Count Your Blessings. There's the Drone of Brutality, Blizzard, and the Unmovable in the hand. Kind of an awkward one to actually work through.
Yep. And a CLF blocked with from Damien's side once again. Dylan spotting that does Damien have further disruption in the arsenal that he's so willing to block with the CLF? Or is it more life gain? Is it a Counter Blessings? Or maybe a D-React?
Pulse of Candlehold here. Is there going to be a response? Answer is no, meaning 2 Earth, Lightning, or Elemental action cards are going on top of the deck.
Yep, and you can put some real threats right back with this card. The restrictions on this card, not something Briar cares too much about. Some of the best cards are those Earth, Lightning, and Elemental cards. I have to wonder whether a CMH might go right on top with an Earth card to fuel it as well.
Here comes a CMH. This is how Dylan is going to try to get through this potential of fatigue. With only 5 minutes remaining, though. These players got to start moving a little fast.
And at this point, with your deck so full of these blue Earth cards, maybe he doesn't even, prioritize putting a blue Earth card with his CMH. Maybe he's just going to trust his deck that he will find that.
I know, we only have
Yep.
4 minutes left.
A collecting magnetism going to be the lightning card of choice to put back on top of the deck next to his CMH, trusting his deck that he's going to find that blue Earth card to fuel it with.
Yeah, it's a lightning on the end. It itself is a lightning, so.
Players discussing making sure that the right cards, the legal cards, are put back on top. 2 blues in the hand, like you described. A lot of blues left once you get to this stage in the game, deep into the second cycle.
Another play he has access to him is just hold on to a blue Earth card. You don't even need to trust your deck to give you a blue Earth card to fuel the CMH. Just hold on to one of them at the end of this turn, and you know you're drawing into at least the CMH Eclectic Magnetism, and you're holding on to a blue Earth card as well.
Ball Lightning threatening the consistent extra damage on the whole combat chain for lightning or elemental action cards.
And as we go down to this endgame, we also have to point out that Vexing Quill Hand, alongside the Bloodshot Skeleton sitting on Dylan's side, could be the final last push of not only damage, but also resources he might need to get over Damien's defenses, and wouldn't even be giving up his AB to Wood because of those Lightning Greaves.
Anthem of Spring is going to go ahead and make an embodiment of lightning. Then here's going to be the Rosetta Thorn. 2 and 2, AB2 thanks to the Storm Striders. Take 2, down to 2 from the Rosetta Thorn physical damage.
And just a moment ago, Damien was sitting at 17. Oh, and here we see why. He's just healing right back up of a blue and a yellow Conduit Blessings. These cards that were pitched early in the game, now all that much stronger once you come back to them.
From 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be the very last one. So 2 plus 8 is 10, maybe back up to 19. Here goes our Iyslander player. Looks like it was 9, so up to 18 then. Maybe one more Count Your Blessings left in the deck.
And did Dylan draw a blue Earth card to go with that CMH? He ended up using both the Earth cards that he had in his hand. He's not showing it to us. Looks like
Vexing Quill Hand and Bloodsheath Galata here. This is where these cards are supposed to come together to power up a big turn.
Yep.
Is there a response from Damien?
And we just spoke about this. This could be that final push of damage and resources that Dylan needs to get over that 18 life. No more Conduit Blessings to speak of from Damien's side, and no response is exactly where you want to be if you're on Dylan's side. You're saying no response, that means there's no instant speed CLF happening as I'm doing these powerful things. Do I have an opening here to go ahead and send a whole bunch of damage at Damien?
Here comes the Eclectic Magnetism, 2 Arcane, 8 Physical, go again. And the Eclectic Magnetism creating an action point if a non-attack is played on the chain link, which could then continue the turn from there.
So Dylan, if he plays that non-attack at instant speed and that non-attack is go again, which I believe might be a plunder run in Arsenal, then he would end this chain link with 2 action points, one from the go again, one from the instant speed played plunder run, which also might draw him a card, because his magnetism is coming in for 8.
Is he going to be able to work through Damien's life total in the time allotted? 2 Arcane is good. Damien down to 16 was again back down all the way to 2. Count Your Blessings having something to say. Plunder run at instant speed. No blocks. Any way to get through this? It is going to be that unmovable from a turn ago. So 8 damage covered up by that unmovable. The perfect follow-up here. No card drawn, but +3 to the next attack played, which means here comes Eclectic Magnetism. This one's going to be for
11?
Should be for 11, which would have been a card drawn.
Yep, and the players have caught that, so yep, it will be 11. And he does have the 2 action points, which he's representing. Looks like Damien's still going to block as much as he can. Allow Dylan to have the card draw. 1 action point, 1 resource floating. CMH still around. Opponent with 0 cards in hand. Looks like it's just going to be Rosetta Thorn and the chain.
Take 4, down to 9 goes Damien.
And CMH still sticking around. This could be the final push for Dylan on this following turn. Does he have the threats left in his deck, Sam? Does he even have reds to send? Can he make action points with Embodiments of Lightning? Let's take a look at his hand.
Both players here, not much left in the deck, but let's see. Anthem of Spring, Earthlore Surge, Tome of Harvest, but Tome of Harvest is going to draw 3 more cards. What are those final 3 cards that are good? What are they going to be?
There's 1 Autumn's Touch. That's the only attack that he has in this hand. Everything else is just pumps. Just a whole bunch of mopey blue earth cards over here.
Time in the round for the feature match here. We know there's a Drone of Brutality. What's the damage threatened left from this Briar deck? The Drone of Brutality does represent a consistent, overwhelming potential.
And it looks like this Briar deck is almost completely out of attacks. And once you're out of those attacks, your Rosetta Thorn is always just going to be too physical against a Drone of Brutality that can just block it permanently for the rest of the game. And if Damien has more than one drone, which I do believe we have seen, then he has a consistent weapon of sorts as well, but just sending a drone and blocking with a drone and just keeping that going for the rest of the game.
So if Dylan takes another action here, no concessions are allowed for this round. This is the moment where Dylan thinks he doesn't have enough threats left in the deck and he concedes. This is the moment where that's allowed to happen. If he takes another game action, then both players are just going to take one more turn, and if there is no resolution, we just have a draw.
So he might consider, what he's thinking about right now is whether he has a damage on this turn to finish Damien off. Because he's holding Earthlaw Surges and Autumn's Touch and has CMH around and still has a swing of Rosetta Thorn after all that, because he would have played enough non-attacks to make the Embodiment of Lightning. If he goes for that play, if he tries to finish Damien off right now with that fairly high damage line, that Autumn's Touch already 8 from CMH, we play 2 Earthlaw Surges, goes all the way up to 14, alongside a Rosetta Thorn. If Damien's holding some 2 blocks, you could theoretically get there, but you're right. If he goes ahead and makes that call and he tries to do it and he doesn't get there, we'll just have a draw on our hands.
Players here conferring with one of our judge staff members. Looks like maybe going to go ahead and... As much as I hate it, looks like I think I'm supposed to take the draw. So here comes Earthlore Surge with the Tome of Harvest. Here comes another Earthlore Surge.
Oh, and that's a red Earthlaw Surge as well. So that's actually going to be a 16 damage Autumn's Touch.
Maybe going to change the math here a bit. So now Damien just needs to stay alive to make sure that this game does end in a draw, not a loss.
Yeah, oh, looks like he doesn't have the resources to play another Earthlaw Surge. So, yep, this is just going to be 13.
Yeah, so Damien here going to gain 10, go up to 19.
And then I'll block 4 on 9.
Block 4 of the 9.
8 plus 5 is 13.
13, yep. So taking 9 and another 4 from Rosetta Thorn.
Down to 10 here. Just no, I guess, Go again represented, even though had it right from the Tome of Harvest and the Earthlore Surge, so they had made an Embodiment of Lightning, and then the Rosetta Thorn could have come in for 4 more damage. Yeah. That's not going to be enough here, and Damien here, just nothing able to do with those final 4 cards, so that is the end of the game. 2 Drone of Brutalities. It's not going to be enough for either player here. Count your blessings. It's a challenging thing to navigate, and one of the challenges of playing that deck, you do have to get your games done in the 55 minutes allotted, and there it feels as though both players did not feel as though it was capable to find that satisfying conclusion. So we are going to have a draw here.
And Dylan, I mean, he shot his shot. He tried. He said, you have these 2 blocks. There's still these no blocks left in your deck. Maybe I can get there with this final push of a 13 damage Autumn's Touch into a 4 damage Rosetta Thorn. Unfortunately, didn't manage to get there, and it did end up on a draw. But on Damien's side, though, have to commend him for some very, very unique deck building. Count Your Blessings Iyslander was not part of the narrative going into this weekend. And to see him at 2-0 with 1 draw now on his record, still very, very impressive.
Yeah, and Dylan there could have been wondering if that Count Your Blessings was, that final card left in the deck. Maybe both players were able to track the pitch stack, but they're doing a lot. They're trying to figure out if they can do all the damage, if what cards are left in the opponent's deck. So might as well send it, see if you can get there, because a win is better than a draw. So if for some reason there were no blocks left in the deck, or the damage was able to get there, Dylan in that case just felt like it was in his best interest to try to push for the win. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to get there, so we are going to have a draw in this round. However, let's go ahead and talk what comes forward from this point. We have got the world premiere of The Hunted coming up in Prague, January 17th through 19th. And of course, the world premiere itself is sold out. We've got so much excitement for this event in Prague, but that does not mean that there is a dearth of events to choose from. If you were able to get into this beautiful, wonderful event, you will be, of course, receiving the beautiful, wonderful Arakni flipped through the cracks. The lead speaker Arakni slipped through the cracks. The first attack with stealth each turn gets Go again. A symmetrical effect, a cold foil, micro text box. You'll love to see it. And of course, for the Fabled package that gets you into the Calling, which is not sold out but selling so fast. We're at like 85 or 90% of tickets already sold. So if you're on the fence, if you want to come hang out with us in Prague, I recommend you get your tickets now because look, Extended Art Cold Foil, Art of the Dragon Blood, Jagged Edge, a card that a lot of people are talking about, maybe giving some game into Illusionists. This card, Rolling Fissure, LSS is like, all right, y'all. We know you need some help with Illusionists. Let's help you out a little bit. We got Flurry, Agility, and Power Stance, as well as the Claw and Fire and Dragon Arts as well on offer. Extended Art, Rainbow Foils, and then further Extended Art Rainbow Foils in these 1 per promo packs for the Calling.
The Draconic talent coming back, a very well-loved talent, if you will, an Uprising, also a very, very popular set that got many, many players into the game. I'm not surprised at all that this world premiere has already sold out, Sam. Lots of excitement around the Hunted, and, we saw Path of the Warrior, Path of the Ninja as a possible promo packs on their previous screen. I just love the flavor of how they're doing these promo packs these days. And over here, one random promo card. There's another Draconic Ninja one, a Draconic Warrior one, but also an Assassin one as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that Assassin because, my friends, we are going to reveal some Assassin information in just a round, so make sure you stick around. Of course, we've got the promo packs for the Battle Hardened as well. Look at these rainbow foils for the Drakai, for the Realm, and for the Emperor. You know these Draconic heroes are trying to do it all for the Drakai, for the Realm, and for the Emperor, and we hope you'll join them in their fight, or perhaps oppose them and join with the forces of chaos. And then when you talk about chaos, when you talk about assassins, there is some juicy information getting revealed just next round. So don't go anywhere. And if you want Scarf for Scarfs, then don't go anywhere in the next 30 seconds because we're about to pick a winner. Literally
right now.
Let's do it.
Right now.
This was a quality. Oh, Ian Porter.
Stop it.
Stop it. Hey, Ian Porter. That's very nice. Well, we didn't pick it, but I kind of it feels like we did because they juiced us up. Thanks.
Not
Ian.
rigged at all.
No, but it was a quality game.
Yeah.
I agree with Ian. It was a quality game. You hope these games come to a conclusion, but you also understand the players there fighting for their chance to move into the winner's bracket. 4-0 is nothing to scoff at, and so seeing if you have the damage on that turn is something understandable. But Ian, for those kind words, scarf for you, my friend. The information is in the chat.
Overall, still a very fantastic game of Flesh and Blood that we got to watch. A trip down memory lane, all those little micro interactions that, we knew back in the day, and just getting a refresh on it. The embodiments of Earth.
I know.
The CLFs, the battle of the channels, who can keep the channel Mount Heroic longer than the channel Lake Frigid, and all those kind of things. It was still an absolute treat to watch.
Yeah, it was fun. It was honestly fun. I was enjoying myself, getting to remind myself of all the timing windows and the burn-ups and the shocks and the frostbite. All right, y'all. We have got a fan favorite coming up for you next. We have got a tale as old as time. We've got OG Chane. We've got OG Prism. And we have got an OG of the Flesh and Blood scene on his OG deck, Will Bradshaw on Prism, coming up for you next. And, of course, an exciting Assassin reveal from the Hunted. A very big one. I'm just telling you now, it's a very big one. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you for all that. The World Tour continues to roll along, and we have got some heroes from Flesh and Blood's brightest days. The battle between light and dark will rage on in just a moment, and I can't wait to see it. Sam O'Byrne, Brian Gottlieb, you ready for this one?
I'm having flashbacks, man. This is my era. This is when I fell in love with Flesh and Blood. I played matchups like this on the reg. I was a big Prism fan immediately. Certainly got tempted a little bit by the Starvo dark side along the way, but before I joined LSS, I got to play 2 Pro Quests in my life. One was limited. One was an event I played on Prism.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you played Prism, so you didn't go to the dark side, but you did go to a little bit to the dark side.
Depends.
A
Depends
little-
who you ask.
Depends who you
Look,
ask.
there's no dark side in Flesh and Blood. I love all these heroes equally. They're all my beautiful little children. They all have their ups, they all have their downs, and those are on full display here in the Living Legend format.
Well, let's go ahead and check in with the kiddos, check in with the people as they look under the tree for their presents, because our present to you is this game. We've got Will Bradshaw versus Jaime Bessett, and of course, if you remember from the OG days, this is the deck that Will Bradshaw used to pilot all the time to great success. This is a matchup that Prism is going to have some trouble with, but if you remember all the way back to that first calling, the first Flesh and Blood event I ever watched, Tyler Horspool taking down the whole tournament. This was the matchup, but he did it from the Prism side of the table.
Yeah, and it was treated as a foregone conclusion that Chane was going to win that event. It was when Chane was at the absolute peak of his dominance, and Tyler Horspool absolutely defied expectations to go ahead and win with Prism. Does Prism have another finish along those lines in it here today?
We'll never forget watching that first stream so long ago and being like, no idea what's happening, but it all looks pretty cool. Let's take a check in here. We see the Herald of Erudition. It's going to be blocked by the Grasp of the Arknight and up there the Unhallowed Rites. But I want to look at the equipment pieces for both of these heroes because we talk about the OG days, but almost none of this was around when these heroes were in Classic Constructed.
Yeah, very different setup here. Empyrean Rapture in the chest slot for Will. I'm curious to see how that decision plays out over the course of this match, as well as a Balance of Justice in the head slot.
Calming Gesture as well can create that Spectral Shield at instant speed. Also looking down, you know, some of this is pretty standard. We saw Chane play with most of these cards, save for his head slot. The hat there for Chane, Face Purgatory. I have to imagine that's going to do some major work in an already quite powerful deck.
Yeah, it's so cool to see these decks pick up the new tools and to play with some old favorites, of course, Sam. The Art of War synergies maybe never been stronger than they are in Chane. That banish an upside, not a downside in this deck.
Here comes Art of War to start things off. Interestingly, both players playing some of their most powerful cards just off the rip, off of 4 cards, no setup necessary. We saw Herald of Erudition for Will, and we see Art of War here for Jaime. That's going to go ahead and put a Rift Bind into the banish. Let's see what was ripped off the top thanks to that Art of War.
Does find a blue. It's noteworthy that Art of War was played by a red, so a little bit of an efficiency loss there. Minnowism kicking things off here into Soul Shackle.
Soul Shackle, which is, of course, the activation of Chane, giving the next action Go Again. So Riftbind here is going to get Go Again and get pumped up by Minnowism, and I believe its own effect, as well as that Art of War. So here's a big ol' attack coming in and 2 floating. Here's 8 Go Again, and Rosetta Thorn is looking nice and primed to come in at the end of this combat Chane.
Yeah, and I think that might be the extent of this turn. So not a super go wide turn. I think Art of War more of a fixer in this instance.
Yeah.
Got through a very awkward, I believe, quad red hand. 3 reds and the Art of War. So, you know, if you're on Will's side, we talk about small wins a lot, and we talk about the ebb and flow, and you are really planning a game of Living Legend around your opponent's power cards. And you say, how bad was that for me? Well, 1 Art of War down, not that bad for Will, it's looking thus far.
8 damage on the combat Chane. How does Will want to respond? Got some cards to block with. Prism, of course, such a boogeyman in her day. Had her struggles with Chane, but as we described, that first calling in Las Vegas, Tyler Horspool did win the whole event, taking down Chane in the finals. And boy, howdy, she has got some new tools to work with. All the cards from Dusk Till Dawn, also these new illusionist pieces. We can think of Dissolve Reality, even Lost in Thought, maybe some options. Balance of Justice here, a new option for Prism as well, giving her various senses of agency and potentially some new tools to take a tough matchup into one that might be a little more manageable.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take that block value right now. Maybe he wants to use the balance on this turn with Art of War having triggered it. And just follow up with Rosetta Thorn.
2 arcane damage, 2 physical. Balance of Justice is going to get broken here, making me wonder if Will is trying to set up an even more offensive turn.
That's what it feels like for sure, Sam. That tells me that there's some go-again options in this hand, some way to go ahead and produce a lot of damage potentially. And that's the type of unorthodox play pattern you're really going to need to pick up as Prism to go ahead and get a win in what's a very difficult matchup. However, difficult matchup does not mean foregone conclusion. There are no foregone conclusions in Flesh and Blood, especially when you're dealing with a player the caliber of Will Bradshaw.
And Chane gets stronger as the game goes, you know? Like, as those shackles continue to build up, as that banish zone becomes full to bursting, that is when Chane is going to operate best off of, you know, a 4-3, 2-card hands. This is the time in the game when Prism might want to start getting aggressive, really put the pressure on, make Chane not able to utilize those small amounts of soul shackles and have to work to actually build up the soul shackles to make his turns even more impressive. Will here utilizing that balance of justice, just saying, I don't want 3 points of defensive value off of this balance of justice. No. I want my ceiling to be even higher.
Yeah, 6-card offensive hand coming in from Will, kicking things off with this Herald. Fueled by Restless Coalescence as the pitch. You talked about new tools, Sam. There you go. And a 3-card block for 6 from Jaime here.
Having to use some 2 blocks because the card going to Soul and creating the Spectral Shield and then another Spectral Shield on offer potentially from the Prism ability. Just too much for Jaime to think about. Here comes a Miraging Metamorph, and this is OG Prism. This is OG Luminaris. This sucker has go again.
Yeah, pretty scary. And only 1 card left in hand for Jaime. You don't expect to see a ton of poppers from the Chane deck. Probably has access to some. Not many, though.
Right, yeah, Soul Reaping, Command and Conquer, that might be. You know, Carrion Husk, it blocks 6, but it doesn't pop. 7, go again. It's going to be taken because you don't want to Phantasm. You don't want to give an aura that could be created thanks to something like a Calming Gesture. Here it's just going to be 7 damage, so down to 33.
2 cards still left here from Will. How about Herald of Judgment to go ahead and do its thing?
Herald of Judgment, such a cool Prism specialization card. I have loved playing in new Prism when facing down Katsus, facing down Zens, facing down Vinsets. This puppy says if it hits, no cards can be played from Banished Zone from your opponent, which means all those Soul Shackles, or just the 1 Soul Shackle right now, will have very little value. Now we've gone 6 into 7 into 6 off of this 4-card hand. That is 19 points of offensive value and a card for the arsenal. And Prism still hasn't gotten a card into Soul yet.
Like she's probably going to here.
He's about to.
Yeah. Herald of Judgment sets you up. Maybe slows down that next Chane turn. Wasn't expecting all that much from Chane, quite frankly, having already committed 3 cards to the defense.
See if the Herald of Judgment is going to get banished. Now that the card has hit the Soul, Empyrean Rapture is actually online, which means you don't have to pay the 2. Here comes Fractal Replication.
This is some serious offensive output.
This is insane. 6 into 6 into 7 into 7, 12 plus 14, 26 damage on this turn so far, and the potential to go even wider thanks to the Empyrean Rapture. All this stuff is go again.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good, Sam. It's a nice start if you're sitting over on the Prism side.
Now I have to wonder, you know, what was the card ripped off the top thanks to that balance to really make this turn go?
I do think it's worth resetting expectations a little bit around particularly these 2 cards, which are going to be put to the defense now. Defending for 7, Carrion Husk, the largest equipment. And Empyrean Rapture going to go ahead and produce that Spectral Shield.
So, yeah, this really, I mean, I think it speaks to a proactive game plan from the Prism, right? That's why you run a card like Empyrean Rapture. In new Prism, you run it when you're racing. You run it when you don't want to spend the 2 resources to activate your hero ability. Here, Empyrean Rapture, because that Herald hit the Soul, you don't have to spend the 2, which means you got to spend all of those resources on those huge attacks. They all had Go Again thanks to Luminaris. That means a Spectral Shield can come in, attack for 1 with Go Again, and now stick around on some defense. No cards can be played from Banished Zone, and that Carrion Husk, it started at the very least, a 26-turn clock.
You know, I'm hearing from some folks that worked on this deck. It is kind of a card guys plus folks like Guy Cohen, other illusionist luminaries collaboration. And I'm hearing from these folks a lot of this work was designed to solve the Zen matchup.
Mm.
But I wonder how much of that translates to Chane as well. Just taking this more aggressive stance out the gate. This is not your typical Prism build, and I think we should reset expectations around what it's capable of and how it's going to look to play this matchup.
Let's see what the offense Will is going to be able to fire back with only 4 cards, 2 cards less than he had on his last turn.
Some defensive cards as well. You see things like a Soul Shield, that all you got in this particular hand. So not expecting the same level of output we saw previously.
But still able to come in 6 with Go again, threatening to go to Soul on hit, and thanks to that Rapture, become a free Spectral Shield, doing double duty on offense and defense. I think it might be a blue aura in the hand. Yeah, it's a Pierce Reality as well.
Okay.
So that is a way to end the chain, begin to continue to make these turns even more impressive, have a that you got for something like a Rosetta Thorn.
I think that's totally fine. I think this is a completely fine half turn, if you will. Especially if something like this War-Tune Herald hits and you are able to get more value out of the Empyrean Rapture and just go ahead and start this Spectral Shield train rolling.
Well, now this is interesting.
Yeah, Jaime has something to say here. It is time for that Face Purgatory to be pushed in. Timing on this so important to dictating the outcome of the match, but it is going to go ahead and get a card from hand here, and Jaime's going to go ahead and refresh.
I love this move. Also from Will, we're talking about proactivity. That all you got is going to be the call headed to the graveyard. He doesn't care about having a nice defensive reaction in the arsenal. He's trying to put the pressure on, and before these soul shackles build up to the point where the card advantage is just too much to deal with. Pierce Reality, yes, it's going to give you +2 on your first illusionist attack on the turn, attack action card, but it also is from this point forward going to represent 1 point, because it's going to be an illusionist attack thanks to that Luminaris.
I don't want to ignore an important piece of Jaime's arena here. It is that Time Snap Potion that he's been able to set up. That will be really important should an Arclight Sentinel come down. And I do think Will has, in fact, picked one up.
Oh, an Arclight Sentinel. You mean like the one that Will just drew? I was about to, Arclight Sentinel, that could change the timbre of this turn. And then I immediately also noticed the Time Snap Potion.
Yeah,
so
Jaime at the ready.
Jaime's actually doing all right in this scenario. Only 6 life down. Able to start things off with the Plunder Run. 3 shackles, activating his third with Chane to give his next action go again.
Belittle no reveal, so not going to be able to juice up the resources here.
However, threatening card being drawn, and I do believe Will has some uncomfortable blocking decisions in front of him. This is 6 damage. He's got a couple of 2 blocks in that hand.
Yeah, one of these Shimmers is going to be put to the defense, and then that all you got does its thing in conjunction with the Spectral Shield for a full defend on this Belittle.
That all you got, not going to draw a card because Belittle is 3 or more base power. But the Rosetta Thorn here is going to take out the Pierce Reality. Jaime aware of what happens if you let these auras cook too long.
Yeah, and that's why Will had to go ahead and commit that all you got early. There was not going to be an opportunity to use it on the Rosetta Thorn on this turn cycle correctly. Suss that out. Did Will.
Wondering if that Time Snap Potion is going to make this Arclight Sentinel impactful at all. If it sits in that arsenal, how long will it rot there?
Yeah, breaking up the arsenal is a real concern if you're in Will's seat. But he is going to go ahead and put the Arclight Sentinel away.
And it's an interesting hand there. Looks like did find a Herald of Triumph to utilize with the Angelic Wrath. See what we're working with for Chane. We've got an Eclipse, Shadow of Ursa, Minuism, and a Soul Reaping. And 3 cards about to come off the top.
Yeah. The Chane train is rolling. Gets a single hit in the form of Bounding Demigon.
His first real hit of the game. The Riftbind earlier this game was off of an Art of War. First time his top of his deck has delivered him some card advantage. See how Jaime wants to put together this turn. He has a lot of potential options available to him. This is where these Runeblade decision trees start to get even wider, and here comes an Art of War. This turn might get even wider, even more impactful, even scarier for our Prism fans out there. Art of War from Arsenal. And this is where you'd love to be able to respond with something like an Arclight Sentinel from Arsenal if you're Prism, but Time Snap Potion says, I don't really care about that card.
Yeah, Jaime had the coverage for that card in advance and was ready to go ahead and commit to this Art of War turn, now with 2 available plays from the Banish Zone in the form of Bounding Demigon and Shadow of Ursa. Art of War buff at the ready. Time Snap Potion providing a little backup. Could be a big turn here from Jaime Bessett.
But look at what was ripped off the top thanks to the Art of War. It's like it was a blue bounding demigod and another Shadow of Ursa, because the one that he had in the hand before was banished to the Art of War. Such a nice little play there. Here comes a red Minnowism, giving +3 to the next small attack.
It is time to deploy that Arclight Sentinel for Will. We know what's going to go ahead and happen here. It is time for the Time Snap Potion to be used.
Creating an extra action point, because you can't just utilize Go Again to get through an Arclight Sentinel, because the Go Again won't have a chance to resolve upon attacking the Arclight Sentinel, which you must do. Now that it's in the arena, the next attack must target the Arclight Sentinel. Now, normally, this would mean no Go Again can resolve and the turn must end, but because there's actually just a second action point banked up, Jaime now continues his action phase with an action point, and from this point forward, Go Again will have the chance to resolve.
Look, we talked about that Arclight Sentinel being blunted by the Time Snap Potion, but I do want to point out it was still able to counter effectively a Minnowism. Although, actually, excuse me, it's going to be rolled up on this Shadow of Ursa. So, no effective counter there. Jaime was ready with the Rosetta Thorn activation.
Here comes 2 with Go Again, +3 from the Minnowism, +1 from the Art of War. That's going to take the Herald of Triumph, as Will knows. Art of War turn means I got to do some blocking. Shimmers of Silver will be a great 1-card attack on the next turn, because it will get its own +1 counter effect. And that Rosetta Thorn, which is often the use case to clear these auras, has already been used. We do have another Shadow of Ursa in the arsenal if we are Jaime. That's a way to get Go Again. And Chane still hasn't been activated, so this turn does still stand to go wide. But now, at least if you're Will, you've worked through the Time Snap Potion.
Right.
Arclight Sentinels from this point forward are a significantly more powerful option to try to stymie some of the potential that this Chane deck has.
I find that Arclight Sentinel timing so interesting. I don't immediately have a better line to offer there. I understand why you just fire that off in that spot. But I wonder if there was an opportunity to see if Jaime could maybe take a misstep. And maybe it's just Will giving a very tough opponent credit, which I think that's part of the game, right? You have to assess where your opponent is at, how you expect them to play.
Looking at this here, it looks as though we're going to go ahead and have to pitch that no block into the Phantasmal Footsteps. And because Chane has not been activated yet, if Jaime wants to activate Chane to get Go Again, all of a sudden these Phantasmal Footsteps are going to rocket back to the equipment zone and be able to come back, do the combat chain, block an additional 1. So really nice timing there for Will. Here comes the Chane activation. That's going to create another Soul Shackle. Which means these cards are going to go ahead, and at least this first one's going to have Go Again. Will has 1 block available to him with the Phantasmal Footsteps. But that's it for this turn. Everything else is out of the hand. It's face up. This is going to block 1 out of this 5. 4 damage over the top. Life total advantage all of a sudden in Shane's favor.
Shifted quickly. And the last Demigon will go ahead and clean up the Shimmers here. So a successful turn for sure from Jaime Bessett. And I say things have swiftly swung back into his favor after an explosive start from Will.
Yeah, he's got an arsenal, does Jaime, able to set up another 5-card hand, and smartly, even though it's just a little blue banding Demigon that would have been the Chane ender there, takes care of that Shimmers of Silver before it can attack, give itself a +1 counter, and become a problem for a later day. Jaime's just going to go ahead and take care of it, draw 4 cards, has that arsenal.
It's just not going to get easier here from this point out for Will. That Soul Shackle stack is going to go ahead and offer Chane options every single turn for the rest of the game. And quite a few options on this turn. 4, in fact. Let's see if Jaime has the tools to go ahead and leverage all of them.
The first turns were not that cooperative from Jaime's top of deck, but I think Soul Shackle 4 turn is going to go ahead and make up for it. Let's go ahead and take on the hand here. We can see Shadow of Ursa, Ghostly Visit, Unhallowed Rites, and a yellow bounding Demigon, Seas of Agony. There's a reason this card was banned in Classic Constructed while it was legal. Yeah, talk to me about this, Brian.
It's just a very, very clear, persistent source of damage for Chane. It turns on everything in your Runeblade deck, which is so important. It does so at no cost.
Yeah.
It's just such a glue piece for Chane. It's the core of any type of pitch stacking you want to do in a lot of scenarios. It's the core of your engine to go ahead and make sure you're firing and have access to all the typical Runeblade effects you want. It does everything, Sam.
Unhallowed Rites here going to come in with Go Again, thanks to the Chane activation on this turn. So 1 arcane damage from the Seeds of Agony. Unhallowed Rites is going to be able to be played from the Banished Zone because
Seeds of Agony does
Seeds of
everything.
Agony, like you said, just turned on its own effect. Now a card with Blood Debt from the graveyard can go to the bottom of the deck. Guess what it's going to be? Oh, no. It looks like he was picking Seeds of Agony. He's just showing why this thing's going to have go again. No, it is going to be Seeds
It
of
is
Agony.
Seeds, yeah.
It just turns on your whole deck.
Yeah, and you're setting up for that last big salvo from Chane because you know with all those Soul Shackles at the ready, Seeds is going to go ahead and turn everything on for you.
Yeah, and you're going to get there much quicker than other decks because the Soul Shackles turbo you towards your second cycle. 2 damage total, 1 Arcane, 1 physical over the top with this Unhallowed Rites here. Shadow Verser, another way to get Go Again. Have to wonder what the other ways Jaime is hoping to find Go Again on this turn, or if he's going to take some Blood Debt damage, given that there's a Carrion Husk and 2 cards with Blood Debt already.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit of both is my expectation. Try and use as much as you can, but there is going to be some Blood Debt damage at the end of this turn. I want to talk a little bit about the path for Will into this game. With that Time Snap Potion faded, and Jaime not having found another one yet, maybe not having another Time Snap Potion, I do think Arclight Sentinel becomes a much more intense threat in this game, potentially stealing a turn from Chane when that Blood Debt is piled up in the late game could do just enough to swing things back in Will's favor.
Will be able to get there is the question. Another Unhallowed Rites is going to go ahead and be banished to that Shadow of Ursa's effect. So 2 more with Go Again now. Has the Rosetta Thorn available to him, does Jaime, but it's just going to be the Unhallowed Rites looking to get another card with Blood Debt from the graveyard on the bottom of the deck in response to its own trigger here. Coming in for 4, not split damage. What's the card? It's going to be another Seeds of Agony.
I mean, that's just, you're setting up for this late game. You're setting up for that mass banish, and Seeds will turn on everything for you and do a bunch of damage to your opponent. 4 more damage heading the way of Will.
Going to be down to 13 here.
Will really prioritizing doing something offensive on his turn, and you understand why. If you don't go ahead and reduce that life total further, all of these potential outs I'm talking about, things like ALS to go ahead and levy some Blood Debt damage towards Jaime, it's not going to work. You have to get that life total lower before all your plans come online.
Especially now that the Blood Debt clock begins to tick ever towards midnight. 3 damage, so Jaime down to 19, 6 life higher than our Prism player, but here comes a Herald of Judgment, threatening to make things even more consequential on this turn because no cards can be played from the Banished Zone if this hits. I don't think, unfortunately, Will has a card like an Angelic Wrath or like a way to pump it over the top. So this might just buy an honest man 6 block from our Chane player.
Maybe. It really depends if you have the 3 blocks. But in this case, Jaime, in fact, is able to go ahead and defend with just 2 cards and a follow-up Fractal Replication here.
Fractal Replication? This is an interesting card. It's just going to replicate the Herald of Judgment's effect?
Seems pretty good.
Yeah, it has the base abilities of all Illusionist attack action cards on the combat chain. So this is basically, for 0, just another Herald of Judgment.
Double Herald of Judgment
this
turn.
This is like a fantastic follow-up from this Herald. It's free. It comes in copying the last thing. I literally was like looking at you like, wait, is that what it does? Before it popped up on the screen. I haven't seen this card ever resolved in my life, and yet here it's putting in some major work. It doesn't look like Jaime has the blocks to deal with this. What a follow-up. What a swing back in tempo for our Prism player.
I'll be honest with you, Sam. One of the joys of coming to the Living Legend format is just discovering some cards again. And it did take me a moment to kind of parse Fractal Replication and remember, oh yeah, this is actually second Herald of Judgment on this turn.
13 plays 13.
Everfest Majestic, Fractal Replication.
He said 19 to 20, or 22 to 19. I think it was just the 3 Blood Debt damage. Players here just confirming. It's why it's always good, even when you're using a digital source, especially in a tournament play, to have a physical representation of the life totals for any time there's some confusion.
Always good to go back and check.
That was sick. Fractal
Really,
Replication
really
to follow up a specialization, right? There's only 3 in the deck. You're not going to be able to find the reds or the blues of those cards. A way to get around that, a powerful Majestic that hasn't seen a lot of play. Fractal Replication doing so much work there. Look at the Seeds of Agony that's not going to be able to do anything. Look at the Bounding Demigon. Look at the Rift Bind. That means those cards are going to deal 4 more points of Blood Debt damage. Has Will put himself in a position to maybe turn things around?
It's funny. I actually think Jaime whiffing on that turn, quasi-whiffing, was the best thing that could have happened to him. Pulling a bunch of Blood Debt off the top there would have been a nightmare scenario. Soul
Reaping
Okay.
coming out of the arsenal here, able to just banish a card rather than pay its cost. That just means it's coming in for 6, and guess what?
It's got go again.
It's got go
Yeah,
again.
that Monarch text targeting basically Prism and Bolton. Gonna go ahead and do its thing here.
Yeah,
and pick up go again.
pretty remarkable that it has go again. No non-attack action has been played, however, which would have made this turn even more devastating with something like a Seeds of Agony into that Rosetta Thorn. But this is just 6 damage, and all it takes is 1 action card being banished. It's a pretty nuts card, dude.
Yep. Powerful, powerful card.
Always love to see when random little interactions come up like this, banishing a card from Soul. If go again in the Calling Portland stream, we had a Nazareth trigger that resolved. And no, this was Kuala Lumpur. We got to see a Nazareth trigger banish a card from Soul because it was Vincent versus Prism. Cards that are not often relevant in those lines of text, but here it looks like Will just taking 6, going down to 7. Means he's probably trying to put the pressure back on. He's maybe sniffing out that there won't be much more offense from here.
I mean, Jaime falls to 9 after this blood debt, and I think Will has correctly deduced that his way forward in this game is to just go ahead and put his foot on the gas, or go ahead and arsenal an Arclight Sentinel, or just deploy. Just deploy.
Play the Arclight Sentinel on your own turn. This is fantastic because not only are you able to, of course, attack with it for 1 because it's an instant, no time snap potion on the field for Jaime. Spellbound Creepers won't help you here because you have to be, no, because it's still, okay, I guess it would give you an action point, but you have to attack. So when you attack the Arclight Sentinel, you never become attacking because the Arclight Sentinel destroys the card before it actually becomes attacking. So yeah, Spellbound Creepers won't help you either. We talk about the blood debt damage. Here comes 6 Soul Shackles, which if there is no way to get these cards out of there, all of the cards that come out with blood debt are about to do so much damage. That's 3 more hits.
Yep, that's up to 7 potential blood debt on this turn. I imagine a small amount can be cleared, but how much? There is a Seeds, useful as a non-attack action.
Fascinating. It's always satisfying when in the Prism seat you understand and realize my best option here is to just play the ALS kind of at action speed on my own turn because of what it represents to my opponent. And here, the representation of clogging up that Banish Zone before even more things could maybe come out. You don't want to respond to a card from Banish Zone so that a second card from Banish Zone can be played. Here, these cards are just going to be pitched into the grasp of the Arknight to just utilize the cards in the hand.
Yeah, Jaime trying to get what he can out of this turn. And a little bit of arcane damage going to do its thing.
I know the chant does. Do you mind if I judge on the other one?
Gonna go ahead and pause, call a judge, acts about the arcane damage on the Seeds of Agony.
Yeah, always good to go ahead if you're unsure. You saw players there. They thought they knew how it worked, but you just want to go ahead, make sure, check in with your judges. Come back. We'll tell you a little bit about how this match is going. I honestly don't know who's favorite at this point in the match. Very, very interesting stuff.
Just got to shout out Mr. Will Bradshaw for maybe my favorite judge interaction I've ever seen. Just, I know about the rune chant. Mind if I ask about the judge?
Yeah.
I just thought that was as respectful as could be.
Just very polite. Now everything has been sorted. And that Bounding Demigod is going to go ahead and go after the Arclight Sentinel.
This will die. I guess we should do the arcane first.
Yeah, looks like this is one arcane, at least from the rune chant. Not sure what's being represented here. Players got the answers from the judge. It's at least one arcane from either the rune chant or the Bounding Demigod. They haven't represented any damage from the rune chant yet. So down to 6.
Looks like the rune chant damage potentially going through, or the Seeds damage going through. Everything cleans up.
Because only 1 damage came across, it looks like it was just the rune chant. So Seeds of Agony there.
Seeds not going to get the attack trigger.
Not getting its trigger. Getting out of the Banish Zone, which is important because there was 5 damage just taken. The blood debt ticking of this clock continues to move forward, and Jaime has taken so much damage from blood debt this game.
It's just such an awkward spot. You need those cards in your hand to go ahead and deploy the cards that are currently sitting in your Banish Zone, but you're at 4, and Will's about to attack you for some significant number, you assume. Did Will find the right offensive hand here to go ahead and push a little damage? Anything like that turn 1 hand we saw, of course that was a 6-card hand, I'm not expecting that kind of output, but a couple of Heralds here could really make things incredibly hard for Jaime Bessett.
Calming gesture as well, an option to get a spectacle
I think he's
shield.
got the Herald of Erudition in hand right now.
Phantasmal Symbiosis is going to take the Herald of Erudition.
Yeah, just a simple Phantasm attack here, potentially granting illusionist abilities to something else, but the main thing here
So I think he called Command and Conquer,
Yeah,
right?
just protect.
Effectively, if you had a Command and Conquer in your hand wanting to pop this, you wouldn't be able to pop with it anymore because.
Thanks, Will.
Yeah, appreciate that, buddy.
Yeah, after this round, you come in and hop in the booth. You can just explain things to the folks at home. You're doing a fantastic job.
Can't, not as important to call Soul Reaping. We've already seen that legendary.
Correct.
Let's
Yep, we
take a
know
look
that's
at the
gone.
hand. I don't think we've seen any CNCs, but this is just what you do with the card. You ensure
You
yourself as
think
much
about
as
the worst
possible.
case scenario and you name it. That's how all these cards work. You figure out where your vulnerabilities lie and you cover them up.
And here, this is 6 damage with Go again. Let's take a look at the hand for Mr. Bradshaw as Jaime makes some decisions. That was the only yellow in the hand there was the Herald of Erudition.
Yes,
Got
it does
2
have to be
blues
committed to the pitch.
and a red. So Go again, only possible thanks to the Herald of Erudition, but a card in Soul as well for Prism. If something like that big Wartune Herald is if the damage is taken from the Wartune Herald and a Herald goes to Soul, all of a sudden Empyrean Rapture is online, and we can start to see Spectral Shields from Prison, Spectral Shields from the Calming Jester start to really try to come across and just make this a little bit of a death by 1,000 cuts type of situation.
Yeah, I don't think offense is done yet. And here's quite a problem. Defend for 3.
Taking 3.
Go to 1. And that means if you are able to set up these Spectral Shield chains, they all demand either your Spellbound Creepers or a card.
And this now means Jaime Bessett has put himself in the position of, I need to stay alive, or I'm
Next
dead.
turn.
I die to the Carrion Husk, unless I find
That's
life.
it. There's
gain.
one more turn.
Yeah.
There's one more turn at most, or it may end right now in Will's favor.
Swing that Spectral Shield for 1 and go again.
Yeah, and the Spectral Shield does in fact demand these Spellbound Creepers.
1 damage blocked by the
My buddy
creepers.
Nathan calls them Iron Rot Jordans.
Iron Rot Jordans. It's what Nathan Crawford, the teammate of Will Bradshaw, calls this card because of how often it's just used for that shiny 1 block, even though that card, hey, it's expensive on the market. It's a legendary cold foil. Might just be Iron Rot Jordans in a lot of situations. But look at the sequencing from Will Bradshaw.
This is
Going to
so
come
good.
in with the Herald of Protection, buy the 2 cards from block. What's the final card left over?
Yeah, it's a play. It's Wartune Herald. And that means that is going to go ahead and demand the last card in hand
Very well played.
and not enough to cover up. And that means Will Bradshaw in an unwinnable matchup,
Yes.
Sam. There's no way a
possible
Prism
way.
can go ahead and take down a Chane. Absolutely unfathomable. Will says, I don't think so. I got the sauce. I came ready for an aggro meta, and you saw a very different build of Prism there.
That was honestly fire. So cool to see Prism with some new tools, with some cards that we haven't seen utilized in when she was around in Classic Constructed. Cards like the Empyrean Rapture coming into major play, some of these new Wrath style effects that are in the deck, not represented in that game, but just used to great effect throughout the game to close it out. And it's exactly what you love to see. You love to see a hero in maybe an old, unfavored matchup come into Living Legend with some new toys and take it down.
One of the things I loved about Prism when I was discovering the game and discovering that hero was it did feel very flexible to me. It felt like I could approach matchups in different ways. It felt like configurations for the deck were all over the place, even back in the day with a smaller card pool. Now the card pool has grown massive, and you have so much customization, especially in the Living Legend format. So many options, and you saw Will and the rest of the team he worked with do so beautifully.
It must feel like when you're building for the Living Legend format and you look at the expanded card pool, you have all these gifts in front of you. You have all these presents to choose from to add to your decks. And we have got 2 sets of presents for you all here in a moment. We're going to start with a little giveaway of some scarf for us scarfs because these are really hard to come by. We're giving them away all weekend long, but we have got a maybe as special present to come for you. Maybe
Is that a word?
it is a word.
Okay.
Definitively a word. It is definitively a word. We're going to start with this giveaway before we have a specialer present coming in after this. Let's see. Just had to be active in the chat. What are we getting? Federico is the GOAT. Jonathan Vamos. Federico is the GOAT. And we saw that signature on some of those Chane cards. He did the art for Chane. Those incredible 10 cold foil artist's proof that are out there somewhere. Not all
Still
have
more
been
out
found.
there,
Yeah,
yeah.
No way. All of those
I
have been
think
found.
about the boxes of Dust Till Dawn sitting in my house all the time. And I'm like, maybe I should just open these.
The Green Goblin
Yeah,
voice.
just open them.
Do it. You deserve it.
I don't know. I mean, maybe as soon as I get back to the States. Obviously, I had just left New Zealand. They are in my home in New York. So I think I'm taking this match as inspiration to go ahead and just crack them open. We'll see what's in there.
Well, if you open one of the 1 out of 10s, you can give it to Jonathan Vamos because he inspired you. That's probably fair. That's a fair. We all agree.
I don't
All
know
right.
about that.
I know one thing.
that we can all agree on,
Mhm.
and that it is time to perhaps peel back the web, dive into the orb, and see the beginning of what it truly means to stare into the heart of chaos. Roll the tape.
How you feeling?
Wait, you become an agent of chaos? You become one of those cards we don't know what they do yet?
You read the card. How about we read it one more time? Why not?
Arakni Marionette, your attacks with stealth that are attacking a marked hero get +1 power, and when this hits, this gets go again. You gotta make
Hold
those
on,
things
let's
hit.
just stop
Sorry.
right
Yeah,
there.
let's
Let's
stop
stop
right
right
there.
there.
Let's do it.
That's really good.
That's really
That's
good.
really, really powerful. There's been so many cards. Look, like stealth is purposefully below curve. It's below curve by 1 point. It's 0 for 3. On its face, a stealth card doesn't look all that impressive. However, there's lots of powerful on hits that come with stealth cards. There's all kinds of disruption effects all over the place. And now you get +1 and go again on those effects. You get a break point. It's a big deal.
Eat your heart out, Ira. Eat your heart out, Kay. You get your measly 1 value. I'd like a little side of go again with my +1. Let's take a look also at the bottom line attacks, because this is what's breaking my brain apart. At the beginning of your end phase, if an opponent is marked, you become a random agent of chaos. A random? Like you're telling me that's like it's a chaotic sequence?
Feels a little chaotic, doesn't it?
It does. Talk to Brian. What is happening? Wait, what is happening here? The web of deceit? This is the young version of this hero. Just what's going on, dude?
I feel like the card speaks for itself, Sim. I don't really know what you want me to say. It's very clear at the beginning of your end phase. If an opponent is marked, you become a random agent of chaos.
Okay.
What's the question?
No, I have no questions.
Just reading the card explains the card.
Yeah, no further questions, Your Honor. This is. I love Assassin. I love these styles of effects. This is so cool. Your life total doesn't change, so whatever point in the game you are, you still are the same hero, but you have become another part of Arakni's vast web working towards their unknowable, unquestionable machinations. And if you have questions about those machinations, then I hope you tune into the countdown to chaos, which begins, in a mere matter of days, a mere matter of hours. I believe more of these questions are set to be answered.
Yeah, very shortly you will know more about the agents of chaos, and there you see them. And look, everyone knows I'm coming into this set a little bit biased. I'll just put it out there. I love Assassin. I love Arakni. Are these not some of the most stunning pieces of art
my God.
you've ever seen?
Come
Just
on.
so over the top and amazing. And the marionette art in particular, very, very impressive. Do you have a favorite yet of these Agent of Chaos?
Dude, it's hard for me not to legitimately just pick the marionette arc. The eyes in the cowl, the just masks like hanging, floating, surrounding the red and black, accents on the armor. That's maybe my favorite of those guys behind. Dude, I don't know. I'm literally leaning in. Orb Weaver has some pretty cool, motion to the art. It's hard not to love what's going on in the tarantula back there. So I don't know. What about you?
How about this? Well, right now we only know Arakni Red. But our buddy Red here, dancing beneath this umbrella, seemingly sheltered from blood or ichor or something unspeakably horrifying. There's just a level of ickiness, grossness, pointedness to all of this art that I absolutely love. It feels unlike basically anything we've seen in Flesh and Blood before.
Well, I need to take a break because I need to interrogate him, and that's just that's just where my brain is. I need to find out the answers, and that's just what's going to happen here. If you have questions, I hope you'll take to the internet. I hope you'll hit him up. No, I'm kidding. I hope you'll proselytize. I hope you'll conjecture amongst yourselves. But it all will begin to be answers as the countdown to chaos begins in just a couple of days. So I hope you enjoyed this Arakni reveal. I know I can't wait to get through, and we have got more reveals tomorrow. Something that has been, a year plus in the making that I hope you will stick around to join us for, as well as 2 more rounds here in day 1 of our Living Legend calling here at the World Tour in Chicago. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
They tore our Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed. Cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
Welcome back to the World Tour featuring the calling in Chicago. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhajwani. We have more living legend action for you. And again, a hero we haven't seen yet on camera. I love that we're getting to explore so many great matchups, so many heroes that are carving out their path in the living legend format. We just saw one of my old favorites in the form of Prism. We also saw another of my old favorites in the form of Chane. You're getting the sense I have a lot of favorites when it comes to Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, quite a few. And I really want to shout out Will Bradshaw's Prism play over there. When you hear Prism, you're thinking, oh, auras and spectras and a whole bunch of slowly grind you out. But Will Bradshaw is showing the power of OG Luminaris and what it can do when you just give all your attacks a go again. You duplicate them in fractal replication, especially when you get to duplicate a Herald of Judgment against something like a Chane. Coming out on top on the back of that play is just stellar play by him.
I feel like I actually want to disagree with you because I want to shout out his deck building there. It felt like really, really purpose-driven deck building to account for a format that has gotten very aggressive, and you just don't have time to do that aura game plan. You need to get the value you can from auras, but still, you need to be attacking. You need to be reducing your opponent's life total. And you saw the benefits of doing so in that Chane matchup, which is historically thought of as a really bad matchup for Prism.
You're exactly right. There are 5 aggro decks in the top 7 most represented decks here today. And Will Bradshaw is showing he's brought a Prism list that is able to stand toe-to-toe and match them on damage. All these other 5 aggro decks. It's incredible. And I can't wait to see where he makes it at the end of this tournament.
Yeah. The other thing I can't wait to see is some Viserai. We have not had Viserai during my time in the booth, and I want to see this hero do its thing, pop off with stacks of rune chants. There you see Raj Parikh taking on Naib Mobassir on Briar.
And Naib, with his Briar list, he is known to have very, very innovative lists, almost like a scientist in the lab, cooking up something real special. The last time we saw him on Briar, he had Korsham in his list. This is back in the day when Briar was legal in CC. And I was a big fan of seeing Korsham in a Briar list. Let's see if he has something like that. Or maybe not Korsham, but I think we can be sure he's got something spicy up his sleeve.
Naib with the beautiful Marvel Rosetta Thorn down there in the feature match area. Anime Viserai on the other side of the arena.
Both players blinging out the heroes very much. Just goes to show how much love they have for these, well, I don't say heroes of the past. Only one of them is a hero of the past. Viserai is still very much CC legal. Not in the same form, though. No Bloodsheet Skeletor for Viserai and CC.
Thank God. All the people who over the years said, bring back Skeleta. Imagine if Viserai had Skeleta right now.
What about Duskblade? What about Bring Back Duskblade? How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, that's another one that I never got. Not happening. Sorry, Min-Max Games. Thanks for running a calling, not getting Duskblade back.
I have to point out Raj's equipment suite over here, sporting the Crown of Dominion, showing us he's a bit more of an aggressive Viserai list. Now, that is something Viserais have been a little torn on in LL. Some of them have gone very, very heavy on the combo-esque route, almost like a little bit like what Florian tries to do. Just set up a whole bunch of rune chants and then Skeletor Sonata pop off and just have an absolute massive turn. Raj saying, no, I'm going to just trade turn cycles with you with this Crown of Dominion over here. I'm not just trying to just do setup turns. Surely he has some of the setup cards, but mostly he wants to start his turns off like this, a Moddertide into a Moddertide.
Okay, pretty good. And that means that Viserai ability going to go ahead and make a load of rune chants throughout this turn. Follow it up with a Deadwood Dirge.
Going to lose 1 rune chant, make 2 more off of Viserai, and then make 5 total from the Dirge's effect. And I believe he has yet another Dirge in his hand, right?
Yep, 1 more Deadwood Dirge, and that means even more rune chants coming down.
We were just speaking about how with the Crown of Dominion, he's not trying to do a massive setup term, and then here he makes, what is this? How many rune chants? 11?
No, we're still going. We're reaching for dice.
16.
16, sure, that's a fair number of rune chants.
Yep.
Why not?
4 card, make 16 rune chants, go.
Net 5, right? Or net 4? No, net 5. So you go
Players just double-checking all the math around this rune chant generation, making sure we have the correct number out there in the arena. I'm not even going to try. I'm going to trust the players here.
Yeah. Math is for people who make rune chants.
Yep.
Now, on the other side, we have to point out Naib's equipment zone as well. Both players sporting the Bloodsheet Skeletor, but Naib over there with the Phase Purgatory. And when your opponent's stacking up all these rune chants, you know, you probably can get value from the Phase Purgatory because Ninth Blade is perhaps a card you're going to face down in the future. You can actually get the full block value from that card and get the card draw effect as well. In terms of AB, Naib sporting 2 pieces of AB, Vexing Quillhand and the Lightning Greaves, showing us that he is also a little more aggressively slanted with the combination of Vexing Quillhand and Bloodsheet Skeletor, giving you just a burst of power when you need it, perhaps on a CMH turn.
Card I love here from Rosetta, Eclectic Magnetism. This is a card that was really caught up in the crossfire of the book banning. Back in Dev, this used to put a lot of tomes out there in the arena to go ahead and pick up more cards for a turn. It can still do that here in the Living Legend format. Instead, going to go ahead and deploy a Plunder Run.
Still getting the card draw. Only 1 card draw, unlike the 2 off of a tome. But Naib starting this turn with a red and wasn't given any chance to block with any of these cards. So you can see that he's a little bit under pressure to try and make something happen to convert this hand offensively, because Raj effectively dealt him 16 damage without giving him a chance to block.
Yeah, you're going to pay the piper for that 16 coming down the road.
Yep.
Maybe in the worst form possible, should that Bloodsheath Skeletor want to go ahead and get into the action. We're assuming not an OTK style build from Raj, despite how we saw that first turn going. I'm basing that on the presence of the crown. Could be mistaken.
Typically, the more OTK stylists would opt for a little more of a defensive headpiece, Crown of Providence, sometimes even Skull Cap if you really care about breakpoints and, you know, points of Arcane Barrier, for example, like maybe against an Oscilio. Crown of Dominion does seem to indicate that Raj is more aggressively leaning. We'll have to see whether he has, you know, those D-reacts on his list to really understand what his game plan is. Meanwhile, Naib, trying to figure out the rest of this turn, has got on the card draw of the Plunder Run, has played the first non-attack required to make an Embodiment of Lightning if he plays a second one.
Embodiment of Earth doing its thing here on the basis of that Eclectic Magnetism having hit.
Okay. We'll do. Play Force of Nature.
Force of Nature follow up with a fuse, Channel Mount Heroic in hand.
So did find a blue, probably off the top from that Plunder Run.
And the Swarming Gloomveil here is fine.
Yep. It's got a card draw on it because it does have power greater than its base of Force of Nature. Even though it was fused as well, so it's actually coming in for 5 total. Is this Gloomveil and that entire fridge coming in? Raj
jam the equipment forward.
He's smelling blood in the water.
Cut off that card draw nice and early. Play a full hand with 16 rune chants at the ready. Looking for something like Sonata here in the hand.
Doesn't have it in the hand, but he has something that can find it in that Become the Arc Knight.
The Arc Knight will do the trick for sure. Discards an attack action. Goes to get the non-attack action. Sonata Arcanix with 16 rune chants and a Skeletor in play. It's been too long, Ponkage. It's been too long since I lived this life.
And now, with all the upgrades from Rosetta, typically back in the day, you'd have to rely on your boots, like say your Spellbound Creepers or Sutcliffe's Suede Hides, to actually go wide after you draw the attacks from Sonata. But because of Rosetta, we have Rune Rager Swarms now to just have natural go again. He's really looking to find those cards off of this. Remembering the Viserai trigger is Raj, very, very disciplined over here. Sonata X is 8.
8 reveals coming off.
11.
Yeah, 11 reveals. Thank you, Ponkage. Top 11 cards of the deck. Potentially 5 coming to hand. Should the distribution be good. Let's gamble a little bit.
We've seen Casino Starvo. What about Casino Gambling? Viserai, how many attacks is he going to reveal?
Make those piles. Split them up. Okay.
Oh, that's almost a perfect. That is a perfect
perfect.
split.
5 cards. 5 cards off the Sonata.
And 3 natural go-agains in that as well.
Wow.
Gloomveil and 2 Rune Rager Swarms. He has his pick of the litter here. 5 out of these 6 attacks can go right into his hand and send a world of hurt Naib's way. This is turn 2, Brian, I do want to point out.
Pretty good. Pretty good from this Viserai. Going to be able to refresh those rune chants to some extent throughout the turn due to the Viserai ability.
Sonata Arcanix, one of those cards that kind of just rubs salt in the wound as well. Not only did you just draw 5 cards off of this one card, you're also dealing 5 arcane.
How about a little
right?
arcane damage on top?
So hey, by the way, I refilled my hand. I'm way above the starting hand size of 4, and also here's 5 damage before I continue sending the rest of the damage this turn.
Sounds good to me. So I'm going to be taking 5 here.
Now look, 40 life on the Briar side. It is very, very early in the game, but there are still 16 rune chants and 5 cards in hand, so I expect that life total going to be headed a lot lower throughout this turn. It'll be interesting to see what the blue count is on the side of Naib. I see a lot of reds.
And the Regrowth Shock, I believe, which is the Earth card he would need to fuel the Channel Mount Heroic. We also know he has a Channel Mount Heroic in his arsenal as well. It did go there from the Force of Nature Fuse. So seeing 2, not exactly where he wants to be, but at least he'll be able to resolve one of them on his following turn, should he survive.
Yeah, he's got to keep the blue to do that, which is quite a cost on this turn when facing down 16 rune chants.
And face Purgatory here, not great for 2 reasons. One, when a lot of the damage is coming your way is arcane, and also when your opponent just has so many cards in hand, you make them discard 1, I'm sure Raj wouldn't even bat an eye at it.
Elite 19.
Explosive Viserai start here, showing why this is a very real hero in the Living Legend format.
And with that Sonata reveal, we definitely have our questions answered about Raj's deck choice. If you're going to play a card like Sonata, you're going to expend it on 16 rune chance. No D-reacts will reveal in those 11 cards off the top of the deck. We know Raj is on a very, very aggressive Viserai list, and that aggression is paying off right now in this game. Naib at 18 life just after the first attack from Raj Parikh on this incredible Skeletor Sonata turn.
Not a jealous man, Pankaj, but I'm loving the life that Raj is living right now. I would love to be in that seat with all of these options at my disposal, letting the big purple guy do his thing, make rune chant after rune chant, go again attack after go again attack.
I too love it when I can set up 16 damage on one turn, and the following turn draw 5 cards, deal 5 arcane, and have everything get effectively +1 damage.
I'm a simple man. That's all I want out of life. Is that so much to ask?
Yeah. Flesh and Blood players only want one thing.
And that life total rapidly declining.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the other 2 remaining cards in Raj's hand are also both Rune Rager Swarms. We're going to have to see, but Naib will not be happy about that once he sees those come down.
You know what? His opinion may not matter because he might be dead.
Yeah.
You don't have a voice anymore once you have been eliminated from the game.
And we see Naib facing under the pressure right now, sending these equipment blocks. That Skeletor block potentially telling Brian he maybe wants to expend that, saying his only way back in the game is if he's able to do an offensive salvo of his own.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And obviously, Naib wants to just keep all of these cards. He's got a plan. Is that going to become an impossibility at some point soon?
I'll take the 4.
4 more damage.
What's that last card in Raj's hand? Is he just going to pitch it to perhaps send the Amplify, or is it going to be yet another go again?
It's just another Rune Rager Swarm.
Yep. 1 more Rune Chant at the back. Still able to finish the turn with the Drawn to a Dark Dimension, pitching the Amplify, and refreshing the Arsenal as well. So still will have a 5-card hand on the following turn if Naib
pressure rolling.
Yep, if Naib can't rip any more cards from him.
I'll take the 1, block the 2.
Yeah, just an empty-faced purgatory block here, trying to preserve life total. That's all this is about.
And you hate to see it when you see Face Purgatory just reduced to Blade Break 2 and no other text, but that's what you have to do against Viserai because of the amount of arcane damage they send at you. Sometimes you just need to keep a life total high enough to not die to an incidental rune chant. Naib, under that pressure, had to just give that up. And still going all the way down to 3, and there's still 1 rune chant remaining on the back.
Naib started this turn at 40, Pankaj. It's only the second offensive turn that Raj has played.
And that's the strength of Viserai, where he made 16 rune chants on 1 turn. Like, this wasn't just 1 turn dealing 37. This was across 2 turns dealing 37, except on one of those turns, the opponent didn't get to block at all because it was just setting up on the following turn, which makes your blocks just all the more worse. You don't get extra cards to block with when your opponent didn't send anything on the turn.
Stashing your damage for a future turn is a really big deal in Flesh and Blood. so many heroes have made their living off of the ability to do so.
And we pointed this out earlier, Vexing Quillhand and Skelder could just be just a little bit of a push of offensive damage. And we see Naib doing that here so that he can use the redundant CMH in his hand as a pitch outlet for the first CMH, keeping the regrowth shock, saying that this will be my way to grab another attack from my graveyard. This will be the thing that makes me my embodiment of lightning as well. And that's what I need to hopefully come back in this game.
If you're Raj, though, you just have to say, send me the bill. There's no way you're interested in defending here. You would have to see something like an actual Briar combo, some kind of setup on the back of Force of Nature before you even considered defending.
I'm just taking a quick look through the graveyard, trying to decide what he wants to pick up with that regrowth shock. The 2 rune chants did go through, so arcane damage has been dealt.
I'll play shock regrowth.
Yep, Raj just, as you said, Brian, just send me the build. But 3 arcane damage has been sent, which means he'll be able to have his pick of the litter is Naib, and also creating an embodiment of lightning on the back of that. And I believe he's holding a snatch as well.
Okay.
He needs a snatch to draw him into further card draw, Brian, like Plunder Run, Force of Nature, something. Sonata even maybe, just to keep this train going, keep that the buff from the CMH continuing to affect more and more attacks.
Yeah, I think you're just asking to get lucky here a little bit. Need to find something special off this snatch. Does this spur Raj to go ahead and do some defending? Something like a Grasp plus card might be enticing here.
Yeah, to stop the on-hit, though, you would need to give 2 cards. Raj saying, nah, I'm going to take the 7, go to 18. You have 1 card and 7 damage in hand.
Good luck.
Is that card in your hand going to be worth 11 damage? Because if it isn't, yeah, I'm not giving you any cards, my man.
I think it was gone in a flash, and in some worlds, maybe that would be the card that was representing that much damage, but that's not the case here. It is just going to be Swarming Gloomveil coming down, and Raj has made the correct decision to just go ahead and take all of this damage on the chin. Is going to fall low, but not dead, and that's all that mattered on this turn cycle, and now a massive defensive task.
And Raj was at 35 at this turn. We've just seen...
Yeah, the damage is there for both these players.
Yeah, we've seen 2 back-to-back explosive turns from both our players. Unfortunately for Naib, Raj was the first one to get there, which means he's going to be the first one to force blocks from the opponent, and that's exactly where you want to be in an aggro mirror. That's how you end up closing it out, especially when you get extra pings of Arcane here and there that the opponent just cannot block with. And speaking of things he cannot block, this Snuff Out has overpower.
Yeah. A somewhat underappreciated part of those machinations, I believe, is the overpower ability. I've seen it close out so many games.
And with no more armor to speak of, does have the embodiment of Earth, will be able to block 4 very easily with just 1 card, but no armor left to cover up that final break point.
Not 5.
Yep. And Viserai, with his very handy ability, has an aura lying around for the Snuff Out on-hit effect. Will be able to rip another card from Naib. And the resources are floating right there for the Rosetta Thorn as well. Will this be the end for our Elemental Runeblade?
Talk a lot about the power of elements in the Living Legend format, but yeah, you just see the hand put down, and it was just too much from Raj. Absolutely flying out the gate, played that big setup turn, had all the pieces necessary to go ahead, use the classic combination, Sonata Arcanix and Bloodsheath Scaletta, to go ahead and just pick up 5 cards from the top of the deck, and then the world was simply his oyster from that point. He could do whatever he wanted, was able to just go ahead, sit, take all the damage, send me the bill, all good. It wasn't lethal. I was able to go ahead and come back with his own lethal salvo. I will say, on Naib's side, if he had just maybe found a different combination of cards, I talked about how the Gone in a Flash was capable of producing so much damage. If it had the right pairing, maybe that gets there. I actually don't think he was that far off. Just didn't find exactly what was necessary in the moment.
I want to rewind that actually 1 turn cycle. The turn where Raj made 16 rune chants. That was Naib's opening, but unfortunately just didn't have those cards to be able to send that much damage. He pitched a red for an Eclectic Magnetism, played a Plunder Run that didn't get a buff, drew into a CMA, just wasn't able to really punish Raj for setting up 16 damage. And that is that's a Runeblade life sometimes. Sometimes you draw a hand that just doesn't fully convert.
It's also the other benefit of taking that first turn to set up your hand. You're not giving your opponent a chance to filter. You're not going ahead and offering them an easy block to go ahead and clear out some of those reds and try a redraw. You're just setting up damage for a future turn. When it all comes unraveled, it can be overwhelming. And Raj showing us exactly why Viserai is a threat to go all the way, I believe, in this Living Legend format. I think Viserai is right up there in the top tier with Starvo, with Zen, with maybe this new build of Prism that I very much have my eye on at this moment. What else has impressed you here today, Pankaj? What else do you think has the capability to go ahead and take this entire calling down?
The Count Your Blessings Iyslander, simply because of how surprising it is, simply because it is a very unique take that wasn't part of the narrative going into this weekend. A lot of people were prepared for the Starvos, prepared for the Zens. Viserai was in talks, Chane was in talks as well. Prism, obviously Dromai with her very strong skirmish week 2 performance, but Count Your Blessings Iyslander, not on many people's radar, and I could see that potentially just sneaking a few wins here and there because people just aren't expecting it.
I love that you mentioned the Wizards. I consider you an unofficial, quasi-official member of the Wizards Council, as I lovingly call them. What do you think of the absence of Kano from the metagame? Is it really, like, this is a hero that won the last big event in this format. It was a battle-hardened at Worlds, taken down in the hands of Peter on Kano. Then he shows up to this event, doesn't even play Kano. I think there were 2 Kanos in the entire room or something like that. Has this hero really fallen that far from a singular ban? Because I do want to point out, it wasn't all that long ago where Alexander Vor was able to win a Living Legend event on the back of Kano before Open the Floodgates even saw print.
I think part of it is that the other heroes got upgrades, the other heroes, namely Starvo, which already, because of Shock Charmers, wasn't exactly the easiest matchup for Kano. But now that the talk of the town is Starvo, there's 40 Starvos at this event, by far the most represented hero, with the upgrades that Starvo has gotten in the form of Somersaults, in the form of Lightning Greaves, and Kano getting hit by the ban, just not very confident to bring those decks. And yeah, when I hear players like Peter Budensik say they're not confident in Kano, that kills my confidence in the hero as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a canary in the coal mine moment for sure. You see the Wizards Council stepping away from the hero. I think Majin Bay playing side events this weekend, not comfortable at all in the Living Legend format. I think the Wizards are going to have to go back to the drawing board. I do have my eyes, though, on a different Wizard. I still think Oscilio has something to say in this format.
I think so too. I mean, the tomes were banned ostensibly because of Zen and how powerful he was, but I do sometimes hear rumblings that because of Rosetta coming right out in Tome of Fendel being quite abused by both Oscilio and Aurora, that in the Living Legend format, both these heroes off the back of those tomes could potentially do something really, really cool. I mean, Tome of Aetherwind as well, a tome that's available to Oscilio.
I do have some good news for you. We're going to close the day out with an Oscilio match. Something to look forward to, but we're not there yet. Before we get to that point, I want to talk about the future of Flesh and Blood. We are, of course, on the cusp of a new year, and with new years come changes. One of the big changes, Pankaj, gem packs. These are going to be the prizes at your local armory events going forward. Of course, we're encouraging the stores out there to understand their player base, understand how to distribute these. But I really am looking forward to seeing a little bit more even distribution of the wealth at your local armory events and taking care of our new players, making sure they're getting a cut of the pie and having a great time at all these events.
I really, really love that. The Armory is a space for people to go discover the game, learn it, and start their love for it. We have plenty of competitive spaces all over the world now for Flesh and Blood. The Armory is meant to be more for the casual space, but maybe if your store is very competitively minded, you can still choose to give the gem packs to the winners as the current pricing stands. But I do know a lot of stores are very excited to just give this out as participation promos, and I think that is extremely, extremely exciting and will do wonders for the Armory scene.
This pack one, of course, going to be inspired by and containing cards from The Hunted, and I have opened these gem packs, Pankaj. They are fun. They are cool. There's good stuff in here. You're really going to love them. I encourage you to check out your local armories. You know, if it's something that slipped out of your schedule as a Flesh and Blood player, say you are a super competitive person and you're just saying, I'm not sure if armory is the right place for me. I don't really feel good about going down there and taking cold foils away from my local scene. I think these gem packs are a complete reset on that paradigm, and you can go ahead and reevaluate your participation in your local events.
Anything that increases attendance, especially attendance at the local game stores on a weekly level like this Armory events, I'm all for. I'm very excited for this change, and I really hope it gets many people out to the game stores who otherwise, as you say, maybe found these Armory events slipping out of the schedule, but hopefully this reinvigorates them to show up and play at the local game stores.
I've got another change in prizes for you, Pankaj, and this one's a world premiere. This is one that has not been revealed as of yet. It is something that's going to change with regards to prizing at all of these events. It is, in fact, a new prize card. It is Stonewall Gauntlet going to be going ahead and occupying that prize slot as soon as we get to the world premiere in Prague. That's the first time you'll be able to get your hands on Stonewall Gauntlet. Now, this one a little controversial out the gate, Pankaj. Maybe looked a little underwhelming on its face. I think history has proven that to be quite untrue. This is a big-time effect.
Agreed. Block 2 on the arms, like, sometimes, I mean, the block 2 is, in a sense, the base, and that's oftentimes a lot better than what a lot of heroes already have access to. Or, you know, you speak about Wizard, for example. Metacarpus node, sometimes not what you want, depending on the matchup. Go ahead and pop this in your arm slot as a generic equipment can be incredibly strong. And I love this theme that we've got going on, that we're giving away these gold foils for winners of premier events that are these generic, powerful pieces of equipment that will stay evergreen in some sorts.
Oh, absolutely. That's part of the goal here. We're trying to set you up with a card that when you win it, you can go ahead and use it. Quite often, you can display it as a proud part of your collection, and it should come back to the table again and again. You should celebrate your accomplishments, and part of that is showing off your gold foils. I think this is a card that folks are going to definitely want to pick up in the coming year, and you got to start getting them at the world premiere, The Hunted. I will be there. I am headed to Prague to go ahead and see the release of The Hunted, and we just saw something very special from The Hunted, Pankaj. It is, in fact, Arakni Marionette. Thoughts?
Oops, all Arachnes indeed.
Oops, all Arachnes.
My first question was, who are these agents of chaos? Firstly, it's like, do they require deck slots? Probably not, because then you could always decide which one you want to turn into. So then maybe they're probably tokens. But the other question I had is, where does Arachne slip through the cracks fill into all this? Because that's not an agent of chaos. Is that just another Arachne hero? This is next to Arachne Marionette. Lots of questions still to be answered. And
nobody knows the answer. So
Literally
why don't
nobody.
we go ahead and give away our scarf for a scarf? Since we have unanswerable questions, we'll just focus on other things. We'll go ahead and get into the holiday spirit, and we'll give away a scarf for a scarf set to Rhythm and Ryan. Me and the boys, Mordred Titan. I'm right there with you, Rhythm and Ryan. We were all Mordred Titan that round, living our best Runeblade lives, showing off exactly what Scaletta is capable of.
I can picture the meme already. The Runeblades just gathering side by side as the Vincent, the Florian, the Viserai, the Briar, and just saying, me and the boys, Mordred Tiding, making 16 rune chants, drawing 5 cards of the Sonata. No big deal.
Like we said, that's how you live your best Runeblade life. Now I want to know if Mark Morrison can lead his best Wizard life. It is the former calling champion in our final round of the day, trying to go ahead and punch his ticket to day 2 on Oscilio. Don't go anywhere.
Day one of our calling here at the World Tour here in Chicago has almost reached its conclusion, and we have got one more round of explosive Living Legend action to get to you. Sam O'Byrne, Pocket Rajwani, let's go ahead and look at the standings leading here into our nearly final round of the day. We have got some players, many of which you have recognized from tournaments the world over. You know, throughout Flesh and Blood's history, these people have been kicking butt. We see, now we can't see it here on your screen. I'll just tell you because we did a little note taken right before this. Dagan White up there, he is going to be on Starvo. You've got a bunch of people down there on the list. Ryan, Sean, Easton, Brian, Lucas, they're all on Starvo as well. You've got a Chane up there. Jim is your Chane player. Jimmy Demers is going to be your Chane player there, as well as you've got Will and Joseph on Prism. Ian Holland as well on Viserai, coming in all the way from Ireland there. You see that flag on the name, a Briar stan, a Briar lover, coming here to the States to try to stake his claim at this calling championship on Viserai, as well as we do see Daniel Ferrara down there on that OTK kind of Florian list. We didn't see it do much in the feature match area. However, sitting at X and 1, 5 wins and 1 loss, clearly it's been working well for Daniel.
So as expected, lots of Starvos in our 5-1 and above bracket over here, and 3 undefeated players as well, 2 of them on Starvo. A surprising lack of Zen around here, Sam, and that was part of the narrative coming to this weekend, that there'll be Zens and Starvos near the top. Those 2 are the decks to beat. Seems like Starvo has lived up to their expectations. Zen, not so much. And I also just want to point out, Sam, this day has flown by. I cannot believe we are already about to watch our final match of day 1.
And not because all the games have been like 2 turns, 3 turns. We've had long, grindy ones. We even had a draw, right? We've had games rocketing towards their conclusion and games slow, methodical, as players utilize the powerful cards and strategies in the Living Legend format. And we have got a hero for you here on a win and in into day 2, powered up demonstrably with some cards that, honestly, maybe Oscilio was expecting to come into Classic Constructed with access to cards like Tome of Findall and Tome of Aether Wind, saying like, dude, I got Current Funnel. I'm supposed to give these things go again. That's kind of how I was made by the ancient Aether scribes. However, Oscilio has to wait to read those books till the Living Legend format gives them the capability, and it's time to start this game off. It's our final round of the day. Both of these players, with a win, make it into day 2. With a loss, knocked out of contention. You asked, where are the Zen? Well, Wyatt's got a Zen for you here. 2 Zephyr Needles are looking to take this game for a short time, a good time, but not a long time.
Current Funnel, Eclectic Magnetisms, Blinks, lots of ways for Oscilio to cheat out action points, to cheat out those tomes. A lot of people think that the tomes and Art of Wars were banned because of Zen, which to some extent they were, but there was also Rosetta coming out with these Lightning Heroes being able to cheat out these card draw effects, which is also deemed too powerful to be allowed in CC.
I'm noticing something. No arcane barrier presented by our Zen player. We have an access to a Zen state token with that gorgeous extended art Japanese 12-petal Kaseya, but that is the only way to deal with arcane damage. Let's see how much of that wizardy, magicy, wackety is Mark able to present. We're starting things off, Comet Storm and Shock.
Yep, playing both sides of it, not buffing up with Volzar, because that would cost 1. It would effectively just be the same damage. So this is a total of 6 arcane damage coming Wyatt's way, and as you pointed out, no arcane barrier to speak of, sporting the double needles, and once again, the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, Sam. He's not playing Traverse the Universe, despite Mark Morrison being an Oscilio, which does send physical attacks, does give you the opportunity to go ahead and block the Traverse the Universe. Wyatt's saying, I'm not guaranteed to be able to transcend by the time I want to have my big pop-off turn, by the time I find my Art of War, so I'm not relying on the Traverse. I'm just going to go ahead and Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, and that will be my Art of War pop-off turn.
Here comes Levels of Enlightenment. 3 with go again. Looks like there's no representation of a Transcend card to be responded to with the Zen activation here. Look at that Art of War getting discarded. That's an instant that you can play in Oscilio in this format. Both players here utilizing that powerful generic. You can see it was a kind of ubiquitous card during its time in Classic Constructed. Now that it has reached the bans, it is only playable here in Living Legend. I'm excited to see just how Mark is going to put this deck together. This is a deck that, from what we understand, has been either blowing people up or being blown up pretty early.
An Erase Face over here from Wyatt's side does represent potentially an actually strong on-hit against the likes of Oscilio, something like Channel Lightning Valley, and even Volzar effect completely. You do care about playing lightning cards on this turn. Erase Face will just shut that off, and Mark, recognizing that, going ahead and blocking 6, giving up the 1 block on the Lightning Greaves as well, and giving up the Tome of Aetherwind, that card draw effect that has been banned from CC, saying that Erase Face is, I need to deal with that on-hit, and I just need to get rid of my Tome of Aetherwind.
Sigil of Lightning going to be the discard, not playing it, just going to filter the hand here a little more. Let's see what's off the top of the deck. Look like it's another instant electrostatic discharge, if I'm not mistaken. There's a Sigil of Brilliance. That's going to power up the following turn by drawing a card. We're amping one with Volzar. We're playing, activating Volzar, potentially not having to pitch into it because of the Sigil of Brilliance. And here comes an Etchings of Arcana. You know what that can grab back? The Sigil of Lightning that was just discarded to Oscilio's ability.
And you know who doesn't have Arcane Barrier? And so possibly the Surge effect will just go right through. That's Wyatt. So it looks like Sigil of Lightning might just come right back and give Mark Morrison that embodiment of lightning for the start of his following turn. And we spoke about Wyatt's equipment loadout. I also want to point out Mark's chess piece over there in the Blossom of Spring. This is a very aggressive chess piece. He's saying, this game might not last 3 turns for me to get a resource from my Tunic counter, so I'll just deal with Blossom of Spring. I'll be able to like pop it whenever I want, even if that's as soon as turn 2 of the game.
Yeah. This was turn 2, so Tunic would have gotten that 3rd counter, but that does show you, like you mentioned, Mark's been blowing people up turns 1 and 2. Otherwise, the Tunic might have been a good option there. Maybe it was just out of Mark's budget. Maybe it was just like, I can't afford the Tunic. I'll just grab the Blossom of Spring.
Who needs it? All it's doing is just paying for Out of War, and then my opponent's dead anyway. I don't need more than one resource for my Tunic counter over the course of the game.
Calling Hartford champion Mark Morrison on the left side of your screen there. Started this year off winning the first calling in the United States, trying to win the last calling as well. Just put on a little capstone to a year of incredible play. Look at this. It's going to be another Art of War discarded to the Oscilio activation. Both players having a laugh. What's going to be the response to this biting breed, potentially threatening that tiger?
Mark's actually just sending mental damage to Wyatt over there, finding 2 Art of Wars and discarding both of them to Oscilio, while Wyatt's saying, man, I wish I could have found my Art of War. That would have been really, really nice at this point. Meanwhile, Mark's saying, I'm just letting 2 right to the bin. I don't even need this.
Here comes a Crouching Tiger from the Biting Breeze's on-hit effect. We do see the ability to transcend for Wyatt.
We also see a Levels as well. Strong card to pair with that Transcend card. And 1 Tiger made already with the aspect of Tiger Body. If I'm not mistaken, there is a Chase the Tail line here, Sam, which would be quite a bit of damage. But Mark, I think, probably just very, very happy to not see the Stubby Hammers and the Art of War being used yet. Saying, oh, okay, you haven't found those power cards yet. He's setting up something mean. His board state looks quite scary right now, Sam, between Sigil of Lightning and Sigil of Brilliance.
Passover is going to trigger. Go ahead and banish the Art of War from the graveyard. Transcend, make a resource off the Kasaya. Zen activated immediately to create another Crouching Tiger. Then, of course, grabbing a card with combo.
Yep. And that Tiger that's on the chain right now, it's coming in for 0. Yes, it looks like it will be the Chase the Tail. And we know he has a Tiger in hand already. Also has an aspect of Tiger Body to generate even more Tigers should he wish to.
I've been watching Zen for a while. I've dabbled in the deck myself. Every time I activate the ability and the Crouching Tiger goes in my hand and not my banish zone, even just now, I thought to myself, "What is it, hand or banish zone? Does it go to the hand or to the banish?" Because it surprises me every time the Crouching Tiger hits my hand. I'm like, this feels honestly pretty strong.
Especially when there's so many effects that do different things. Like Biting Breeze put it in the banish zone, Aspect of Tiger Body puts it in the banish zone. Zen puts it in hand. Harmony of the Hunt puts it in hand. It can be a little bit confusing sometimes to remember which one goes where.
Here comes the Chase the Tail coming in for 4 with Go again. Now that Tiger that's in the hand is going to get +3 whenever it comes in on the combat chain. But we do have Double Strike and an Aspect of Tiger Body to continue. This turn would have been a lot more interesting with something like an Art of War or a Stubby Hammerer's activation to make these Tigers even more threatening. Here comes 3 more.
No blocks.
Yeah, I think Wyatt wants to combine the Stubby Hammerers with an Art of War. You do want to combine those power cards and make sure you kill your opponent when you pop all those pieces. So he's saying, you know what, it's fine. I'll just deal enough damage right now. If I'm not killing you, there's really no point sending, doing all the damage anyway. Like just expending my powerful equipment.
Zephyr Needle 2, Go again. If it's blocked by a card with 3 defense, that Zephyr Needle will hit the graveyard.
No blocks.
Mark's just, no blocks. No, I don't care about this. I'm going to take this.
So especially when Wyatt has presented that he is running some disruptive attacks, right? When he's running the erase phase, you can imagine he might also be running weakest links and CNCs. Erase phase is typically the third disruptive piece you go for after the CNCs and weakest links. So Mark's saying, look, you still have 2 floating, you still have cards. I need to know what else you have before I decide any blocks.
Now, here's the thing that Mark, I think, perhaps truly has to worry or wonder about. Here comes the double strike, then the double strike can come back in again. Yeah, I was about to say, is this when you finally activate the Mask of Pouncing Links to go grab Assault the Wound? Because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chain links that have already hit. That's Assault the Wound for 9 at the minimum. And we know there's more cards coming in from here.
And there is this double strike is going to get banished, and we'll be able to play it again coming in for 1. So Assault the Wound could be coming in for 10, which would be half of Mark Morrison's current life total. And you have to wonder, maybe at this point, Wyatt is regretting not popping SW Hammers, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah, because this looks like as big a turn as Wyatt's going to maybe get before Mark tries to go absolutely crazy with the Sigil of Brilliance and the Sigil of Lightning. I know we can. I mean, we can kind of get a sense of Mark's hand. We can dive into it with the hand camera, but I'm kind of wanting to just leave it a mystery.
Yep.
Oscilio is the Constella intelligence. He sees beyond what we mere mortals can even comprehend. I'd like to kind of see just what Mark strings together and be surprised.
And at this point, I don't think he's even activated Oscilio yet, so he's just happy with the cards he has, and that is scary for Wyatt.
Now look at this. Now that the Salt the Wound has been committed from the Mask of Pouncing Links, we're going to go ahead and block with the Flash of Brilliance. That's going to allow us to discard a Lightning card. The Ball Lightning's discarded, which means that the Sigil of Brilliance can come back to hand, immediately draw a card from that, and now on Mark's turn, he's able to have a Sigil of Brilliance in his hand, not pop at the start of his action phase to potentially bring back into his hand with some bounce style effects, maybe with something like a Blast to Oblivion.
More than that, could also just play it, which would be an additional Voltzar, buff effect, and also make the Voltzar free instead of needing a card to pitch. Could also just discard that to Oscilio, effectively turning the Flash of Brilliance into a +1 card, but you just discard that Sigil of Brilliance, draw a new card at the top. Now you have a 5-card hand with the arsenal.
Here comes Salt the Wound. 7 attacks have hit, right?
Oh, one of the Tigers was 0.
So it doesn't actually hit.
Yep. And speaking of Tigers, we know Wyatt's card in hand is also a Tiger. That was one created from the Zen ability. So we'll be arsening a Tiger, ostensibly not that strong of a turn.
And look at this. Mark is just going to go ahead and play the Sigil of Brilliance and block with a current funnel, so took a lot of damage, but committing a card to block makes me wonder, is he confident in what he's going to be able to present without that current funnel, or is he maybe a little unsure and maybe worried about what the damage ceiling potential of that turn is and wants to preserve a little life?
And this could be a symptom of not knowing whether Wyatt was going to end the chain with the disruptive piece. Until the double strike was shown, Mark wasn't 100% sure whether there'd be an erase phase or a CNC or weakest link coming in at the end of Wyatt's turn. So that could possibly be why the current funnel was blocked with so late. He just had to see what else Wyatt was going to present.
Oh, I'm so tempted to look in the hand. I almost hit it, but I don't want to know. Here comes Electromagnetic Somersault for nothing.
Yeah, discarded to Oscilio.
Discarded to Oscilio is what I meant to say. Now we see a Blast to Oblivion pop into the hand. I couldn't help myself. I did take a little peek. Without that Sigil of Brilliance still on the field, not going to be nearly as impactful.
So I have been looking at a hand, unfortunately, do not have that level of self-control, Sam. The Sigil of Brilliance propped at the start of the turn and drew into the Channel Lightning Valley, and then Oscilioed into the Blast to Oblivion. But does he have other sigils to go ahead and leverage the Blast to Oblivion?
We'll find out. Channel Lightning Valley going to amp up Volzar, pumping up the power of the next arcane damage effect.
We've yet to see a real power card on both sides. We haven't seen Hour of War resolve from Wyatt at all. We've seen Mark Morrison draw 2 Hour of Wars and a Tome of Aetherwind, but didn't resolve any of them. Tome was blocked with both Hour of Wars, was discarded to Oscilio. Both these players kind of just sending middling hands at each other so far in this turn 2.
Middling hands, however, Mark's down to 15. If he can't make Zen respect the offensive output, you have to imagine that the Zen deck, especially with the Zephyr Needles, is going to be able to present something like 15 damage back off of 5 cards.
Discharge?
Discharge, going to amp up the Volzar again.
Does have the Embodiment of Lightning as well? Okay, activating Volzar. This does get a lightning card into the pitch zone, which is very important to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around. And when your opponent doesn't have Arcane Barrier, you can also play cards like Shock on the opponent's turn to go ahead and get a card draw from a Channel Lightning Valley.
That's fine. If I remember correctly.
5 damage. I can't do anything about this.
I will declare no prevention effects.
And you have to point out, Electrostatic Discharge was just being converted to just 1 extra amp to the etchings of Arcana, choosing not to send the Blast to Oblivion, despite it coming in for 7. Saying, I'm just going to use the amp then, I don't really care for the +3 right now, potentially saving that Blast to Oblivion for the Sigil of Brilliance that he just recurred from the etchings of Arcana.
Here comes the Sigil of Brilliance.
And then I will shock you for 1.
Just shock for 1 to use the card that was drawn off the Channel Lightning Valley, but it looks like Mark is just saying, can you make me respect your blocks? Because if not, now he has Blast to Oblivion in the arsenal. He's got a Sigil of Brilliance that he can try to somehow bring back, maybe find another one, but the Blast to Oblivion really needs that Sigil of Brilliance to be hanging out when it attacks.
And he's got a CLV and an Embodiment of Lightning. If the previous turn wasn't good enough of a setup, this one almost certainly is. Blossom of Spring also hanging out over there on Mark Morrison's sides. Can Wyatt send enough damage to make Mark Morrison care?
See what we're working with for our Zen player for blues. One of them is levels of enlightenment, so you can start with some Zephyr Needles, use the Belittle here to maybe get another blue for the levels of enlightenment, but honestly, right now, that levels is going to have to do a lot of work, and Mark maybe has done a very nice job of putting the onus on Wyatt to really find the pressure, and with a handful of blues.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an anemic hand from Wyatt's side as well. Once again, he's just, really missing the power cards. Plunder Run, though, coming out maybe might draw him into a power card. You have to imagine that is what he's fishing for. He is seeing the writing on the wall right now, and when you're presenting 0 AB into an Oscilio, you cannot just let them pass. You cannot just pass them with letting them have a full 5 cards alongside Sigil of Brilliance, alongside Channel Lightning Valley, which is just 1 extra card. Now, I have to point out Mark Morrison's choice to go ahead and use the Null Shock on that previous turn instead of holding on to it, especially when you're against someone with no Arcane Bearer. You could convert that into denying an Art of War, into negating an Art of War, negating a Transcend card as well, which could be very, very effective against someone like Zen, but Mark Morrison chose to just use that aggressively instead of defensively.
2 damage, thanks to the Stubby Hammerers.
Sounds good.
Looks like describing Plunder Run only works in attack action cards, have to imagine, so Zephyr Needles will not threaten any card draw here.
So this Belittle is buffed to greater than its base, so Stonewall Gauntlet will be able to just cover this up very, very nicely and stop the Plunder Run on hit.
That is a nice use case for the Stonewall Gauntlet.
Stonewall Gauntlet also just before this match spoiled to be the winning prize card for callings and such in 2025.
Beautiful card, iconic card in its own right. Cool to see the prize cards move from the helmet slot to the arm slot as well. This Stonewall Gauntlet, it's done its duty. It's blocked 2. Now here comes the needle for 2.
You said this is not trigger, right?
Nope.
Cool. On the blocks.
Sure.
No blocks for sure, says Wyatt. Down to 13 goes Mark Morrison. Here comes another Zephyr Needle.
The number
Or
of times we've heard Mark Morrison say no blocks in this game is
just show me what you got, brother.
Make me care, says Mark Morrison. You either make me care by sending lethal or sending disruption. If you're doing neither, I will continue to just say no blocks.
3 damage on offer. 4 damage because of the Stubby Hammers. Draw a card on hit. And draw a card thanks to its own effect.
Yep, 2 blues in the pitch zone. Is he going to draw something that'll make Mark Morrison care? He does have 2 floating. Mark Morrison needs to care about those disruptive effects we've been talking about for quite a while. CNCs, weakest links, erase faces.
Draw another card. What do we get? We see another Plunder Rung and another Levels of Enlightenment. That's pretty good here.
That's a lot of blues in a row for Wyatt.
It's an enormous amount of blues.
That was a 4 blue hand, drew into blue of Plunder Run, drew into blue of levels as well.
Play another Plunder Run, so break the chain.
Play
another level, so here becomes 3 draw card and then draw another card on hit.
Yep, 4 because of the Stubby Hammer saying Drew Transcend.
Drew Transcend card. This is huge for Wyatt and a really tough break for Mark because that Transcend card means we can do any combo card in the deck, something like a Mauling Cheese, something like even like a Tiger Swipe if you wanted. We do have the 1 floating and we'll get a second.
We'll also make 1 more floating from the Kasaya. And okay, this might be nuts. This could very well just be nuts and be the worst play ever, but he could also make a Zen state.
Could also make his end state.
That is a legal play that he has if he chooses not to send lethal for whatever reason, which unlikely, but you know, that is a line.
Mark just going to allow this attack action card to hit, and thus another card can be drawn.
And he drew... Hang on. He drew 2 Transcend cards, Sam. So he could actually convert one of them into a Zen state, which might actually be the play. If you activate Zen with one of them, get the attack, and then the other one, you convert to a Zen state. That could be a play when your opponent's holding all these cards. However, yep, Mark Morrison's pointing out the priority window as still the pot is put on the stack. Perhaps has another null shock. Looks like that's exactly what he has.
Null shock is what he has. So what does this mean here? You're going to deal an arcane damage, and the null can negate something, but it's a non-attack, not an instant, right?
So, wait, the null negating? The negating's an instant with cost X or less, where X is damage you've dealt this turn.
And it negates instants, not non-attacks.
Yeah, it'll negate the instant.
Oh,
but
very cool.
But Wyatt has the other Transcend card. He could respond to this, could make a Zen state and prevent the Arcane. Unless this Arcane is coming in for 2 because Volzar was activated. Yes, and Volzar was activated for free because of the sigil on the field. Yep.
So yeah, activating the Volzar for free because of the sigils. That allows for this to be amped up. We do have to pitch away the Mind Warp here, but another drop in the ocean is the other card drawn. That means there can still be Transcending on this turn, which might mean the end of the game here for Mark Morrison. It literally might just be too much damage. We can see 1/3 block and a Sigil of Brilliance in the hand. That Null and Shock was almost such a sick way. Gonna get to draw a card off the Channel Lightning Valley. It is another no block, however. That's what the Oscilio deck does.
Well, can be discarded to find a blocking card should he wish to. I have to point out that amp was actually so incredibly important because otherwise a Zen state could have actually prevented the arcane damage on that shock and then prevent the null, the negating of the Stir the Pot.
Mark Morrison here doing what he can, trying to find his way through this turn, but honestly, this turn started for Wyatt 4 blues. That didn't do a lot, but we said levels of enlightenment is a good way to continue the turn. 2 plunder runs, 2 levels of enlightenment meant 4 cards drawn total. And finally, at the end of those 4 cards, 2 Transcend cards are probably going to be the thing that pushes Wyatt forward here, potentially into day 2 of this Living Legend calling.
The plunder runs were basically just replacing themselves. They were instantly just used to give the attack, give the levels a draw a card effect, and just instantly replace themselves. They didn't buff anything either, and Chase the Tail is found. We know Wyatt is still holding on to the Tiger in the arsenal that was created on the previous turn, which feels like a lifetime ago at this point, but that Tiger is still sitting there, was created from the Zen ability on the previous turn. He has a full live Chase the Tail line from after what looked like a very, very anemic turn to begin with. Wyatt has managed to find the pressure, is going to be forcing cards out of Mark Morrison.
And only 2 blocking cards to work with here. Here comes a Chase the Tail. +4 damage, not getting the stubbies bonus. So here's 3, block 3, take 1, down to 1.
Tiger coming in for 4 as well, thanks to stubbies. Oh, it was the aspect of Tiger body creating a Tiger. And
but that is just going to be the game because there's too much damage on offer from our Zen players. So Mark Morrison, one of Oscilio's biggest fans, kept doing so much with that hero back in the calling in Portland, here at the calling in Chicago at our stop during the World Tour. But unfortunately, just had the 1 turn that he needed to find it. We talked about it the 2nd turn before the Tunic would have even come up, but wasn't able to get the job done. The deck just wasn't quite kind enough. And Wyatt, your Zen player, moves on to 5-2.
Looking back at that, that was a very, very interesting Living Legend game. Did we see any banned card get resolved ever? Because those were 2 CC legal heroes, and I don't think we saw any Out of Wars or Tomes. We saw Plunder Run being resolved. That was pretty much...
Plunder Run and Belittle, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those are, I mean, Belittle's strong.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Belittle.
Both
Yeah.
blues. It wasn't, no. To answer what you're getting at, no, it was not just an explosion of banned cards and 2 strong strategies for the Classic Constructed format. However, this is what happens when you build your deck like Mark has to really play towards the unbelievable ceiling that Oscilio deck can have. You riddle your deck with instants just to try to get there. I mean, the Blossom of Spring, literally, the 1st or the 2nd turn. And unfortunately, even though Zen could do nothing about the arcane damage, the pressure was able to get there because the onus is on you as the Oscilio player in those first 2 hands to find the type of combo that just ends the game.
And those instants is what makes Art of War even weaker, right? You want to banish an attack to that, but if you just keep drawing hands of instants, we saw Mark activate Oscilio, I don't know, 6, 7 times that game, just from on Wyatt's side, discard to Oscilio, on his own turn, discard to Oscilio, and still unfortunately unable to find it. But Wyatt moving on to day 2 on Zen, one of the heroes that a lot of people were talking about as one of the decks to beat coming into this weekend.
What a day we've had so far at this Living Legend calling at the World Tour in Chicago. I mean, dude, it's like the first Living Legend calling, and we have just gotten banger game after banger game. I don't know about you, but it's been so exciting to get to watch some of these old heroes. Sitting with you, casting an Iyslander game was just like, oh my god, the memories in the moonlight, the ice in the forest, just falling down upon us all here in windy and cold Chicago. It has been so fun to be here with you, but we have some more info for you because we've got a day 2 cut coming up. Every player X and 2 and above in the standings is moving on to day 2. You can follow along on the live blog at fabtcg.com, of course, and we've got the whole day of coverage tomorrow. We've got, I think, 4 rounds, and then the all-important top 8. Anything standing out to you? Anything rattling through your head as we look towards tomorrow?
I'm reflecting on how much of a wide variety of games we had today, Sam. We had, started the day with 2 Starvos, they were doing Starvo things, and then we had that grindy Counter Blessings Iyslander game, and then we had that incredibly explosive Viserai Briar game, and we ended off with another, it should have been more explosive than maybe it looked, Oscilio Zen game as well. Just the breadth of strategies that are showing up today. Will Bradshaw with that Prism, the aggressive Prism, that got to go toe-to-toe against a Chane of all heroes, not who you expect the aggressor to be. I'm just loving the variety of the gameplay, and I cannot wait to see our day 2 and, more importantly, our top 8 tomorrow.
And I can't wait to give away Scarf for a Scarves. Come on. Let's do, yay! Woo! We're going to do more. Oh, it's already there. Benji the Windson. Sea of Salt the Wound if he pops.
The Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
Sea of
to
Salt.
finish the sentence.
Yeah.
Yep.
What?
If he pops the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
Sea of Salt the Wound if he pops the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. What does Sea of Salt mean, though?
8 damage salt the wound. I could
just like a sea of salt.
Yeah.
I'm
8 damage salt the wound is what I got from that one.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Benji the Windson. You win these 2 beautiful Scarf for a Scarves tomorrow. And let me tell you, we have got more promos to give out every single round during our stream tomorrow, as well as another exciting reveal. This one, again, like a year in the making, something that I have been so looking forward to seeing how it all comes together. I know you will be too. It is, I'm not going to say anything else. I don't want to spoil literally any part of it. I know you guys are going to love it, and I hope you'll stick around for that tomorrow, as well as our top 8 and the first ever Living Legend Calling Championship trophy to be presented. 16 Living Legend points on offer. Not Living Legend points. I mean, they are Living Legends, but World Tour Player of the Year points on offer as well as the final Balance of Justice gold foil forever for the end of time. We're going to leave you with a look back into the inner darkness of the depths of chaos. And we'll see you all tomorrow.